return. Many of the Bengal texts incorrectly read Arorapiyantaram Pomrarathotaram. 51. Return. This sloka beginning with mani and ending with prabham is omitted in the Bombay text. I don't think rightly. If anything that seems to be a repetition is to be omitted. 52. Return. That is, have fallen away from the celestial state. 53. Return. In Sloka 13, the Bengal texts read Byanakas for Mahavalas. In 15, Madhabhishakas for Purvabhishakas is substituted in the Bombay text. In 1 again, the Bombay text reads Sabas for Drumas. 54. Return. The Bengal texts have Chandrabasa for Chandraprabha. The difference is not material. 55. Return. Both the Burdwan and the Bombay editions read Panchashat, 5 and 6. The Bengal texts generally have Panchasat, 50. 56. Return. The Bombay edition reads Tasmatsritikamat Param. The Bengal texts read Yasmatsringamat Param. The Bengal reading is better. The Asiatic Society's edition contains a misprint. The meaning is, because Sringa, jeweled mountain of that name, therefore superior. I have rendered it somewhat freely. 57. Return. They are but portions of the same supreme being. 58. Return. That is, mountains forming boundaries of divisions. 59. Return. The Bombay text reads Ikshila and Krimi for Ikshamlavi occurring in Bengal texts. 60. Return. The Bengal texts have Gandakincha Mahanadim. The Bombay text reads Vandanincha Mahanadim with a cha immediately before. The Burdwan Pandits read Chandanincha Mahanadim. 61. Return. The Bombay texts read Tridaiva Farnischaita. This is incorrect, for Tridaiva occurs in the Bombay text itself a little before. The name Lohatarini occurs in various forms. 62. Return. For Vetravati, the Bengal texts read Chandrabhaga. Both Chandrabhaga and Vetravati, however, occur before. 63. Return. Kamadhuk is that species of kine which always yield milk. 64. Return. Nilakanthu explains this in this way. The gods depend on sacrifices performed by human beings, and as regards human beings, their food is supplied by the earth. Superior and inferior creatures, therefore, are all supported by the earth. The earth then is their refuge. The word earth in these slokas is sometimes used to signify the world and sometimes the element of that name. 65. Return. I render the last line a little too freely. If the saying is intended to be general, the translation should run thus: up to this day there is no man whose desires can be satiated. 66. Return. The Bombay text reads Kimanyat Kathayamit. The Bengal reading is Kimanyat Sarotamai Chasi. 67. Return. The Bombay text reads Titas Pavina. The Bengal reading is Titas Pavina. I adopt the former. 68. Return. Probably this mythical account of Sakadvipa embodies some vague tradition current in ancient India of some republic in Eastern Asia or Oceanic Asia, further east in the Pacific. Accustomed as the Hindus were to kingly form of government, a government without a king would strike them exactly in the way described in the last two slokas. 69. Return. The second line of the third sloka is read variously. The Bombay edition incorrectly reads Parvataka, etc., etc. The Bengal reading is Ivamiva, etc., etc. The Bengal reading is better, although the true reading, I apprehend, is Avamtais and C. 70. Return. Vamanaka and Vamana are the same words, the final ka being a suffix causing no difference of meaning. So Andakaraka and Andakara are the same. 71. Return. Dagaja, that is an elephant supporting the globe. There are 4 such in Hindu mythology or 10 according to some accounts. 72. Return. That is, with the juice trickling down from their cheeks and mouth. In the season of rut, a peculiar kind of juice issues from several parts of an elephant's body. It is believed to be the temporal juice. The stronger and fierce the elephant, the greater the quantity of the juice that issues out its body. 73. Return. Tazya, singular of dad, and Sa, masculine singular of dad, both refer to the 4 elephants, Gajya Chatushtaya in singular. 74. Return. A samyadalit, unbound or unrestrained, that is freely or irregularly. 75. Return. It is a remarkable fact that the ratio between the diameter and the circumference of a circle was roughly known to the ancient Hindus. The circumference is nearly, as stated here, 3 times and a half of the diameter. The next ratio, of course, is slightly less, being 3 1/7. 76. Return. The first word of this sloka is variously read. Yathadishtam is the Bengal reading, while the Bombay reading Yathodishtam. If the latter reading were adopted, the meaning would be as indicated in the Sastras. The second line, literally rendered, is pacify thy son Duryodhana. But how Dhritarashtra is to pacify his son, having listened to the geographical digression, is not easy to see. 77. Return. For sadhus atamas of the Bengal texts, the Bombay edition reads sadhusimitars. I adopt the last. 78. Return. The last word in the first line of the 11th sloka, in the Bengal texts, is pravrika. In the Bombay edition it is anagaha. The difference in meaning is immaterial. 79. Return. The first half of the first line, in the Bengal texts, is read as Kathamishkami Putra. The Bombay text reads Kathamishkami Order. If the latter reading be adopted, the meaning would be, tell me how my warriors were, etc., etc. 80. Return. In the second line of Sloka 3, for Kim Nasin Manastada, what was the state of mind of our men? The Bombay text reads Kim Wasin Manastava, what was the state of your mind? 81. Return. The plural pronouns ye in the second line of the 8th sloka, changed into ya by rule of Sandai because coming before tenam, is read k or ka by the Birdwin Pundits. I think the correction a happy one. Nilakantha would take 7 and 8 and the first half of 9 as a complete sentence reading Asia Twima Antique, thou wert near him, for Asia romantic, smiting or shooting arrows near. 82. Return. Some of the Bengal texts have Panchalan for Pandevanam. 83. Return. The form of the second line is a negative interrogative, implying comma. I hope the Kuras did not abandon him. 84. Return. This comparison, lengthy as it is not sustained throughout with usual felicity of Vyasa. In several parts it is undoubtedly faulty. Slight variation of reading also occur here and there, without affecting the sense materially. 85. Return. Gakchato dagam gatim. The Bombay edition reads Gakchinto etc., etc. The meaning then would be, who protected the wings, themselves making the last painful journey. 86. Return. The Birdwin Pundits make Mahavalas an adjective of Putras. A better construction would be to take it as referring to Bhishma. 87. Return. Gatayatwa is, literally, causing to be slain. 88. Return. The words Haisud and also through whose boon bestowed of me occur in the 9th sloka following. 89. Return. Vyathyapati Vijananam. Vyathita is a very doubtful word. 90. Return. Literally, in Indra's abodes, that is, Amaravati. 91. Return. A Kshatriya falling bravely in fight at once goes to the highest regions of bliss. 92. Return. Nilakantha in a long note explains that Maghavishyaga's Somas cannot mean that Soma or the moon entered the constellation called Magha. He quotes numerous slokas scattered throughout the Mahabharata that throw light, directly or indirectly, on the question of the opening day of the battle, and shows that all these lead to the different conclusion. What is meant by the moon approaching the region of the Baitrus is that those who fall in battle immediately ascend to heaven. Of course, they have first to go to the region of Baitrus. Thence they have to go to the lunar region for obtaining celestial bodies. All this implies a little delay. Here, however, in the case of those that would fall on the field of Kurukshetra, they would not have to incur even such a little delay. Chandramas or Soma approached the region of Baitrus so that the fallen warriors might have celestial bodies very soon, without, in fact, any necessity, on their part, to incur the delay of a journey to the lunar region prior to their ascension to heaven with resplendent bodies. 93. Return. There are 9 planets in all the Puranic astronomy. Of these Rahu and Ketu are regarded apagrahas, and hence, of grahas there are only 7. Thus Nilakantha and the Birdwin Pundits have made a mess of this line. 94. Return. The Bengal texts read Banu Manu Dito Divi. The Bombay reading is Banu Manu Dita Ravis. If the latter be adopted, Banuman would be an adjective of Ravis. 95. Return. Purvais Purvatarais is literally they of old and still older times. For Sanatanas, some editions read Srutikas, qualifying Panthas. Srutiya means arising from the Srutis or is laid down in the Srutis. 96. Return. Chamupatis is the Bengal reading. The Bombay text reads Chamupari. If the latter reading be adopted, the meaning would be, at the head of the Kuru army. 97. Return. The Bengal editions read Magadishka Ripamiyayau. The Bombay text reads Magadasya Kripayayau. If the latter reading be adopted, the meaning would be and guiding the very van of the Magadha troops Kripa went. 98. Return. The Bengal reading is Sarada Brahana Prakshayam. The Bombay reading is Sharadam Vyudara Prakshayam. 99. Return. Vasavatinas is nominative, masculine, plural, referring to cars, and c. The Birdwin Pundits take it as a genitive singular qualifying Tasya, and they render it, therefore, as of that subordinate of Duryodhana. This is evidently incorrect. 100. Return. Machines, perhaps catapults. 101. Return. Vyuha is an array of troops in a certain form. Many such will be spoken of in this and the other parvas devoted to the battle. 102. Return. The Bombay edition reads Yamunantara for Yamunant Air of the Bengal texts. The difference in meaning is not very material. 103. Return. The Bengal texts read Sai Andamana, the Bombay reading is Bandamana. Both imply moving, only the motion in the latter case is slower, perhaps, than in the former. 104. Return. The word used is Jadas lit, taker of, one's, wealth. 105. Return. The Bombay text is here faulty. Dasai Swamahavalam is scarcely correct. The Bengal reading is Dasai Ansumahavalam. 106. Return. Literally, with rent cheeks and mouth. 107. Return. The Bombay reading is certainly faulty here. For Chalantuava Parvatas it reads Jaimutava Varashikas, although it makes the previous line begin Ksharantava Jaimuta. 108. Return. A paraya is a thick club mounted with iron. The comparison is very feeble, for Bhima's mace, in the popular estimation, is much heavier and stouter than any paraya manufactured for human combatants. Prakakasho is, lit. dragged. I think, however, the root krish must be taken here in the sense of crush. 109. Return. The name Vajra implies either a hard needle for boring diamonds and gems, or the thunderbolt. In this sloka, the word Vajra is used as associated with the thunder, and therefore, as thunder is accompanied by lightning, so the bows of the warriors are the lightning marks of this particular Vajra. 110. Return. The word is Uttaradhas, which seems to be very doubtful. 111. Return. Yena Janasana, Yena is Yatra and Tena is Tatra, as Nilakantha rightly explains. The meaning is, who would be there where Arjuna would be. 112. Return. The Bengal texts read Dharmanikana Janaga, which is evidently faulty, remembering that the words are Brahmins to Indra and the Celestials. The Bombay reading is Dharmana Ivadhyamana Cha, which I have adopted. 113. Return. The sense is that they, viz., the gods, who accepted Krishna's lead, or selected him for their leader, became victorious. The Bengal reading is evidently superior, viz., Aina Krishna literally behind Krishna, that is, with Krishna in the front, or with Krishna as a leader. The Bombay reading is Katham Krishna. If this were adopted, the meaning would be, how, O Krishna, shall we conquer? I do not understand how victory should be theirs who answered in this way. Of course, the answer implies modesty. But modesty is not the sole requisite of victory, nor is modesty inculcated here as the chief means of victory. 114. Return. The Bengal texts read Kanchana Banda Yuktam. The Bombay reading is much better, being Kanchana Banda Yuktam. Again, for Nagakalazya, the Bombay edition reads Nagaparasya. Nilakantha notices the latter reading. 115. Return. The Bengal reading is Mahindram, king of earth, or king. The Bombay reading is Mahendram, the great Indra. Without Iva any word to that effect, Mahendram would be ungrammatical. 116. Return. The Bengal texts read, and as I think, correctly, Stutavanta Inam. The Bombay reading is Srutavantwinam. In the case of regenerate rishis and siddhas, it is scarcely necessary to say that they are conversant with the Srutis. 117. Return. The Bengal reading Sahasrani for Sarvastrani is correct. I adopt the latter. 118. Return. This is how I understand this verse, and I am supported by the Burdwan Pandits. Nilakantha, it seems, thinks that the car had 1,000 wheels resembling 1,000 suns. 119. Return. Verse 15 is read variously. As the last word of the first line, I read Wakakasho for Araksho, and accordingly I take that as a genitive and not an ablative particle. 120. Return. I follow Nilakantha in rendering many of the names occurring in this and the succeeding slokas. I retain, however, those names that are of doubtful etymology, as also those that are very common. 121. Return. Every scholar knows the derivation of this word as given in this sloka of Kalidasa, in his Kumara Sambhavam. Amiti Maitre Te Pasanish Hidapasha Dumakayam Samaki Jagama. 122. Return. Both Swaha and Swada are mantras of high efficacy. Kala and Kasta are divisions of time. Saraswati implies speech. 123. Return. Sankhya is explained by Nilakantha to be Samyakkayanam Prakasna Yasmine. Hence Atmanatmavive Karupa Samadi. 124. Return. The text of the Gita has come down to us without, it may be ventured to be stated, any interpolation. The difference of reading few and far between. For Jayadratha some texts read Tatavacha. 125. Return. The words aperiaptam and pariaptam have exercised all commentators. If pariaptam is sufficient, as it certainly is, aperiaptam may mean neither more or less than sufficient. The context, however, would seem to show that Duryodhana addressed his preceptor in alarm and not with confidence of success. I, therefore, take aperiaptam to be less than sufficient. 126. Return. It has been observed before that Schlegel renders the names of these conches as Giganta, Theodotes, Arundinca, Triumphatrix, Dulcicina, and Gemiflora, and that Professor Wilson approves of them. 127. Return. It seems a fashion to doubt the etymology of this word, as if commentators of the learning of Sridhara and Sankara, Anandagiri and Nilakantha even upon the question of derivation and grammar can really be set aside in favour of anything that may occur in the Petersburg lexicon. Rishikasa means the lord of the senses. 128. Return. Ranasamadhye may also mean at the outset of battle. 129. Return. The meaning is that even for the sake of such a rich rewarding prospect I would not kill persons so dear and near to me. I would much rather suffer them strike me, myself not returning their blows. 130. Return. The word is atateinas. 131. Return. Most editions read Savandavam with, their, kinsmen or friends, I think, however, that swore, own, for, with, is the correct reading. K.T. Telang adopts it in his translation published in Volume 8 of the Sacred Books of the East. 132. Return. In some editions this lesson is stated to be Arjuna's grief. The description of the lesson again is given in fewer words. 133. Return. The commentators betray their ingenuity by emphasizing the word shyuba with arrows, explaining, how can I encounter them with arrows whom I cannot encounter with even harsh words? 134. Return. Athakaman is an adjective qualifying Gurun. Some commentators, particularly Sridhara, suggest that it may, instead, qualify Bhagan. The meaning, however, in that case would be far-fetched. 135. Return. Sridhara explains that Karpanya is compassion for kinsmen, and Dosho is the fear of sin for destroying a race. The first compound, therefore, according to him, means my nature affected by both compassion and fear of sin, etc. It is better, however, to take Karpanya itself as a Dosho, taint or fault. K.T. Telang understands it in this way. Apahata, however, is affected and not contaminated. 136. Return. What Arjuna says here is that even if I obtain such a kingdom on earth, even if I obtain the very kingship of the gods, I do not yet see that will dispel that grief which will overtake me if I slay my preceptor and kinsman. Telang's version is slightly ambiguous. 137. Return. The Bengal texts have parantapa with the Visaga, thus implying that it refers to Gadakisa. The Bombay edition prints it without the Visaga, implying that it is in the vocative case, referring to Dhritarashtra, the listener. 138. Return. One of the most useful rules in translating from one language into another is to use identical words for identical expressions in the original. In translating, however, from a language like Sanskrit which abounds in synonyms, this is not always practicable without ambiguity. As an example, the word used in 13 is dira, that used in 11 is pandita. There can be little doubt, however, that pandita and dira have exactly the same meaning. 139. Return. Amritatva is really emancipation on liability to repeated death or repeated rebirth. To render it as immortality is, perhaps, a little slovenly, for every soul is immortal, and this particular section inculcates it. 140. Return. Sat and asat are the two words which must be distinctly understood as they occur often in Hindu philosophy. Sat is explained as the real, that is, the soul, or anything as real and permanent as the soul. Asat is the reverse of this, that is, the unreal or the non-soul. What is said here by Krishna is that the unreal has no existence, the real, again, can have no non-existence. Is not this a sort of cosmothetic idealism? 141. Return. Most texts read Yadayajyaswa. A manuscript belonging to a friend of mine has the correction in red ink, Yadayajyadwa. It accords so well with the spirit of the lesson sought to be inculcated here that I make no scruple to adopt it. 142. Return. A life in this world that is subject to decay and death. So say all the commentators. 143. Return. What Krishna seeks to inculcate here is the simple truth that persons who believe in the Vedas and their ordinances laying down specific acts for the attainment of a heaven of pleasure and power cannot have the devotion without which there cannot be final emancipation, which only is the highest bliss. The performance of Vedic rites may lead to heaven of pleasure and power, but what is that heaven worth? True emancipation is something else which must be obtained by devotion, by pure contemplation. In rendering Janmakarma Phalapradam I have followed Sankara, Sridhara and other commentators explain it differently. 144. Return. This sloka has been variously rendered by various translators. It is the same that occurs in the Sanat Sujata Pava of the Udyoga, Vaidhi Udyoga Pava, section XRV. Both Sridhara and Sankara, and I may mention Anandagiri also, explain it in this way. Shortly stated, the meaning is that to an instructed Brahmana, Brahma-knowing person and not a Brahmana by birth, his knowledge of self or Brahma teaches him that which is obtainable from all the Vedas, just as a man wanting to bathe or drink may find a tank or well as useful to him as a large reservoir of water occupying an extensive area. Nilakantha explains it in a different way. 145. Return. Srotavyasya Sarutasyaka is literally of the hearable and the heard, that is, what you may or will hear, and what you have heard. European translators of the Gita view in these words a rejection of the Vedas by the author. It is amusing to see how confidently they dogmatize upon this point, rejecting the authority of Sankara, Sridhara, Anandagiri, and the whole host of Indian commentators. As K.T. Telang, however, has answered the point elaborately, nothing more need be said here. 146. Return. One may abstain, either from choice or inability to procure them, from the objects of enjoyment. Until, however, the very desire to enjoy is suppressed, one cannot be said to have attained to steadiness of mind. Of Aristotle's saying that he is a voluptuary who pines at his own abstinence, and the Christian doctrine of sin being in the wish, mere abstinence from the act constitutes no merit. 147. Return. The particle he in the second line is explained by both Sankara and Anandagiri as equivalent to yasmat. The meaning becomes certainly clearer by taking the word in this sense. The he, however, may also be taken as implying the sense of indeed. 148. Return. Buddhi in the first line is explained by Sridhara as Ainta Vishayak Buddhi. Bhavanta Sridhara explains, is Dayanam, and Sankara as Atmajnanabhinavsas. K.T. Telang renders Bhavana as perseverance. I do not think this is correct. 149. Return. Sankara, Anandagiri, and Nilakanthu explain this sloka thus. Sridhara explains it otherwise. The latter supposes the pronouns yat and tat to mean a particular sense among the Charitamindriyanam. If Sridhara's interpretation be correct, the meaning would be that one sense amongst the senses moving among their objects, which the mind follows, that one sense tosseth the mind's, or the man's, understanding about like the wind tossing a drunken boatman's board on the waters. The parenthetical words are introduced by Sridhara himself. It may not be out of place to mention here that so far as Bengal, Mithila and Benares are concerned, the authority of Sridhara is regarded as supreme. 150. Return. The vulgar, being spiritually dark, are engaged in worldly pursuits. The sage in spiritual light is dead to the latter. 151. Return. Prakriti Jaya's gunas is explained by Sridhara as qualities born of one's nature such as Ragadvashadi. Sankara thinks that they are the qualities or attributes of primal matter, which enters into the composition of every self, such as sattva, rajas, and tamas. 152. Return. Apply to work, that is to work as prescribed in the scriptures. Thus says Sankara. To morning and evening prayers, etc. says Sridhara. 153. Return. Sacrifices Vishnu's self as declared by the Srutis, work for sacrifice, therefore, is work for Vishnu's sake or gratification. For the sake of that is, for sacrifices, or Vishnu's sake. So say all the commentators. 154. Return. Bhavaya is explained by both Sankara and Sridhara as Varadaya or make grow. Perhaps, rear is the nearest approach to it in English. K.T. Telang renders it, please. The idea is eminently Indian. The gods are fed by sacrifices, and in return they feed men by sending rain. The Asuras again, who warred with the gods, warred with sacrifices. 155. Return. Parjanya is explained by both Sankara and Sridhara as rain. It means also the clouds or the origin of rain. 156. Return. The word in the original that is rendered in the Vedas is Brahma. It may mean the supreme soul. Of course, in Brahmanic literature, the Vedas are Brahma and Brahma is the Vedas, but still in the second line of the 15 there is no necessity of taking Brahma as equivalent to the Vedas. I do not think Telang is accurate in his rendering of this line. 157. Return. The wheel referred to is what has been said before, viz. From the Vedas are work, from work is rain, from rain is food, from food are creatures, from creatures again work, and so back to the Vedas. 158. Return. The sense seems to be, as explained by the commentators, that such a man earns no merit by action, nor sin by inaction or omission, nor is there anybody from the Supreme Being to the lowest creature on whom he depends for anything. 159. Return. The example set by the great is always catching. Itaras, here, is vulgar and not other. Kurut, which I have rendered as maketh, is used in the sense of regardeth. Pramanam, however, may not necessarily mean something else that is set up as an ideal. It may refer to the actions themselves of the great men set up by them as a standard. 160. Return. Sridhara would connect in the three worlds with what follows. I follow Sankara and the natural order of words. 161. Return. The word rendered nature is Prakriti. It really implies primal matter. 162. Return. The second line, literally rendered, is deeming that qualities engage in qualities. The first qualities imply the senses, and second, the objects of the senses. The purport is that one knowing the distinction referred to, never thinks that his soul is the actor, for that which is work is only the result of the senses being applied to their objects. 163. Return. Karmashu is explained by Sankara as works of the qualities, or works done by them. Sridhara explains the compound as qualities and their works. 164. Return. Devoting all work to me, that is, in the belief that all you do is for me or my sake. 165. Return. The senses, as regards their diverse objects in the world, are either drawn towards them or repelled by them. These likes and dislikes, in the case of men who, of course, only act according to their nature, stand in the way of their emancipation, if men submit to them. 166. Return. Desire, if not gratified, results in wrath. Thus say the commentators. 167. Return. Prajai is explained by both Sankara and Sridhara as parityaga, cast off. 168. Return. He is the supreme soul or being. 169. Return. There can be little doubt that what Krishna says here is that no form of worship is unacceptable to him. Whatever the manner of the worship, it is I who is worshipped. After K.T. Tellang's exhaustive and effective reply to Dr. Lawrence's strange hypothesis of the Gita having been composed under Christian influences, it is scarcely necessary to add that such toleration would ill accord with the theory of the Christian authorship of the poem. 170. Return. That is, both inactive and undecaying. Work implies exertion, and, therefore, loss of energy. In me there is no action, no loss of energy, and therefore, no decay. 171. Return. Karma sankalpa vivajyatas. That is, freed from karma, desire of fruit, and sankalpa, the consequent will or determination to do. Thus both Sridhara and Sankara. 172. Return. Chitta, the mind, and Atma in this connection is the senses. Thus both Sridhara and Sankara. 173. Return. Sacrifice means here the supreme soul. What is done for the sake of sacrifice is done for procuring emancipation. 174. Return. What is meant by this is that in the case of such a person complete identification with Brahma takes place, and when such an identification has taken place, action is destroyed. 175. Return. That is, offering up sacrifice itself as a sacrifice to the Brahma fire, they cast off all action. 176. Return. Offering up the senses to the fire of restraint means restraining the senses for the practice of yoga. Offering up the objects of the senses means non-attachment to those objects. 177. Return. Suspending the functions of life for contemplation or yoga. 178. Return. In these cases the sacrifices consist in the giving away of wealth, in the ascetic austerities themselves, in meditation, in study, etc. Sridhara explains the first compound of the second line differently. According to him, it means not study and knowledge, but the knowledge from study. 179. Return. All these are different kinds of yoga, or the different stages of yoga practice. 180. Return. That is, knowledge being attained, the fruits of action are attained by, at least, their end being compassed. 181. Return. Sankhya is renunciation of action, while yoga is devotion through action. 182. Return. The grammatical form of the word yoga as here employed is exceptional. 183. Return. The first Atman is explained as the soul, the second as the body, by all the commentators. 184. Return. Taking means taking anything with the hands. 185. Return. Water when thrown over a lotus leaf escapes without soaking or drenching the leaf at all. 186. Return. Telang renders Pura as city, of course, the body having 2 eyes, 2 ears, 2 nostrils, 1 mouth, and 2 openings for excretions, is meant. 187. Return. Such men are exempted from the obligation of rebirth. Leaving this body they merge into the Supreme Soul. 188. Return. The word is swapaka, meaning a member of the lowest caste. 189. Return. Brahma is faultless and equable, so Sri Dara and others, since faultless equality is Brahma. 190. Return. The sense is that they are at one with Brahma both here and hereafter. 191. Return. Renouncer and devotees Anasin and Yogin. 192. Return. Which spring from desire. 193. Return. Self in this sloka is explained by the commentators as mind. The mind, unless controlled, cannot lead to devotion. 194. Return. Chitta and Atma are explained by the commentators as mind and body. 195. Return. Fixed on one's own self, that is, withdrawn from all objects of sense. Thus Sankara. 196. Return. Niskayina is explained by Sankara as equivalent to with preserving so steadily. Sri Dara explains it as equal to with the certitude of knowledge acquired by instruction. 197. Return. Mriti Grahitaya Buddha is, as explained by Sankara and others, with understanding controlled by patience. K.T. Telang renders it with firm resolve coupled with courage. 198. Return. That is, I am always visible to him, and he too is always within my sight, and I am always kind to him. 199. Return. That is how its stable existence may be secured, the mind being by nature ever restless. 200. Return. Fallen off from both, that is, from heaven, through work, and absorption into Brahma, through devotion. 201. Return. Without leaving anything, that is, entirely. 202. Return. The divine word, that is, the Vedas. So great is the efficacy of devotion that one merely inquiring of it transcends him who conforms to the rites of the Vedas. 203. Return. Only some one, that is, very few. Few perfection, that is, for knowledge of self. Thus all the commentators. 204. Return. The last word of the first line of this sloka is param, higher, and not aparam with the initial silent owing to the rules of Sandai. Many of the Bengal texts have aparam, not excepting the latest one printed at Calcutta. 205. Return. Karma, which I have rendered desire, is explained by Sri Dara as the wish for an unattained object, and raga as the longing or thirst for more. The second karma is explained as desires of the class of love or lust. 206. Return. Devi is explained by Sankara as divine, by Sri Dara as marvelous. 207. Return. The divine desires are about sons, fame, victory over enemies, etc., regulations, such as fasts etc., their own nature, that is, disposition as dependent on the acts of their past lives. Thus all the commentators. 208. Return. The worshipper obtains his desires, thinking he gets them from the Godhead he worships. It is, however, that gives him those. 209. Return. The divinities being perishable, myself imperishable. What these obtain is perishable. What my worshippers obtain is imperishable. 210. Return. The ignorant, without knowledge of my transcendent essence, take me to be no higher than that what is indicated in my human and other incarnate manifestations. Thus Sri Dara. 211. Return. Adhyatman is explained as all that by which Brahman is to be attained. All actions mean the whole course of duties and practices leading to the knowledge of Brahman. 212. Return. The three words occurring in this sloka and explained in the next section, forming as they do the subject of a question by Arjuna. 213. Return. Bhava is production, and Udbhava is growth or development. Thus Sri Dara. 214. Return. All the doors, that is, the senses, confining the mind within the heart, that is, withdrawing the mind from all external objects. Murdhni is explained by Sri Dara to mean here between the eyebrows. 215. Return. All these regions being destructible and liable to rebirth, those that live there are equally liable to death and rebirth. 216. Return. The meaning, as explained by Sri Dara, is that such persons are said to know all, and not those whose knowledge has bounded by the course of the sun and the moon. 217. Return. In this round of births and deaths, the creatures themselves are not free agents, being all the while subject to the influence of karma, as explained by the commentators. 218. Return. The commentators explain the word fire, the light, day, and sea, as several godheads presiding over particular times. 219. Return. The atmosphere occupies space without affecting it or its nature. So all things are in the Supreme Being without affecting him. 220. Return. My nature, that is, the unmanifest principle or primal essence. 221. Return. Prakriti, which I render nature, is explained by the commentators as karma, the influence of karma or action being universal in setting the form of a particular entity at the time of its creation. 222. Return. This reason, that is, my supervision. 223. Return. Sri Dara says that these are different modes of worship, with reverence and ever devoted grammatically refers to each of the three classes of worshippers indicated. 224. Return. Performing the sacrifice of knowledge, that is, believing Vasudeva to be everything, in many forms, that is, as Brahman, Rudra, etc. 225. Return. Mantra is the sacred verse or verses used for invoking godheads, and for other purposes. 226. Return. Hence they have to come back, explains Sri Dara. 227. Return. Priyatatmanas is explained as Sadachitazya. 228. Return. Imanlokan, this mortal world, Sri Dara says, may mean this form of royal saint that thou hast. This is far-fetched. 229. Return. Telang renders Paramam excellent, Mr. John Davis, all-important. The meaning is referring to the Supreme Soul. 230. Return. Both Sankara and Sri Dara explain Savasas as in every way. That is, as creator, as guide, and see. 231. Return. Praja's offspring, including, as Sankara says, both mobile and immobile, therefore, not mankind alone. 232. Return. Bhavasamanvitas is explained by Sri Dara as full of love, which K.T. Telang accepts. Sankara explains it as imbued with penetration into the knowledge of the supreme object. 233. Return. Tatyam, ever, is connected with what follows and not what precedes. Thus Sri Dara. Mr. Davis connects it with Kathayantas. 234. Return. K. T. Telang renders Buddha Yogama's knowledge, Mr. Davis, as mental devotion and Sankara, devotion by special insight. 235. Return. To know thee fully is impossible. In what particular forms or manifestations, therefore, shall I think of thee? The word bhava in the second line is rendered entities by K.T. Telang, and form of being by Mr. Davis. 236. Return. Vistarasya evidently refers, as explained by all the commentators, to Vibhutinam. It is a question of grammar and not of doctrine that there can be any difference of opinion. Mr. Davis, however, renders it of my greatness. This is inaccurate. 237. Return. The Adityas are the solar deities, 12 in number, corresponding to the 12 months of the year. The Maruts are the wind gods, whose chief is Maruti. 238. Return. The Rudras are a class of destructive gods, 11 in number. The Vasas are an inferior class of deities, 8 in number. The Lord of Treasures is Kuvara. 239. Return. The Japa sacrifice is the sacrifice by meditation which is superior to all sacrifices. 240. Return. Kamadhuk, the wish-giving cow, calls Zorabi. The cause of reproduction, that is, I am not the mere carnal passion, but that passion which procreates or is crowned with fruit. 241. Return. In 28, Vasuki is called the chief of the Sarpas, serpents. In 29, Ananta is spoken of as the chief of the Nagas. The latter are Sarpas as well. Sri Dara says that the distinction lies in the fact of the Nagas being without poison. This is hardly correct. 242. Return. Pavitam may also mean of those that have motion. Rama is Dasaratha's son, the hero of Valmiki's poem. Ganga is called Janavi because she was, after having been drunk up, let out by the ascetic Janu through his knee. 243. Return. Mr. Davis renders Vedas Pravadatam as the speech of those that speak. K.T. Telang renders it the argument of controversialists. 244. Return. A, or rather the sound of A as in full, is the initial letter of the Sanskrit alphabet. Of compounds, the Dvanda, or the copulative compound, is enumerated first. In other respects again, the Dvanda is the best kind of compound for the words forming it are coordinate, without one being dependent on the other or others. 245. Return. The Vrihat Saman is said to be the best, because it leads to emancipation at once. Thus Sankara. The Margashira is the month from the middle of February to the middle of March. Productive of flowers, that is, the spring. 246. Return. Mr. Davis renders the last line of this verse as I have established in continuance all this universe by one part myself. This is both obscure and inaccurate. 247. Return. Adhyatman, that is, the relation between the supreme and the individual soul. This my delusion, that is, about my being the slayer. 248. Return. I am is that which has no decay. Ordinarily, it may be rendered eternal. Telang renders it inexhaustible. Elsewhere I have rendered it as understanding. 249. Return. Ekastham, lit. All in one. That is, collected together. 250. Return. Devam is explained by Sri Dara as Jyotinatmakam, that is, endues with splendour. Mr. Davis renders it resplendent, but Telang renders it deity. 251. Return. Pravbhaktamanakada, divided diversely, is an adjective of Jagat. See Sri Dara. Both Mr. Davis and Telang seem to take it as a predicate in contradistinction to a question. This is scarcely correct. 252. Return. Verse 21 is read differently. For Twam Zorasanga, some texts read Twajurasangas. Then again for Stuvanti in the second line some read Vikshate. 253. Return. Pravritti is explained by both Sankara and Sridhara as chsta, that is, movements or acts. Mr. Davis is, I think, not correct in taking it to mean evolved or developed form. 254. Return. Kalakya is death. Mr. Davis renders it time, following some other translators. Pravrida is not, as Mr. Davis renders it, old or very old, but swelling or fully developed. Then again, Mr. Davis commits a ludicrous blunder in rendering right twam as accept thee. This is one of those idioms at which a foreigner is sure to stumble who has only the lexicons for his guide. What Krishna says is not that all would perish save Arjuna, but that without Arjuna, that is, even if he did not fight, all would perish. 255. Return. Nanam is either refuge or support or abode or receptacle. Mr. Davis incorrectly renders it treasure house. 256. Return. Sankara accepts the reading Gurgarian, Sridhara takes it as Gurgarian. In neither case the difference in meaning is not material. 257. Return. Sankara connects Dhyana with Veda and Yajna. This seems to be right explanation. 258. Return. Atadam is after this, or hereafter on high as Mr. Davis renders it. 259. Return. Although the limitation for fruit does not occur in the text, yet, it is evident, it should be understood. Krishna does not recommend the total abandonment of actions, but abandonment for their fruit. Mr. Davis renders aramba as enterprise. 260. Return. The learned, that is, they that are themselves acquainted with his kshra and what not. As explained by Krishna himself below, kshra is matter, and kshrajna is soul. 261. Return. Dakadosho is explained by both Sankara and Sridhara as Advanda compound. 262. Return. Vivakta is explained by the commentators as Sadhvachita Prasadakara. There can be no doubt, however, that it is in opposition to Janasamsadi following. Hence I render it lonely. 263. Return. The object of the knowledge of truth is the dispelling of ignorance and the acquisition of happiness. 264. Return. Nor having eyes, etc., yet seeing, etc., without attributes, yet having or enjoying all that the attributes give. 265. Return. All modifications, that is, of material forms, all qualities, that is, pleasure, pain, etc. The word rendered nature is prakriti, primal matter, and that rendered spirit is purusha, the active principle. Vikana and Gunan include all material forms and attributes of the soul. 266. Return. Karyakaranakartjatva is explained by both Sankara and Sridhara to mean the capacity of working, residing, in the body and the senses. K.T. Telang adopts this. Mr. Davis in his text has in the activity of the organs of action. In course of his philological notes, however, he gives the correct rendering. Is said to be is explained by Sridhara as referring to Kepler and others. 267. Return. It is the embodied spirit only that can enjoy the qualities of nature. Then again, the kind of connection it has with those qualities settles its birth in good or evil wombs. 268. Return. Mr. Davis misunderstands the grammatical connection of the words in the second line of this verse. K.T. Telang, following Sridhara, says the word should be rendered approver. 269. Return. What is heard, that is, the Sruti saw the sacred doctrines. 270. Return. Destroying self by self is to be deprived of true knowledge. 271. Return. Savitra in the second line is explained by Sridhara as in every body, superior and inferior. Grammatically it may mean also in every part of the body. Such a theory, however, of the seat of the soul would be contrary to all Hindu ideas. 272. Return. Bhuta Prakriti Moksha is explained by both Sankara and Sridhara as moksha or deliverance from the Prakriti, nature, of bhutas or entities. It is true knowledge that effects such deliverance. Mr. Davis renders it deliverance of beings from nature. This is evidently incorrect. Beings is not synonymous with self or soul. 273. Return. Itis is explained by Sridhara as from the fetters of this body. 274. Return. Sridhara makes Mahat an adjective of Yoni, Sankara makes it an adjective of Brahma. K.T. Telang follows Sankara. 275. Return. Happiness and knowledge are attributes of the mind, not of the soul. Hence, when attached to the soul, they are as fetters from which the soul should be freed. 276. Return. Diya Samadbhava is explained by the commentators as having their Samadbhava or Parinama in Diya. It is an instance of the Vahovahe compound. 277. Return. Light, activity, and delusion are the three qualities as indicated by their effects. 278. Return. Pratishta is explained by Sankara as something on which another, here Brahma, stays or rests. Sridhara explains it as Pratama. Telang following Sridhara renders it embodiment. Mr. Davis, as seat. Amritasya and Avyayasya are taken separately by the commentators. 279. Return. Yaswata is the sacred Indian fig tree, here emblematical of the course of worldly life. Its roots are above, those roots are the Supreme Being. Its branches are below, these being the inferior deities. Its leaves are the sacred hymns of the Vedas, that is, as leaves keep the tree alive and even conduce to its fruits, so the Vedas support this tree and lead to salvation. 280. Return. Upwards and downwards, that is, from the highest to the lowest of created things. Enlarged by the qualities, that is, the qualities appearing as the body, the senses, etc. The sprouts are the objects of sense, being attached to the senses themselves as sprouts to branches. The roots extending downwards are the desires for diverse enjoyments. Thus Telang, following the commentators. 281. Return. Joined to the qualities, that is, perceiving objects of sense or experiencing pleasure and pain. 282. Return. Atmani in the first line is in the body as explained by Sridhara and others, in the understanding as explained by Sankara. It seems, however, to be used in the general senses of themselves, without particular reference to either body or understanding. An Akritatman is one whose soul is not made or formed, generally, a person of unsubdued passions. 283. Return. There can be no question that Soma here means the moon and not the Soma juice quaffed in sacrifices, or sap. It is the moon that supports, nourishes all herbs, and numerous passages may be quoted from Hindu sacred literature to show this. Mr. Davis, therefore, clearly is in rendering soma as the savoury juice. 284. Return. The four kinds of food are that which is masticated, that which is sucked, that which is licked, and that which is drunk. 285. Return. Apahinam is loss or removal. It is a well-known word and its application here is very natural. I am memory and knowledge to those that use them for virtuous acts. I am the loss of these faculties to those that engage in unrighteous acts. Mr. Davis erroneously renders it as the power of reason. 286. Return. Kutashva is rendered by K.T. Telang as the unconcerned one, by Mr. Davis as the Lord on high. I incline to the scholiasts who explain it as the uniform or the unchangeable one. 287. Return. Sarvabhavana is explained by Sankara by Savit Machintaya, thinking me to be the soul of everything. Sridhara explains it as Savaprakarina. Why may it not mean with the whole soul or with excess of love? 288. Return. I adopt Sankara's explanation of the last compound of the first line of this sloka. Sridhara explains it differently. 289. Return. Prabriti I render inclination and nivritti as disinclination. The inclination is, as all the commentators explain, towards righteous actions, and the disinclination, consequently, is about all unrighteous actions. K.T. Telang renders these words as action and inaction. Mr. Davis, following the French version of Burnouf, takes them to mean the creation and its end. 290. Return. Sankara seems to connect the genitive jagatas with Achitas. Sridhara connects it, which is natural, with Kshaya, which I accept. 291. Return. That evidently refers to sacrifice, penance, and gift, in the clause before. The commentators, however, suggest that it may, besides, refer to Brahma. I am myself not sure that it does not refer to Brahma. 292. Return. What the author wishes to lay down in these verses is that the words om, tat, and sat have each their respective uses. When used as directed here, such use cures the defects of the respective actions to which they are applied, it being understood that all three denote Brahma. 293. Return. Sannyasa I render renunciation. K.T. Telang does the same. Mr. Davis renders it abstention. Sotyaga I render abandonment. Mr. Davis renders it renunciation. What the two words, however, mean is explained fully in the verses that follow. 294. Return. Both Sankara and Sridhara explained the second line consisting of two propositions, the connecting verb bhavik being understood. 295. Return. I have used when for whatever to make the sentence grammatical. 296. Return. Davis, giving the sense correctly, does not follow the true order of the subject and the predicate. Following lesson, he renders Kusala and Akusala as prosperous and unprosperous. For Medabi K.T. Telang has rendered talented, which has not the sanction of good usage. 297. Return. That is, as Sridhara explains, one who hath renounced the fruit of actions. 298. Return. Gradanti Sankara takes it as an adjective of Sankhya and thinks that the reference is to the Vedanta. Sridhara also seems to be of the same opinion. 299. Return. The substratum is the body. The agent is the person that thinks himself to be the actor. The organs are those of perception, etc. The efforts are the actions of the vital winds, prana, etc. The deities are those that preside over the eye and the other senses. The deities have no place in Kepla's system. Hence, if it is not the Vedanta, some system materially based upon Kepla's and recognizing the interference of the deities, seems to be indicated. Atra is explained by Sridhara as equivalent to among or with these. I think, however, it means, are here, that is, are enumerated here, or, in this connection. 300. Return. Hath no feeling of egoism, that is, doth not regard himself as the doer, sullied, that is, by the taint of desire of fruit. 301. Return. Mr. Davis, I think, is right in rendering Samgras as complement. K.T. Telling renders it as equivalent to in brief. 302. Return. In the enunciation of qualities, that is, in the Sankhya system. 303. Return. Full of affections, that is, for children, etc., as Sridhara. 304. Return. Prakrita, which I have rendered without discernment following Sridhara, may be, as Mr. Davis renders it, but malicious. 305. Return. Mr. Davis makes unswerving an adjective of devotion. This is wrong, for avyabhicharanya, unswerving, is a feminine instrumental, and must qualify dritya. 306. Return. Atmabadi prasadajam. K. T. Telan, following an alternative explanation offered by Sankara, renders it clear knowledge of the self. Mr. Davis renders the serenity of one's own mind. I follow Sridhara. 307. Return. A samsayas is the reading that occurs in every text, and not a samsayam. Mr. Davis, therefore, is incorrect in rendering it doubtless and making it an adverb qualifying come to me. 308. Return. Bhuti is explained by Sridhara as gradulabhivrihi, that is, growth or greatness. Nitya is explained as nyaya or justice. 309. Return. Virayudam is according to Nilakantha, the excellent bow. Yena in verse 8 is equivalent to yatra. 310. Return. What Bhishma says is this: I am bound by the Kauravas and, therefore, I am not a free agent. Obliged I am to battle against you. Yet I am saying, what do you ask of me? As if I could really give you what you might ask. My words, therefore, are without meaning, or vain, like those of a eunuch. Klivavat is explained by Nilakantha as Kataravat. Even in that case, the sense would be the same. 311. Return. The Bengal reading is evidently incorrect. The Bombay text reads Raja for Vakoa. 312. Return. Nilakantha thinks that Vigatakamashkas refers to Drona. The meaning he suggests is tell me with pure heart etc., etc. I think Nilakantha is not right. 313. Return. The sense of the first line is that because I am bound by the Kauravas with their wealth, therefore, I am obliged to make this reservation in the matter of granting thee thy wishes. That reservation really nullifies my promise. 314. Return. Paran is explained by Nilakantha as superior qualifying Rapun. 315. Return. Vritosm is the reading of the Bengal texts, better than Vadhosm of the Bombay edition, and Bristumi of the Burdwan text. Salya was not bound to the Kauravas like Bhishma or Drona or Kripa by pensions, but gratified by the reception granted to him by Duryodhana in secret. He generously agreed to aid the latter even against his own sisters, sons and their stepbrothers. 316. Return. For Puskalan, the Bombay text reads Pushkaran, which means a kind of drum. 317. Return. For Ajan in the Bengal texts, in the first line of the 5th verse, the Bombay text reads Hyas, which I adopt. 318. Return. Mahasamukrave is explained by Nilakantha as Mahasampa. 319. Return. Literally, showing himself in an awful form. 320. Return. Subhadra's son Abhimanyu. 321. Return. These fences were made of iguana skins and cased the hands of the bowman up to a few inches of the elbow joint. 322. Return. Nimitu is explained by Nilakantha as the mark of object aimed at. Drona was the preceptor in arms of almost all the Bharata princes. 323. Return. With two ballas Abhimanyu cut off his adversary's standard, with one of the protectors of his car wheels, and with another, his charioteer. Thus Nilakantha, a Parshan is altogether a different person from a Sarati. Hence Nilakantha is assuredly right. 324. Return. Angarika is the planet Mars, and Sukra that is Venus. 325. Return. Prativandaya was Yudhishthira's son by Draupadi. 326. Return. Maghavat is Indra, the chief of the celestials. 327. Return. The word used in the original is Viparitamlit. Contrary. The sense seems to be that carmen fought on foot, cavalry, soldiers on elephants, warriors on elephants from horseback, and sea. The very character of the forces was altered. 328. Return. That is, though repulsed, these frequently rallied, and occupied the same ground as before. 329. Return. The last half of the 7th with the 8th forms one sentence. It is certainly pleonastic. Ranavaranais of the Bengal texts is preferable to the Bombay reading Varavaranais. Tiranas are the wooden edifices placed on the backs of elephants for the protection and comfort of the riders. These are called in India hordas. 330. Return. Many of the Bengal texts read Avinitus. The correct reading, as in the Bombay text, is Abinitus. Aprabinna is literally in rent, that is with the temporal juice not trickling down. This juice emanates from several parts of the elephant's body when the season of rut comes. To avoid the cumbrous periphrasis, which again would be unintelligible to the European reader, I have given the sense only. 331. Return. For the Bengal reading Mahaprajna, the Bombay text reads Mahaprasas. 332. Return. Rathat and not Rathan is the reading that I adopt. 333. Return. The Bengal reading Navarakshay seems to be better than Mahavirakshay of the Bombay text. 334. Return. Tilaki too is lit. Palmurabanad. Without using such compounds, the brevity of the sentences cannot be maintained. 335. Return. Karshan is Krishna's or Arjuna's son Abhimanyu. Arjuna was sometimes called Krishna. 336. Return. Lagavamargasya is a misreading for Lagavamargascham. Then again Sharpi is incorrect, the correct reading Japam as in the Bombay text. 337. Return. The Bengal reading is Saris Vritushka Sainai Enna. The Bombay reading, which I do not adopt, is Vritast Sava Sainai Enna. 338. Return. 9 slokas and a half, from the second half of the 43rd verse to the 52nd verse, as above, are omitted in the Bengal texts. These, however, occur subsequently in section 46 following. The fact is, the whole of the passage in this section and the 116 verses in the following section, and the first 24 verses in the section 49, are regarded as an interpolation. In those sections of the Udyoga Pavam where the Rathas and the Iteratas, and C, are counted by Bhishma, No mention is made of any warrior of the name of Sweater. The Birdwin pundits omit these passages altogether. I myself believe them to be an interpolation, occurring, however, as it does in both the Bengal and the Bombay texts. I cannot omit in the English version. 339. Return. The Bombay text reads Ye Varnanihutam, which is better. 340. Return. I adopt the Bombay reading of the 22nd verse. 341. Return. Swayam in some of the Bengal texts is a misprint for Kshayam. 342. Return. Chakrapani is Vishnu armed with the discus. 343. Return. Fayatan, which gives no meaning. I read Yodas. The Bengal reading Muktvani Mividarana is better than the Bombay reading Muktam Ripamishu Dharanam. 344. Return. The Bombay reading Jivitam Dustujam is better than the Bengal reading Jivamtidan, if it has any meaning. 345. Return. In the first line of 71st verse, the word is not lag but ilag, the initial being only silent according to the rule of Sandai. Though omitted in the Bengal texts, it occurs in the Bombay edition. 346. Return. Ghoram, Ugram, Mahabharata, are pleonastic. 347. Return. In the first line of 87 Fameswara, meaning Shiva, the Bombay text reads Dainswara, meaning Guvara, the Lord of Treasures. For also Bhimani Patitiya in the second line, the Bombay text reads Bhishma Inapnya. 348. Return. The transgression of which Dhritarashtra alludes is the slaughter by Bhishma from his car, of Sweater, who was then a combatant on foot. Or, it may be the very slaughter of Sweater, who was dear to the Pandavas, and which act would, the king thought, provoke them more. 349. Return. Verses 4 to 7 are exceedingly difficult. I am not sure that I have understood them correctly. They are of the nature of Vyasagatas, that is, deliberate obscurities for puzzling Ganesa, who acted as the scribe, for enabling Vyasa to gain time for compositions. In verse 4 Pitus means uncles and not fathers, so also Digga Dikam in verse 6 means entanglements, like Duryodhana's hostility with the Gandhavas on the occasion of the tale of cattle. In verse 7 of the Bengal reading is Yudhishthira Bhaktya. The Bombay reading which I adopt is Yudhishthira Bhaktas. In 8, the Purushadamas are Sakuni and Karna. And c. 350. Return. As both operations are useless, so are these thy regrets. 351. Return. The sense is that Arjuna representing one force, and Bhishma another, the two forces seem to mingle into one another, like one bolt of heaven against another, as one may say. 352. Return. Oplavas and Alpava both correct. 353. Return. In the first line of the 14th verse Savai's Shana seems to be incorrect. The Bombay text reads Avashna, which I adopt. 354. Return. The correct reading is Vishnu, and not Jishu as in many of the Bengal texts. 355. Return. Indruda is Indra's bow or the rainbow. Akasaga, literally a ranger of the skies, is a bird. The vapory edifices and forms, constantly melting away and reappearing in new shapes, were called Gandharvanagaras, lit. Towns of the Gandharvas or celestial Choyaristas. 356. Return. The Bengal reading is Savayambaraiva Banuna, which I have adopted. The Bombay reading is Maruraiva Banuna, which means like the mountain Maru with Sunday. It is difficult to make a choice between the two. 357. Return. The Bombay text differs in many respects from the Bengal texts as regards the positions assigned to the several warriors and races in the Pandava host. It is impossible to settle the true readings. I have, therefore, without any attempt at correction, followed the Bengal text. 358. Return. The last word of the 28th verse is Rath Shuchar, and not Dejeshuchar, for umbrellas could not possibly be fastened to standards. 359. Return. This identical verse occurs in the first chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, Vaidhi, verse 10, chap. 25, of this Pavan, Anti. The following the commentators, particularly Sridhara, I have rendered a paryaptam and paryaptam as less than sufficient and sufficient. It would seem, however, that is erroneous. 360. Return. For these names, Vaidhi note in Pajanti, Bhishmapava. 361. Return. The 26th verse in the Bengal texts consists of 3 lines. In the Bombay texts, the half sloka about Artayani does not occur. 362. Return. In the first line of the 5th verse, the true reading is Avata and not Amashanam. 363. Return. In the first line of 29, the correct reading is Brishana and not Pratana. 364. Return. Samachkritam or Samathaitam, meaning risen, is scarcely a happy adjective here. 365. Return. Pashan is the wing or side of a car warrior. The last word of this verse is not Satparashachitam but Saparashavritam. 366. Return. Kovdara is the species of ebony called boar in the Avarigata. 367. Return. The Bombay reading Vegavataram is better. Literally, it means capable of imparting a greater impetus. To avoid such periphrasis I render it tougher. 368. Return. The sense is that all these were entirely shrouded by Arjuna's arrows. 369. Return. The true reading is Chamanam and not Vamanam, also Bhumapa and Bhutal. 370. Return. That is about to set. 371. Return. For Satya Thetana the Bombay text reads Satyasana. I follow the Bengal reading. 372. Return. What these were it is difficult to determine. The Bombay reading is different. For Indrajala they read Indrakla, which is as unknown as the other. 373. Return. The Vaitarani is the fabulous river that separates this world from the next. 374. Return. In the first line of the 5th, for Ajna of the Bengal texts the Bombay text reads Gupta. I follow the Bengal reading which is better. 375. Return. In the second line of the 6th, for Sazas Sana the Bombay reading is Sanamagra which is better. I adopt it. 376. Return. I adopt the Bengal reading Vyata and not Vyala. 377. Return. The word Saravarani in the text is rendered by K.P. Singer as quivers. Nilakanthu explains it as coats of mail. There can be no doubt, however, that the Burdwan Pandits render it correctly as shields. 378. Return. In the first line of 19th, the Bengal reading Sakanam is a mistake. The true reading is Saditanam. 379. Return. Salya is called Artayani after the name of his father. 380. Return. These were ksharas, arrows with heads like razors, ksharupras, arrows with horseshoe heads, balas, broad-headed arrows, and angelikas, arrows with crescent-shaped heads. 381. Return. That is The universal destroyer armed with his bow. 382. Return. Gory mace wet with an sea. The original is pleonastic. 383. Return. The Bengal reading Parantapa is a mistake for Kathhanchana. 384. Return. Kimpaka is a species of cucurbitaceous plant. To avoid periphrasis I render it poison. 385. Return. Aklishtakarman literally means one who is not tired with what he does, hence, one who easily achieves the highest feats. When applied to Krishna or any divine personage, it means one who does everything by a fiat of his will, without being dependent on means like ordinary persons. It may also mean one of pure or white deeds. 386. Return. Literally be a perpetuator, son, of Yadu's race. 387. Return. The Bengal reading is Savaya Devas. The Bombay reading is Purvey Devas. 388. Return. The three-stepped Lord Vishnu became Vaman the dwarf for robbing the Azura Valley of his dominions. Disguised in that shape he asked of Valley 3 steps of land. Valley, smiling at the littleness of what was asked, gave it. But when the dwarf expanded his form and covered the heavens and the earth with only 2 steps of his, no space could be found for the 3rd step. Vali was forthwith seized and bound as a promise breaker, and sent to reside in the nether regions. 389. Return. Word of command. 390. Return. That is, really existent among all things. 391. Return. A fabulous aquatic animal resembling an alligator. 392. Return. Formed after the shape of the hawk. 393. Return. The Bengal reading is Yadi Sandhya. The Bombay reading is Pratis Amvarya. I adopt the latter. 394. Return. Literally, made a fierce battle. 395. Return. The Bengal reading Goranamat Jaisa is what I adopt. The Bombay reading Goranamapnitojasam involves the useless hyperbole. Of course, Atitjasa qualifies Danushore in the next line. 396. Return. Candic is lit, not knowing which point of the compass was which. 397. Return. In the second line of 17, the Bombay text incorrectly reads Arjanam for Pandavas. 398. Return. In the first line of 32 the Bengal reading is Mahabhujas. The correct reading seems to be, as in the Bombay text, Mahadvajas. 399. Return. The last half of the second line of 35 in the Bengal text is vicious. I adopt the Bombay reading. 400. Return. The pronoun sa in the first line of 8 refers to Ayodhana. Burdwan pundits erroneously take it as referring to Duryodhana, being misled by the words Kuranamkurtivadhanas. 401. Return. The Bombay reading Sanapuraban, which I adopt, is better than the Bengal reading Sanaswanan, for in connection with Yamadanda immediately preceding the latter would be incongruous, if not unmeaning. 402. Return. An additional verse occurs here in connection with the slaughter of Satyaki's sons, in the Bombay texts. The Bengal texts omit it. 403. Return. Ekayangatas is lit. Intently. 404. Return. Literally, hence his thoughts were so. 405. Return. Sakaimaka is literally needle-mouthed. It is a wedge-like column with a thin or pointed end turned towards the side of the enemy. 406. Return. The Bombay reading, which I adopt, is Visravat in the beginning of the second line. The Bengal reading is Visramvat, meaning from motives of affectionate inquiry. It may also mean from confidence, though not in this connection. 407. Return. The last word of 4 is read differently in the Bengal texts, viz. Wraithhangers, instead of, as in the Bombay edition, Maharathas. 408. Return. Vimana. The nominative singular of Vamanas refers to gang as suitors. The Birdwin pundits wrongly translate it with mind unmoved. I am not aware of any other reading. 409. Return. The last verse is read variously, but the Bombay and the Bengal texts have faults of their own. The first word is Ugranadam, Bengal, and not Ugranagam, Bombay. The Vehuvanarupam, Bombay, is correct, and not Vehuvanarutam, Bengal. The last word of the first line is Samudranamevam, Bombay, and not Samudranavanam, Bengal. 410. Return. Differently read in the Bengal texts, viz. Somadatta with the same davas. 411. Return. The Bengal reading Wraithas in the first line of 6 is a mistake, should be, as in the Bombay text, Tatha. 412. Return. The last word of the first line of 36 is Amitan in the Bengal texts. The Bombay reading is Barmatan. I prefer the Bengal reading. 413. Return. Satyaki was Arjuna's disciple in arms. Vijaya was another name of Arjuna. 414. Return. Divakaram Prapya, lit. Reaching the path of the sun, that is, while coursing through the sky. 415. Return. The meaning seems to be that Salya was pleased in witnessing the skill of his sister's sons, while the twins themselves were pleased in displaying that skill before one who was related to them through their mother. 416. Return. The Birdwin pundits render this verse by carelessly taking Viravat as an adjective of Saram. It qualifies Sahadeva. The reading Viri of it occurs in no text. 417. Return. Lit. This one no longer is, that is, alive. 418. Return. The original is Vaikunthas, a practical, meaning plucking as flowers. 419. Return. These, in Hindu physiology, are the 3 humours of the body always contending for mastery over the vital forces. 420. Return. Bhima had vowed to slay the sons of Dhritarashtra, therefore, Abhimanyu liked not to falsify his uncle's vow by himself slaying any of them. 421. Return. Instead of yat in the beginning of the second line, yada would be better. None of the printed text, however, have yada. 422. Return. In the first line of 50, the Bengal reading is Satam. I prefer the Bombay reading, which is Atyantam. 4. Again, Pariyasya in the beginning of the second line. The Bombay text reads Anvayasa, which is better. 423. Return. The Bombay reading which I adopt is Ajnayamana's Char. The Bengal reading seems to be incorrect. 424. Return. Viprala Papavam is literally force from unreasoning declamation. The Bombay reading is vicious. 425. Return. The meaning seems to be that the arrows shot by Yudhishthira were cut off by Bhishma in numberless distinct sets, taking each set at a time. 426. Return. That is, just before setting. 427. Return. Krishna Saratis, Bombay. The Bengal reading is Vanaradvajas. 428. Return. The true reading, I think, is that of the Bombay text, viz. Namabe. The Bengal reading is Manabe. How can persons challenge each other mentally, although they may single out their antagonists so. 429. Return. Nagas, which may mean both stones and trees. In either case, the comparison would apply. 430. Return. His pledge, viz., that in battle he would slay all the sons of Dhritarashtra. 431. Return. The Bengal reading is Dita's Grada. The Bombay reading is Vach's Gram. I adopt the latter. 432. Return. The last word of this verse in the Bengal text is Sanjaya. In the Bombay text, it is Samyaj. The latter seems to be the true reading, for after Sanjaya in the first line, its repetition in the second is useless. 433. Return. The last word of the fourth verse is Anivatanam. In the Bengal texts it is Sumahatmanam. 434. Return. The last word of the first line of 8 is Vishataza and not, as in the Bengal texts, including the Burdwan edition, Vise Shatas, which would scarcely have any meaning. 435. Return. I have expanded the first line of 13, as a closely literal version would scarcely be intelligent to the general reader. The sense is that the evil consequences that have now overtaken thee arose even then when the beneficial counsels of Vijaya were first rejected. 436. Return. The Bengal reading Dwabhutais is incorrect. It should be, as in the Bombay text, Drabhutais. 437. Return. In the Bengal texts, Tava in the first line is incorrect. It should be Datra, Bombay. 438. Return. Steeds that are described as Nadijas would literally mean those born in rivers. The Punjab, or some other country watered by many rivers, is meant. 439. Return. Literally, in soil belonging to another. The original is Parakstra. 440. Return. Vayuvga samspasam, literally, the contact, of whose dash or collision, resembles that of the wind in force. The meaning, therefore, is that those chargers dashed against hostile division with the fury of the tempest. 441. Return. In the first line of 64, the true reading is Savamamajna, and not Savadamajna. 442. Return. The last word of the second line is variously read. The Bengal reading is Mahadwajas, probably implying Garuda, the prince of birds. I have adopted the Bombay reading. 443. Return. That is, with temporal juice trickling down. 444. Return. The duty consisted in not retreating from the field. 445. Return. That is, the rescue of the king. 446. Return. In the second line of the 15, the Bengal reading Saravashna is incorrect. The Bombay reading Wraith of Vansana is what I follow. 447. Return. The Bengal reading Hayas in the instrumental plural is incorrect. The Bombay text reads Hayas, Nam, plural. This is correct. 448. Return. Literally, divided in twain. 449. Return. Mountains, in Hindu mythology, had wings, till they were shorn of these by Indra with his thunder. Only Menaka, the son of Himravat, saved himself by a timely flight. To this day he conceals himself within the ocean. 450. Return. The Bengal reading of the first line of this verse is vicious. The true reading is Pasastudaradarani. Both Pasa and Deraita should be, as here, in the instrumental plural, and Anish should be in the plural. 451. Return. The correct reading, as settled by the Burdwan pundits, is Hatiro of Yodri's Yanta. Some texts have Hairoa, which is incorrect. 452. Return. Blinded cheeks. The Sanskrit word is mad-danta. Literally rendered, it would be juice blind. This can scarcely be intelligible to the general European reader, hence the long-winded adjectival clause I have used. 453. Return. The first line is evidently pleonastic. Sanskrit, however, being very copious, repetitions can scarcely be marked at the first glance. Literally rendered, the original is juice blind and excited with rage. Juice blind, I have explained elsewhere. 454. Return. The word I random muskets is Nalika. Some time ago the Bharata, a Bengali periodical of Calcutta edited by Babutayendranath Tagore, in a paper on Hindu weapons of warfare from certain quotations from the Ramayana and the Mahabharata, argued that the Nalika must have been some kind of musket vomiting bullets of iron in consequence of some kind of explosive force. The rishis discouraged use of Nalika, declaring them to be barbarous and fit only for kings that would come in the Kali age. 455. Return. Padarakshan lit, those that protected the feet, for any warrior of note. These always stood at the flanks and rear of the warrior they protected. In the case of car warriors these were called chakrakshas, protectors of the wheels. So we have Parshani rakshas and Prashat rakshas, and c. 456. Return. In the first line of the third verse, the Bengal reading is Bayam. The true reading, however, is Kayam. 457. Return. In the second line of 8th, for the Bengal reading, Bakam is a Yodanam, the Bombay reading is Yotikas Iodinam. This is better. The Bengal reading has no meaning. 458. Return. Literally, when its impetuosity is stirred up by the wind. 459. Return. The Bengal reading, which I adopt, is Sajulivavagvan. The Bombay reading is Sajulivadapatis. 460. Return. In the first line of 54, the Bombay reading Bragrahaya is better than the Bengal reading Visrijya. 461. Return. Literally, 100 slayers, supposed to be a kind of rackets. 462. Return. Some of the Bengal texts, in the first line of the 6th, incorrectly read Saran for Sakram. 463. Return. The Bengal reading Atmana, the last word of the verse, seems to be a mistake. The Bombay text gives the right word, which is Amana's genitive. Savitobhadra seems to have been a kind of square array in which the troops faced all the points of the compass. 464. Return. In the Bengal texts, Savdas in the first line is vicious. The true reading seems to be Sakhan, as in the Bombay edition. Then again in Kanjaran, Bengal, the Bombay text reads Pushkaran, which is unquestionably correct. 465. Return. The Bengal reading Vanyanagendra is better than the Bombay reading Gandhanagendra. 466. Return. In Hindu mythology, solar eclipses are caused by Rahu's attempts at swallowing the Sunday. 467. Return. Buddha is Mercury, and Sukra is Venus. 468. Return. Both the Bombay and the Bengal texts repeat Amari's in the second line of 24th. This is certainly erroneous. The Birdwin Pundits read it Tomari's. This is correct. 469. Return. In the second line of 30th, the correct reading is Rathas, Nam, plural, and not Rathan. So in the first line of 31st, the word is Tarangas, Nam, plural, and not Tarangan. 470. Return. Lit. Reached him with shaft set, etc. 471. Return. Both the Bengal and the Bombay printed texts are in fault regarding the word panda purva. The Bombay text makes it a nom, plural. The Bengal text makes it an accusative singular. There can be no doubt that the Burdwin pundits are right in taking it as a vocative. 472. Return. That you know me to be invincible is a fortunate circumstance, for if you had not known this, you would have fought on for days together and thus caused a tremendous destruction of the creatures. By your coming to know, that destruction may be stopped. 473. Return. The adjective veu in the first line of 32 qualifies rathiners in the second line. The last of the verse is a nom, sing, and not a vocative. 474. Return. The Bengal texts read Mahabharata in the second line of the verse. This seems to be vicious. A latter reading would be Mahabharata, the great Azura. The Bombay text reads Rainzuram. I adopt the last. 475. Return. That is, thou art still a woman, though the sex hath been changed. 476. Return. Literally, will not get or obtain you. 477. Return. There can be no doubt that, in the second line of 19 corresponding with the first line of 19 of the Bombay text, Arjuni should be a nominative, and not an accusative. The Bombay reading, therefore, is vicious. The Burdwin pundits also err in taking that word as occurring in the accusative form. 478. Return. I think Yativirata had better be read Yativiritam. It would then mean Bhishma. 479. Return. Both the Bengal and the Bombay texts are confusing here. I follow the text as settled by the Burdwin pundits. If the erudition of the Burdwin pundits be rejected, 28 would read as Virata, at the head of his forces, encountered Jayadratha supported by his own troops, and also Vadha's Kami's heir, O chastiser of foes. This would be evidently wrong. 480. Return. This Suzaman was not the king of the Trigartas but another person who was on the Pandava side. 481. Return. Both the Bengal and the Bombay texts have Raithanika. The correct reading, as settled by the Burdwin pundits, is Gajanika. 482. Return. Both the Bengal and the Bombay texts read Arjunas in the second line of 21. The Burdwin pundits are for correcting it as Arjunam. I do not think the correction happy. 483. Return. In the second line of 35 Satnika, the true reading is Sahanikan. 484. Return. After the 60th verse, 3 lines occur in the Bombay edition as follows, and many elephants, with standards on their backs, were seen to fly away in all directions, and many kshatriyas, O monarch, armed with maces and darts and bows, were seen lying prostrate on the field. 485. Return. The Bengal texts read Ivam etc. The Bombay reading is Samam. I adopt the former reading. Set their hearts upon the region of Brahma, that is, fought on, resolved to win the highest heaven by bravery or death in battle. 486. Return. The Bengal reading of this verse is vicious. In the first line, Lokasya is incorrect and unmeaning, the correct word being Vakyasa. In the second line, again, for Prishtuska Samantatas, the correct reading is Brishariska Samantatas. 487. Return. Brahmadanda literally means a Brahmana's rod, bamboo stick. In consequence of the Brahmana's ascetic power, this thin rod, symbolical of the Brahmana's power of chastisement, is infinitely more powerful than even Indra's bolt. The latter can strike only one, but the former can smite whole countries and entire races from generation to generation. with only his Brahmadan Vasishta baffled all the mighty and celestial weapons of Viswamitra. Ramayana, section 56, Vilikanda. 488, Return. Instead of the Salwas, the Sires, and the Trigatas, the Bombay text reads, the Trigatas depending on King Salwa. I have not, however, met with any Trigatas under Salwa's rule, that race having, at this time, Suzaman for their ruler. 489, Return. Indradwar was a pole, decked with banners, created in honor of Indra. The festival attracted considerable crowds. 490, Return. The second line of 114 in the Bengal text is vicious. I adopt the Bombay reading, which is Kurajazia Tarkatus. Literally rendered, the second line is the destruction of the Kuru king was inferred. 491, Return. By bravery on the field of battle, which, according to the Hindu scriptures, is always thus rewarded. The Mahabharata of Krishna Dwapayana Vyasa. Book 7. Drona Parva. Translated into English prose from the original Sanskrit text. By Kesari Mohan Gang Li. 1883 to 1896. Section I. Dronabhisheka Parva. Having bowed down unto Naran, and unto that most exalted of male beings, viz., Nara, and unto the goddess Saraswati also, must the word Jaya be uttered. Janamjaya said, hearing that his sire Devavrata of unrivaled vigour and sturdiness, and might, energy and prowess, had been slain by Sikandin, the prince of the Panchalas. What, indeed, O regenerate Trishi, did the powerful King Dhritarashtra with eyes bathed in tears do? O illustrious one, his son, Duryodhana, wished for sovereignty after vanquishing those mighty bowmen, viz., the sons of Panda, through Bhishma and Drona and other great cow warriors. Tell me, O thou that hast wealth of asceticism, all that he, of Kuru's race, did after that chief of all bowmen had been slain. Vaisampayana said, hearing that his sire had been slain, King Dhritarashtra of Kuru's race, filled with anxiety and grief, obtained no peace of mind. And while he, of Kuru's race, was thus continually brooding over that sorrow, Gavalgana's son of pure soul once more came to him. Then, O monarch, Dhritarashtra, the son of Ambika, addressed Sanjaya, who had that night come back from the camp to the city called after the elephant, with a heart rendered exceedingly cheerless in consequence of his having heard of Bhishma's fall, and desirous of the victory of his sons. He indulged in these lamentations in great distress. Dhritarashtra said, after having wept for the high-souled Bhishma of terrible prowess, what, O son, did the Kauravas, urged by fate, next do? Indeed, when that high-souled and invincible hero was slain, what did the Kauravas do, sunk as they were in an ocean of grief? Indeed, that swelling and highly efficient host of the high-souled Pandavas would, O Sanjaya, excite the keenest fears of even the three worlds. Tell me, therefore, O Sanjaya, what there assembled kings did after Devavrata, that bull of Kuru's race, had fallen. Sanjaya said, listen, O king, with undivided attention, to me as I recite what thy sons did after Devavrata had been killed in battle. When Bhishma, O monarch, of prowess incapable of being baffled, was slain, thy warriors as also the Pandavas both reflected by themselves on the situation. Reflecting on the duties of the Kshatriya order, they were filled with wonder and joy, but acting according to those duties of their own order, they all bowed to that high-souled warrior. Then those tigers among men contrived for Bhishma of immeasurable prowess a bed with a pillow made of straight shafts. And having made arrangements for Bhishma's protection, they addressed one another in pleasant converse. Then bidding Ganga's son their farewell and walking round him, and looking at one another with eyes red in anger, those Kshatriyas, urged by fate, once more went out against one another for battle. Then by the blare of trumpets and the beat of drums, the divisions of thy army, as also those of the foe, marched out. After the fall of Ganga's son, O king, when the best part of the day had passed away, yielding to the influence of wrath, with hearts afflicted by fate, and disregarding the words, worthy of acceptance, of the high-souled Bhishma, those foremost ones of Bharata's race went out with great speed, armed with weapons. In consequence of thy folly and of thy sons and of the slaughter of Santanu's son, the Kauravas with all the kings seemed to be summoned by death himself. The Kurus, deprived of Devavrata, were filled with great anxiety, and resembled a herd of goats and sheep without a herdsman, in a forest abounding with beasts of prey. Indeed, after the fall of that foremost one of Bharata's race, the Kuru host looked like the firmament divested of stars, or like the sky without the atmosphere, or like the earth with blasted crops, or like an oration disfigured by bad grammar, one, or like the Asura host of old after Vali had been smitten down, or like a beautiful damsel deprived of husband, two, or like a river whose waters have been dried up, or like a roe deprived of her mate and encompassed in the woods by wolves, or like a spacious mountain cave with its lion killed by a Sarabha. 3 Indeed, O chief of the Bharatas, the Bharata host, on the fall of Ganga's son, became like a frail boat on the bosom of the ocean, tossed by a tempest blowing from every side. Exceedingly afflicted by the mighty and heroic Pandavas of sure aim, the Kaurava host, with its steeds, cow warriors and elephants much troubled, became exceedingly distressed, helpless, and panic-stricken. And the frightened kings and the common soldiers, no longer relying upon one another, of that army, deprived of Devavrata, seemed to sink into the nethermost region of the world. Then the Kauravas remembered Karna, who indeed was equal to Devavrata himself. All hearts turned to that foremost of all wielders of arms, that one resembling a guest resplendent with learning and ascetic austerities. And all hearts turned to him, as the heart of a man in distress turneth to a friend capable of relieving that distress. And, O Bharata, the kings then cried out, saying, Karna, Karna, the son of Radha, our friend, the son of Asuta, that one who is ever prepared to lay down his life in battle. Endued with great fame, Karna, with his followers and friends, did not fight for these 10 days. Oh, summon him soon. The mighty armed hero, in the presence of all the Kshatriyas, during the mention of valiant and mighty car warriors, was by Bhishma classed as an Ardharatha, although that bull among men is equal to 2 Maharathas. Even thus was he classed during the counting of Rathas and Atiratas, he that is the foremost of all Rathas and Atiratas, he that is respected by all heroes, he that would venture to fight even with Yama, Gudra, Varuna, and Indra. Through anger caused by this, O king, he had said unto Ganga's son these words, As long as thou livest, O thou of Kuru's race, I will never fight. If thou, however, succeedest in slaying the sons of Bandhu in great battle, I shall, O Kaurava, with Duryodhana's permission, retire into the woods. If, on the other hand, thou, O Bhishma, slain by the Pandavas, attainest to heaven, I shall then, on the single car, slay all of them, whom thou regardest as great cow warriors. Having said this, mighty armed Karna of great fame, with thy son's approval, did not fight for the first 10 days. Bhishma, of great prowess in battle and of immeasurable might, slew, O Bharata, a very large number of warriors belonging to Yudhishthira's army. When, however, that hero of sure aim and great energy was slain, thy sons thought of Karna, like persons desirous of crossing a river thinking of a boat. Thy warriors and thy sons, together with all the kings, cried out, saying, Kana. And they all said, even this is the time for the display of his prowess. Our hearts are turned to that Kana who derived his knowledge of weapons from Jamadani's son, and whose prowess is incapable of being resisted. He, indeed, O king, is competent to save us from great dangers, like Govinda always saving the celestials from great dangers. Vaisampayana continued, and to Sanjaya, who was thus repeatedly applauding Kana, Dhritarashtra, sighing like a snake, said those words. Dhritarashtra said, I understand that the hearts of all of you are turned towards the Kartana's son Kana, and that all of you saw that son of Radha, that hero of the Sutta caste, ever prepared to lay down his life in battle. I hope that hero of prowess incapable of being baffled did not falsify the expectations of Duryodhana and his brothers, all of whom were then afflicted with grief and fear, and desirous of being relieved from their danger. When Bhishma, that refuge of Kauravas, was slain, could Kana, that foremost of bowmen, succeed in filling up the gap caused? Filling up that gap, could Kana fill the foe with fear? Could he also crown with fruit the hopes, entertained by my sons, of victory? Section 2. Sanjaya said, then Adrita's son of the Sutta caste, knowing that Bhishma had been slain, became desirous of rescuing, like the brother, thy son's army from the distress into which it had fallen, and which then resembled a boat sunk in the fathomless ocean. Indeed, O king, having heard that that mighty warrior and foremost of men, that hero of unfading glory, viz., Santanu's son, had been thrown down from his car, that grinder of foes, that foremost of all wielders of bows, viz., Kana, soon came to the field of battle. When the best of car warriors, viz., Bhishma, was slain by the foe, Kana speedily came there, desirous of rescuing the Kuru host, which resembled a boat sunk in the ocean, like a sire desirous of rescuing his children. And Kana, addressing the soldiers, said that Bhishma, who possessed firmness, intelligence, prowess, vigor, truth, self-restraint, and all the virtues of a hero, as also celestial weapons, and humility, and modesty, agreeable speech, and freedom from malice, that ever-grateful Bhishma, that slayer of the foes of Brahmanas, in whom were these attributes as permanently as Lakshmi in the moon. Alas, when that Bhishma, that slayer of hostile heroes, hath received his quietus, I regard all other heroes as already slain. In consequence of the eternal connection of all things with work, nothing exists in this world that is imperishable. When Bhishma of high vows hath been slain, who is there that would take upon himself to say with certitude that tomorrow's sun will rise? When he that was endued with prowess equal to that of the Vasas, he that was born of the energy of the Vasas, when he, that ruler of the earth, hath once more been united with the Vasas, grieve ye, therefore, for your possessions and children, for this earth and the Kurus, and this host. 4. Sanjaya continued, upon the fall of that boon-giving hero of great might, that lord of the world, viz., Santanu's son of great energy, and upon their consequent defeat of the Brattas, Kana, with cheerless heart and eyes filled with tears, began to console the Dhritarashtras. Hearing these words of Radha's son, thy sons, O monarch, and thy troops, began to wail aloud and shed copious tears of grief corresponding with the loudness of those wails. 5. When, however, the dreadful battle once more took place and the Kaurava divisions, urged on by the kings, once more set up loud shouts, that bull among mighty car warriors, viz., Kana, then addressed the great car warriors of the Kaurava army, and said words which caused them great delight. In this transient world everything is continually flitting towards the jaws of death. Thinking of this, I regard everything as ephemeral. When, however, all of you were here, how could Bhishma, that bull among the Kurus, immovable as a hill, be thrown down from his car. When that mighty car warrior, viz., the son of Santanu, hath been overthrown, who even now layeth on the ground like the sun himself dropped from the firmament, the Kuru kings are scarcely competent to bear Dhananjaya, like trees incapable of bearing the mountain wind. I shall, however, now protect, as that Hysled one did, this helpless Kuru host of cheerless mien, whose foremost warriors have already been slain by the foe. Let this burden now devolve on me. I see that this universe is transient, since that foremost of heroes hath been slain in battle. Why shall I then cherish any fear of battle? Coursing, therefore, on the field I shall dispatch those bulls of Kuru's race, viz., the Pandavas, to Yama's abode by means of my straight shafts. Regarding fame as the highest object in the world, I shall slay them in battle, or, slain by the foe, shall sleep on the field. Yudhishthira is possessed of firmness, intelligence, virtue, and might. Vrikadara is equal to 100 elephants in prowess. Arjuna is young and is the son of the chief of the Celestials. The Pandava host, therefore, is not capable of being easily defeated by the very Celestials. That force in which are the twins, each resembling Yama himself, that force in which are Satyaki and the son of Devaki, that force is like the jaws of death. No coward, approaching it, can come back with life. The wise oppose swelling ascetic power with ascetic austerities, so should force be opposed by force. Verily, my mind is firmly fixed upon opposing the foe and protecting my own party. O charioteer, I shall today certainly resist the might of the enemy, and vanquish him by repairing only to the field of battle. I will not tolerate this intestine feud. When the troops are broken, he that cometh, for aiding, in the endeavour to rally is a friend. I shall either achieve this righteous feat worthy of an honest man, or casting off my life shall follow Bhishma. I shall either slay all my foes united together, or slain by them proceed to the regions reserved for heroes. O charioteer, I know that even this is what I should do, when women and children cry for help, or when Duryodhana's prowess sustains a check. Therefore, I shall today conquer the foe. Reckless of my very life in this terrible battle, I shall protect the Kurus and slay their sons of Pandu. Slaying in battle all my foes banded together, I shall bestow, undisputed, sovereignty on Dhritarashtra's son. Let my armor, beautiful, made of gold, bright, and radiant with jewels and gems, be donned, and my headgear, of effulgence equal to that of the sun, and my bows and arrows that resemble fire, poison, or snakes. Let also 16 quivers be tied to my car, at the proper places, and let a number of excellent bows be procured. Let also shafts, and darts, and heavy maces, and my conch, variegated with gold, be got ready. Bring also my variegated, beautiful, and excellent standard, made of gold, possessed of the effulgence of the lotus, and bearing the device of the elephant's girth, cleaning it with a delicate cloth, and decking it with excellent garlands and a network of wires. 6 So charioteer's son, bring me also, with speed, some fleet steeds of the hue of tawny clouds, not lean, and bathed in water sanctified with mantras, and furnished with trappings of bright gold. Bring me also, with speed, an excellent car decked with garlands of gold, adorned gems, bright as the sun or the moon, furnished with every necessary, as also with weapons, and unto which are yoked excellent animals. Bring me also a number of excellent bows of great toughness, and a number of excellent bowstrings capable of smiting the foe, and some quivers, large and full of shafts, and some coats of mail for my body. Bring me also, with speed, O hero, every auspicious article needed for occasions of setting out for battle, such as vessels of brass and gold, full of curds. Let garlands of flowers be brought, and let them be put on their proper limbs of my body. let drums also be beaten for victory. Go, O charioteer, quickly to the spot where the diadem-decked Arjuna, and Vrikadara, and Dharma's son, Yudhishthira, and the twins, are. Encountering them in battle, either I shall slay them, or, being slain by them, my foes, I shall follow Bhishma, Arjuna, and Vasudeva, and Satyaki, and the Srinjayas. That force, I think, is incapable of being conquered by the kings. If all-destroying Death himself with unremitting vigilance were to protect Kirutin, still shall I slay him, encountering him in battle, or repair myself to Yama's abode by Bhishma's track. Verily, I say, that I will repair into the midst of those heroes, those kings, that are my allies and not provokers of intestine feuds, or of weak attachment to me, or of unrighteous souls. Sanjaya continued, riding on an excellent and costly car of great strength, with an excellent pole, decked with gold, auspicious, furnished with a standard, and unto which were yoked excellent steeds that were fleet as the wind. Kanna proceeded to battle for victory. Worshipped by the foremost of Kurupa warriors like Indra by the celestials, that high suit and fierce bowman, endued with immeasurable energy like the sun himself, upon his car decked with gold and jewels and gems, furnished with an excellent standard, unto which were yoked excellent steeds, and whose rattle resembled the roll of the clouds, proceeded, accompanied by a large force, to that field of battle where that bull of Bharata's race, Bhishma, had paid his debt to nature. Of beautiful person, and endued with the splendor of fire, that great bowman and mighty car warrior, viz., the son of Adrata, then mounted on his own beautiful car possessed of the effulgence of fire, and shone like the Lord of the Celestials himself riding on his celestial car. Section 3. Sanjaya said, beholding the grandsire, viz., the venerable Bhishma, that destroyer of all the Kshatriyas, that hero of righteous soul and immeasurable energy, that great bowman thrown down from his car by Savyasasyan with his celestial weapons, lying on a bed of arrows, and looking like the vast ocean dried up by mighty winds. The hope of thy sons for victory had disappeared along with their coats of mail and peace of mind. Beholding him who was always an island unto persons sinking in the fathomless ocean in their endeavors to cross it, beholding that hero covered with arrows that had coursed in a stream as continuous as that of Yamuna, that hero who looked like Menaka of unbearable energy thrown down on the earth by the great Indra, that warrior lying prostrate on the earth like the sun dropped down from the firmament, that one who looked like the inconceivable Indra himself after his defeat of old by Vritra, that depriver of all warriors of their senses, that foremost of all combatants, that signal of all bowmen, beholding that hero and bull among men, viz., Vaisaya Bhishma of high vows, that grandsire of the Bharatas thrown down in battle and lying covered with Arjuna's shafts, on a hero's bed. Adrata's son, Karna, alighted from his car, in great affliction, filled with grief, and almost senseless. Afflicted, with sorrow, and with eyes troubled with tears, he proceeded on foot. Saluting him with joined palms, and addressing him reverentially, he said, I am Karna. Blessed be thou. Speak to me, O Bharata, in sacred and auspicious words, and look at me, opening thy eyes. No man certainly enjoyeth in this world the fruits of his pious deeds, since thou, reverend in years and devoted to virtue, list slain on the ground. O thou that art the foremost one amongst the Kurus, I do not see that there is any one else among them who is competent, like thee, in filling the treasury, in councils, in the matter of disposing the troops in battle array, and in the use of weapons. Alas, he that was endued with the righteous understanding, he that always protected the Kurus from every danger, alas, he, having slain numberless warriors, proceedeth to the region of the Pitris. From this day, O chief of the Bharatas, the Pandavas, excited with wrath, will slaughter the Kauravas like tigers slaying deer. Today the Kauravas, acquainted with the force of Gandiva's twang, will regard save the Arsashin, like the Asuras regarding the wielder of the thunderbolt, with terror. Today the noise, resembling that of heaven's thunder, of the arrows shot from Gandiva, will inspire the Kauravas and other kings with great terror. Today, O hero, like a raging conflagration of fierce flames consuming a forest, the shafts of Iritin will consume the Tarashtras. In those parts of the forest through which fire and wind march together, they burn all plants and creepers and trees. Without doubt, Partha is even like a surging fire, and, without doubt, O tiger among men, Krishna is like the wind. Hearing the blare of Panchajanya and the twang of Gandiva, all the Kaurava troops, O Bharata, will be filled with fear. O hero, without thee, the kings will never be able to bear the rattle of the eight-bannered car belonging to that grinder of foes, when he will advance upon them. Who amongst the kings, save thyself, is competent to battle with that Arjuna whose feats, as described by the wise, are all superhuman? Superhuman was the battle that he fought with the high-souled Mahadeva of 3 eyes. From him he obtained a boon that is unattainable by persons of unsanctified souls. Delighted in battle, that son of Pandu is protected by Madhava. Who is there that is competent to vanquish him who could not be vanquished by thee before, although thou, endued with great energy, hast vanquished Rama himself in battle, that fierce destroyer of the Kshatriya race, worshipped, besides, by the gods and the Danavas? Incapable of putting up with that son of Pandu, that foremost of heroes in battle, even I, with thy permission, am competent to slay, with the force of my weapons, that brave and fierce warrior who resembleth a snake of virulent poison and who slayeth his foes with his glances alone. Apostrophe. Section 4. Sanjaya said, and to him who was talking thus, the aged Kuru grandsire with a cheerful heart, said these words adapted to both time and place, like the ocean unto rivers, like the sun unto all luminous bodies, like the righteous unto truth, like a fertile soil unto seeds, like a clouds unto all creatures, be thou the refuge of thy relatives and friends. Like the celestials upon him of 1,000 dyes, let thy kinsmen depend on thee. Be thou the humiliator of thy foes, and the enhancer of the joys of thy friends. Be thou unto the Kauravas as Vishnu unto the dwellers of heaven. Desirous of doing what was agreeable to Dhritarashtra's son, thou didst with the might and prowess of own arms, O Kana, vanquish the Kamvojas, having proceeded to Rajpura. Many kings, amongst whom Nagnajit was the foremost, while staying in Girivra, as also the Imvashthas, the Vidas, and the Gandharvas, were all vanquished by thee. The Kairatas, fierce in battle, dwelling in the fastness of Himravat, were formerly, O Kana, made by thee to own Duryodhana's sway. And so also, the Utpalas, the Meklas, the Paundras, the Kalingas, the Andhras, the Nishadas, the Trigartas, and the Valakas, were all vanquished by thee, O Kana, in battle. In many other countries, O Kana, impelled by the desire of doing good to Duryodhana, thou didst, O hero, vanquish many races and kings of great energy. Like Duryodhana, O child, with his kinsmen, and relatives, and friends, be thou also the refuge of all the Kauravas. In auspicious words I command thee, go and fight with the enemy. Lead the Kauravas in battle, and give victory unto Duryodhana. Thou art to us our grandson even as Duryodhana is. According to the ordinance, all of us also are as much thine as Duryodhana !s! 7 The wise, O foremost of men, say that the companionship of the righteous with the righteous is a superior relationship to that born of the same womb. Without falsifying, therefore, thy relationship with Kauravas, protect thou the Kaurava host like Duryodhana, regarding it as thy own. Hearing these words of his, Vikatana's son Karna, reverentially saluting Bhishma's feet, bade him farewell, and came to that spot where all the Kaurava bowmen were. Viewing that wide and unparalleled encampment of the vast host, he began to cherish, by words of encouragement, those well-armed and broad-chested warriors. And all the Kauravas headed by Duryodhana were filled with joy. And beholding the mighty armed and high-souled Karna come to the field and station himself at the head of the whole army for battle, the Kauravas received him with loud shouts and slapping of armpits and leonine roars and twang of bows and divers other kinds of noise. Section V. Sanjaya said, beholding that tiger among men, viz. Karna, mounted on his car, Duryodhana, O king, filled with joy, said these words, this host, protected by thee, hath now, I think, got a proper leader. Let that, however, be settled now which is proper and within our power. Karna said, tell us thyself, O tiger among men, for thou art the wisest of kings. Another can never see so well what should be done as one seeth it whose concern it is. Those kings are all desirous of listening to what thou mayst have to say. I am sure that no improper words will be uttered by thee. Duryodhana said, Bhishma was our commander, possessed, as he was, of years, prowess, and learning, and supported by all our warriors. That high-souled one, O Karna, achieving great glory and slaying large numbers of my enemies, protected us by fair fight for 10 days. He achieved the most difficult of feats. But now that he is about to ascend to heaven, whom, O Karna, dost thou think fit to our commander after him? Without a leader, an army cannot stay in battle for even a short while. Thou art foremost in battle, like a boat without a helmsman in the waters. Indeed, as a boat without a helmsman, or a car without a driver, would go anywhere, so would the plight be of a host that is without a leader. Like a merchant who falleth into every kind of distress when he is unacquainted with the ways of the country he visits, an army that is without a leader is exposed to every kind of distress. Look thou, therefore, among all the high-souled warriors of our army, and find out a proper leader who may succeed the son of Santanu. Him whom thou wouldest regard as a fit leader in battle, him, all of us, without doubt, will together make our leader. Karna said, all these foremost of men are high-souled persons. Every one of them deserveth to be our leader. There is no need of any minute examination. All of them are conversant with noble genealogies and with the art of smiting. All of them are endued with prowess and intelligence. All of them are attentive and acquainted with the scriptures, possessed of wisdom, and unretreating from battle. At all, however, cannot be leaders at the same time. Only one should be selected as leader, in whom are special merits. All of these regard one another as equals. If one amongst them, therefore, be honoured, others will be dissatisfied, and, it is evident, will no longer fight for thee from a desire of benefiting thee. This one, however, is the preceptor, in arms, of all these warriors, is venerable in years, and worthy of respect. Therefore, Drona, this foremost of all wielders of weapons, should be made the leader. Who is there worthy of becoming a leader, when the invincible Drona, that foremost of persons conversant with Brahma, is here, that one who is equal to Sukha himself? Amongst all the kings in thy army, O Bharata, there is not a single warrior who will not follow Drona when the latter goeth to battle. 9. This Drona is the foremost of all leaders of forces, the foremost of all wielders of weapons, and the foremost of all intelligent persons. He is, besides, O king, thy preceptor, in arms. Therefore, O Duryodhana, make this one the leader of thy forces without delay, as the Celestials made Kartikeya their leader in battle for vanquishing the Asuras. Section V. Sanjaya said, Hearing these words of Karna, King Duryodhana then said this unto Drona, who was staying in the midst of the troops. Duryodhana said, for the superiority of the order of thy birth, for the nobility of thy parentage, for thy learning, years and intelligence, for also thy prowess, skill, invincibility, knowledge of worldly matters, policy, and self-conquest, by reason also of thy ascetic austerities and thy gratitude, superior as thou art as regards every virtue, among these kings. There is none who can make so good a leader as thou. Protect thou, therefore, ourselves, like Vasava protecting the celestials. Having thee for our leader, we desire, O best of Brahmanas, to vanquish our foes. As Kapli amongst the Rudras, Pavaka among the Vasas, Kuvra among the Yakshas, Vasava among the Maruts, Vasishtu among Brahmanas, the sun amongst luminous bodies, Yama among the Pitras, Varuna among aquatic creatures, as the moon among the stars, and Usanas among the sons of Dati, so art thou the foremost of all leaders of forces. Be thou, therefore, our leader. O sinless one, let these 10 and 1 Akshoinis of troops be obedient to thy word of command. Disposing these troops in battle array, slay thou our foes, like Indra slaying the Danavas. Proceed, thou art the head of us all, like Pavaka's son, Kartikya, at the head of the celestial forces. We will follow thee to battle, like bulls following a bovine leader. A fierce and great bowman as thou art, beholding thee stretching the bow at our head, Arjuna will not strike. Without doubt, O tiger among men, if thou becomest our leader, I will vanquish Yudhishthira with all his followers and relatives in battle. Sanjaya continued, after Duryodhana had uttered these words, the kings, in the core of the army, all cried victory to Drona. And they delighted thy son by uttering a loud leonine shout. And the troops, filled with joy, and with Duryodhana at the head, desirous of winning great renown, began to glorify that best of Brahmanas. Then, O king, Drona addressed Duryodhana in those words. Section 7. Drona said, I know the Vedas with their 6 branches. I know also the science of human affairs. I am acquainted also with the saber weapon, and diverse other species of weapons, endeavouring to actually display all those virtues which ye, desirous of victory, have attributed to me. I will fight with the Pandavas. I will not, however, O king, be able to slay their son of Prishata. O bull among men, he hath been created for my slaughter. I will fight with the Pandavas, and slay their Somakas. As regards the Pandavas, they will not fight with me with cheerful hearts. Sanjaya continued, thus permitted by Drona, thy son, O king, then made him the commander of his forces according to the rites prescribed in the ordinance. And the kings, in the core of the army, headed by Duryodhana, performed the investiture of Drona in the command of the forces, like the celestials headed by India in days of your performing the investiture of Skanda. After Drona's installation in the command, the joy of the army expressed itself by the sound of drums and the loud blare of conchs. Then, with cries such as greet the ears on a festive day, with auspicious invocations by Brahmanas gratified with cries of Jaya uttered by foremost of Brahmanas, and with the dance of mimes, Drona was duly honoured. And Kaura the warriors regarded the Pandavas as already vanquished. Sanjaya continued, then that mighty Car warrior, viz., Viradwa the son, having obtained the command, arrayed the troops in order of battle, and went out with thy sons from desire of fighting the foe. And the ruler of the Centres, and the chief of the Kalingas, and thy son Vikarna, clad in mail, took up their position on the right wing of Drona. And Sakuni, accompanied by many foremost of horsemen battling with bright lances and belonging to the Gandhara tribe, proceeded, acting as their support. And Gripa, and Gritavarman, and Chitrasana, and Vivansati headed by Dasasana, strove vigorously for protecting the left wing, and the Kamvojas, headed by Sudakshina, and Sakas, and the Yavanas, with steeds of great fleetness, proceeded, as the latter's support. And the Madras, the Trigartas, the Amvasthas, the Westerners, the Northerners, the Malavas, the Surasnas, the Sudras, the Maladas, the Sauviras, the Kaitavas, the Easterners, and Southerners, placing thy son, Duryodhana, and the Suta's son, Karna, at the head, forming the rearguard, gladdened warriors of their own army, added to the strength of the advancing force. Vikatana's son Karna proceeded at the head of the bowmen. 10 And his blazing and large and tall standard, bearing the device of the elephant's rope, shone with an effulgence like that of the sun, gladdening his own divisions. Beholding Karna, none regarded the calamity caused by Bhishma's death. And the kings, along with the Kuras, all became freed from grief. And large numbers of warriors, banded together, said unto one another, beholding Karna on the field, the Pandavas will never be able to stand in battle. Indeed, Karna is quite competent to vanquish in battle the very gods, with Vasava at their head. What need be said, therefore, for the sons of Pandu, who are destitute of energy and prowess? The mighty armed Bhishma spared the Pathas in battle. Karna, however, will slay them in the fight with his keen shafts. Speaking unto one another thus, and filled with joy, they proceeded, applauding and worshipping the son of Radha. As regards their army, it was arrayed by Drona in the form of a Sakata vehicle, while the array of our illustrious foes, O king, was in the form of a Krauncha crane, as disposed, O Bharata, by King Yudhishthira the just, in great cheerfulness. At the head of their array were those two foremost of persons, viz., Vishnu and Ananjaya, with their banners set up, bearing the device of the ape. The hump of the whole army and the refuge of all bowmen, that banner of Patha, endued with immeasurable energy, as it floated in the sky, seemed to illumine the entire host of the high Yudhishthira. The banner of Patha, possessed of great intelligence, seemed to resemble the blazing sun that riseth at the end of the Yuga for consuming the world. Amongst bowmen, Arjuna is the foremost, amongst bows, Gandiva is the foremost, amongst creatures Vasudeva is the first, and amongst all kinds of discs, Sudarsana is the first. Bearing these four embodiments of energy, that car unto which were yoked white steeds shook up its position in the front of the hostile army, like the fierce discus upraised, for striking. Thus did those two foremost of men stand at the very head of their respective forces, viz., Karna at the head of thy army, and Dhananjaya at the head of the hostile one, both excited with wrath, and each desirous of slaying the other. Karna and Arjuna looked at each other in that battle. Then when that mighty car warrior, viz., Bharadwaja's son, proceeded to battle with great speed, the earth seemed to tremble with loud sounds of wailing. Then the thick dust, raised by the wind resembling a canopy of tawny silk, enveloped the sky and the sun. And though the firmament was cloudless, yet a shower fell of pieces of flesh, bones, and blood. And vultures and hawks and cranes and cankers, and crows in thousands, began continually to fall upon their Kaurava troops. And jackals yelled aloud, and many fierce and terrible birds repeatedly wheeled to the left of thy army, from desire of eating flesh and drinking blood. 11 And many blazing meteors, illuminating the sky, and covering large areas with their tails, fell on the field with loud sound and trembling motion. And the wide disk of the sun, O monarch, seemed to emit flashes of lightning with thundering noise, when commander of the Kaurava army set out. These and many other portents, fierce and indicating a destruction of heroes, were seen during the battle. Then commenced the encounter between the troops of the Kuras and the Pandavas, desirous of slaying each other. And so loud was the din that it seemed to fill the whole earth. And the Pandavas and the Kauravas, enraged with each other and skilled in smiting, began to strike each other with sharp weapons, from desire of victory. Then that great bowman of blazing effulgence rushed towards the troops of the Pandavas with great impetuosity, scattering hundreds of sharp arrows. Then the Pandavas and the Srinjayas, beholding Drona rush towards them, received him, O king, with showers upon showers, indistinct sets of arrows. Agitated and broken by Drona, the large host of the Pandavas and the Panchalas broke like rows of cranes by force of the wind. Invoking into existence many celestial weapons in that battle, Drona, within a very short time, afflicted the Pandavas and the Srinjayas. Slaughtered by Drona, like Danavas by Vasava, the Panchalas, headed by Drishthadima, trembled in that battle. Then that mighty Car warrior, viz. Yajnasana's son, Drishthadima, that hero acquainted with celestial weapons, broke, with his arrowy showers, the division of Drona in many places. And the mighty son of Prishata, baffling with his own arrowy showers the showers of arrows shot by Drona, caused a great slaughter among the Kuras. The mighty armed Drona then, rallying his men in battle and gathering them together, rushed towards the son of Prishata. He then shot at Prishata's son a thick shower of arrows, like Maghavat excited with rage, showering his arrows with great force upon the Danavas. Then the Pandavas and the Srinjayas, shaken by Drona with his shafts, repeatedly broke like a herd of inferior animals attacked by a lion. And the mighty Drona coursed through the Pandava force like a circle of fire. All this, O king, seemed highly wonderful. Mounted on his own excellent car, which, then, resembled a city coursing through the skies, which was furnished with every necessary article according to military science, whose banner floated on the air, whose rattle resounded through the field, whose steeds were well urged, and the staff of whose standard was bright as crystal. Drona struck terror into the hearts of the enemy and caused a great slaughter among them. Section 8. Sanjaya said, beholding Drona thus slaying steeds and drivers and car warriors and elephants, the Pandavas, without being troubled, encompassed him on all sides. Then King Yudhishthira, addressing Drishthadima and Dhananjaya, said unto them, Let the pot-born Drona be checked, our men surrounding him on all sides with care. Thus addressed those mighty car warriors, viz. Arjuna and Prishata's son, along with their followers, all received Drona as the latter came. And the Kakaya princes, and Bhimasena, and Subhadra's son, and Ghatotkach and Yudhishthira, and the twins, Nakula and Sahadeva, and the ruler of the Matsyas, and the son of Drupada, and their 5 sons of Draupadi, all filled with joy, and Drishtaketu, and Satyaki, and the wrathful Chitrasena, and the mighty car warrior, Uatsu, and many other kings, O monarch, who followed the sons of Pandu, all achieved diverse feats in keeping with their lineage and prowess. Beholding then that host protected in that battle by those Pandava warriors, Viradwa's son, turning his eyes in wrath, cast his looks upon it. Inflamed with rage, that warrior, invincible in battle, consumed, as he stood upon his car, the Pandava host like the tempest destroying vast masses of clouds. Rushing on all sides at car warriors and steeds and foot soldiers and elephants, Drona furiously careered over the field like a young man, though bearing the weight of years. His red steeds, fleet as the wind, and of excellent breed, covered with blood, O king, assumed a beautiful appearance. Beholding that hero of regulated vows, felling them like Yama himself inflamed with wrath, the soldiers of Yudhishthira fled away on all sides. And as some fled away and others rallied, as some looked at him and others stayed on the field, the noise they made was fierce and terrible. And that noise causing delight to heroes and enhancing the fears of the timid, filled the whole sky and the earth. And once more Drona, uttering his own name in battle, made himself exceedingly fierce, scattering hundreds of arrows among the foes. Indeed, the mighty Drona, though old, yet acting like a young man, careered like death himself, O sire, amid the divisions of Pandu's son. That fierce warrior, cutting off heads and arms decked with ornaments, made the terraces of many cars empty and uttered leonine roars. And in consequence of those joyous shouts of his, as also of the force of his shafts, the warriors, O Lord, of the hostile army, trembled like a herd of cows afflicted by cold. And in consequence of the rattle of his car and the stretching of his bowstring and the twang of his bow, the whole welkin resounded with a loud noise. And the shaft of that hero, coursing in thousands from his bow, and enveloping all the points of the compass, fell upon the elephants and steeds and cars and foot soldiers of the enemy. Then the Panchalas and the Pandavas boldly approached Drona, who, armed with his bow of great force, resembled a fire having weapons for its flames. Then with the elephants and foot soldiers and steeds he began to dispatch them unto the abode of the armor. And Drona made the earth miry with blood, scattering his mighty weapons and shooting his shafts thick on every side. Drona soon so covered all the points of the compass, that nothing could be seen except his showers of arrows. And among foot soldiers and cars and steeds and elephants nothing could be seen save Drona's arrows. The standard of his car was all that could be seen, moving like flashes of lightning amid the cars. 12 Of soul incapable of being depressed, Drona then, armed with bow and arrows, afflicted the 5 princes of Kikaya and the ruler of the Panchalas, and then rushed against the division of Yudhishthira. Then Bhimasena and Dhananjaya and the grandson of Sani, and the sons of Drupada, and the ruler of Kazi, viz., the son of Savia, and Sivi himself, chiefly and with loud roars covered him with their arrows. Shafts in thousands, decked with wings of gold, shot from Drona's bow, piercing through the bodies of the elephants and the young horses of those warriors, entered the earth, their feathers dyed with blood. The field of battle, strewn with cars and the prostrate forms of large bands of warriors, and of elephants and steeds mangled with shafts, looked like the welkin covered with masses of black clouds. Then Drona, desirous of the prosperity of thy sons, having thus crushed the divisions of Satyaki, and Bhima, and Ananjaya and Subhadra's son and Drupada, and the ruler of the Kazi, and having ground many other heroes in battle, indeed, that high-souled warrior, having achieved these and many other feats, and having, O chief of the Kuras, scorched the world like the sun himself as he rises at the end of the Yuga, proceeded hence, O monarch, to heaven. That hero possessed of golden car, that grinder of hostile hosts, having achieved mighty feats and slain in thousands the warriors of the Pandava host in battle, hath at last been himself slain by Drishthadhyumna, having, in fact, slain more than 2 Akshawinis of brave and unreturning warriors. That hero endued with intelligence, at last, attained to the highest state. Indeed, O king, having achieved the most difficult feats, he hath, at last, been slain by the Pandavas and the Panchalas of cruel deeds. When the preceptor was slain in battle, there arose in the welkin, O monarch, a loud uproar of all creatures, as also of all the troops, resounding through heaven and earth and the intermediate space and through the cardinal and the subsidiary directions. The loud cry O fie! Of creatures was heard, and the gods, the Pitris, and they that were his friends, all beheld that mighty car warrior, viz., the son of Bharadwaja, thus slain. The Pandavas, having won the victory, uttered leonine shouts, and the earth trembled with those loud shouts of theirs. Section 9. Dhritarashtra said, How did the Pandavas and the Saranjayas slay Drona in battle? Drona, who was so accomplished in weapons amongst all wielders of arms, did his car break, in course of the fight? Did his bow break while he was striking the foe? Or was Drona careless at the time when he met with his death blow? How, indeed, O child, could Prashata's son, viz. Drishthadhyumna, the prince of the Panchalas, slay that hero incapable of being humiliated by enemies, who scattered thick showers of shafts furnished with wings of gold, and who was endued with great lightness of hand, that foremost of Brahmanas, who was accomplished in everything, acquainted with all modes of warfare, capable of shooting his shafts to a great distance, and self-restrained, who was possessed of great skill in the use of weapons and armed with celestial weapons, that mighty warrior, of unfading glory, who was always careful, and who achieved the fiercest feats in battle. It is plain, it seems to me, that destiny is superior to exertion, since even brave Drona hath been slain by the high-souled son of Brishata, that hero in whom were the 4 kinds of weapons. Alas, thou sayest that Drona, that preceptor in bowmanship, is slain. Hearing of the slaughter of that hero who used to ride his bright car covered with tiger skins and adorned with pure gold, I cannot drive away my grief. Without doubt, O Sanjaya, no one dies of grief caused by another's calamity, since, wretch that I am yet alive although I have heard of Drona's death. Destiny I regard to be all-powerful, exertion is fruitless. Surely, my heart, hard as it is made of adamant, since it breaketh not into 100 pieces, although I have heard of Drona's death. He who was waited upon by Brahmanas and princes desirous of instruction in the Vedas and divination and bowmanship, alas, how could he be taken away by death? I cannot brook the overthrow of Drona, which is even like the drying up of the ocean, or the removal of Mru from its site, or the fall of the Run from the firmament. He was a restrainer of the wicked and a protector of the righteous. That scorcher of foes who hath given up his life for the wretched Duryodhana, upon whose prowess rested that hope of victory which my wicked sons entertained, who was equal to Vrihaspati or Usanas himself in intelligence, alas, how was he slain? His large steeds of red hue, covered with a net of gold, fleet as the wind and incapable of being struck with any weapon in battle, endued with great strength, neighing cheerfully, well-trained and of the Sindhu breed, yoked unto his car and drawing the vehicle excellently, always preserving in the midst of battle, did they become weak and faint? Coolly bearing in battle the roar of elephants, while those huge creatures trumpeted at the blare of conchs and the beat of drums, unmoved by the twang of bows and showers of arrows and other weapons, foreboding the defeat of foes by their very appearance, never drawing long breaths, in consequence of toil, above all fatigue and pain, how were those fleet steeds that drew the car of Bharadwaja's son soon overpowered? Even such were the steeds yoked unto his golden car. Even such were the steeds yoked thereto by that foremost of human heroes, mounted on his own excellent car decked with pure gold. Why, O son, could he not cross the sea of the Pandava army? What feats were achieved in battle by Bharadwaja's son, that warrior who always drew tears from other heroes, and upon whose knowledge of weapons all the bowmen of the world rely, firmly adhering to truth, and endued with great might. What, indeed, did Drona do in battle? Who were those warriors that encountered that achiever of fierce deeds, that foremost of all wielders of the bow, that first of heroes, who resembled Sakra himself in heaven? Did the Pandava fly away beholding him of the golden car and of mighty strength who invoked into existence celestial weapons? Or did King Yudhishthira the Just, with his younger brothers, and having the prince of Panchala, Drishthadhyumna, for his binding cord, 13 attack Drona, surrounding him with his troops on all sides? Verily, Partha must have, with his straight shafts, checked all the other car warriors, and then Prashata's son of sinful deeds must have surrounded Drona. I do not see any other warrior, save the fierce Drishtadyumna protected by Arjuna, who could have compassed the death of that mighty hero. It seems that when those heroes, viz., the Kikayas, the Chedis, the Kaurushas, the Matsyas, and the other kings, surrounding the preceptor, pressed him exceedingly like ants pressing upon the snake, while he was engaged in some difficult feat, the wretched Drishtadyumna must have slain him then. This is what I think. He who, having studied the 4 Vedas with their branches and the histories forming the 5th Veda, became the refuge of the Brahmanas, as the ocean is of rivers, that scorcher of foes, who lived both as a Brahmana and as a Kshatriya. Alas, how could that Brahmana, reverend in years, meet with his end at the edge of a weapon? Of a proud spirit, he was yet often humiliated and had to suffer pain on my account. However undeserving of it, he yet attained at the hands of Kunti's son the fruit of his own conduct. 14 He, upon whose feats depend all wielders of bows in the world, alas, how could that hero, firmly adhering to truth and possessed of great skill, be slain by persons desirous of affluence? Foremost in the world like Sakra himself in heaven, of great might and great energy, alas, how could he be slain by the Pathas, like the whale by the smaller fish? He, from whose presence no warrior desirous of victory could ever escape with life, he whom, while alive, these 2 sounds never left, viz., the sound of the Vedas by those desirous of Vedic law, and the twang of bows caused by those desirous of skill in bowmanship, he who was never cheerless, alas, that tiger among men, that hero endued with prosperity and never vanquished in battle, that warrior of prowess equal to that of the lion or the elephant, hath been slain. Verily, I cannot bear the idea of his death. How could Prishata's son, in the sight of the foremost of men, slay in battle that invincible warrior whose might was never humiliated and whose fame was never tarnished? Who were they that fought in Drona's van, protecting him, standing by his side? Who proceeded in his rear and obtained that end which is so difficult of attainment? Who were those high-souled warriors that protected the right and the left wheels of Drona? Who were in the van of that hero while he struggled in battle? Who were they that, reckless of their lives on that occasion, met with death which stood face to face with them? Who were those heroes that went in the last journey in Drona's battle? Did any of those Kshatriyas that were assigned for Drona's protection, proving false, abandon that hero in battle? Was he slain by the foe after such desertion and while alone? Drona would never, from fear, show his back in battle, however great the danger. How then was he slain by the foe? Even in great distress, O Sanjaya, an illustrious person should do this, viz., put forth his prowess according to the measure of his might. All this was in Drona. O child, I am losing my senses. Let this discourse be suspended for a while. After regaining my senses I will once more ask thee, O Sanjaya. Section X. Vaisampayana said, having addressed the suitor's son in this way, Dhritarashtra, afflicted with excessive grief of heart and hopeless of his son's victory, fell down on the ground. Beholding him deprived of his senses and fallen down, his attendants sprinkled him with perfumed and cold water, fanning him the while. Seeing him fallen, the Brata ladies, O king, surrounded him on all sides and gently rubbed him with their hands. And slowly raising the king from the ground, those royal ladies, their voices choked with tears, seated him on his seat. Seated, the king continued to be under the influence of that swoon. And he remained perfectly motionless, while they fanned him standing around. And a dream then passed over the monarch's body and he slowly regained his senses. And once more he began to interrogate Gavalgana's son of the suitor, cast about the incidents, as they occurred in the battle. Dhritarashtra said, that Ajatasattu, who, like the risen sun, dispelleth darkness by his own light, who rusheth against a foe as a swift and angry elephant with rent temples, incapable of being vanquished by hostile leaders of herds, rusheth against a rival proceeding with cheerful face towards a female of the species in lust. Oh, what warriors of my army resisted that Ajatasattu as he came, for keeping him away from Drona? 15 That hero, that foremost of persons, who hath slain many brave warriors of my army in battle, that mighty armed and intelligent and courageous prince of unbaffled prowess, who, unassisted by any one, can consume the entire host of Duryodhana by means of his terrible glances alone, that slayer by his sight, that one bent on winning victory, that bowman, that hero of unfading glory, that self-restrained monarch who is revered by the whole world. Oh, who were those heroes of my army that surrounded that warrior? 16 That invincible prince, that bowman of unfading glory, that tiger among men, that son of Kunti, who advancing with great celerity came upon Drona, that mighty warrior who always achieves grand feats against the foe, that hero of gigantic fame and great courage, who in strength is equal to 10,000 elephants. Oh, what brave combatants of my army surrounded that Bhimasena as he rushed upon my host. When that car warrior of exceeding energy, viz. Vatsu, looking like a mass of clouds, came, emitting thunderbolts like the clouds themselves, shooting showers of arrows like Indra pouring rain, and making all the points of the compass resound with the slaps of his palms and the rattle of his car wheels. When that hero, whose bow was like the lightning's flash and whose car resembled a cloud having for its roars the rattle of its wheels, when that hero came, their whiz of whose arrows made him exceedingly fierce, whose wrath resembles an awful cloud, and who is fleet as the mind or the tempest, who always pierces the foe deep into his very vitals, who, armed with shafts, is terrible to look at, who like death himself bathes all the points of the compass with human blood in profusion, and who, with fierce uproar and awful visage, wielding the bow Gandiva, incessantly pours on my warriors headed by Duryodhana shafts whetted on stone and furnished with vultures' feathers. Alas, when that hero of great intelligence came upon you, what became the state of your mind? When that warrior having the huge ape on his banner came, obstructing the welkin with dense showers of arrows, what became that state of your mind at sight of that Partha? Did Arjuna advance upon you, slaying your troops with the twang of the Gandiva and achieving fierce feats on the way? Did Duryodhana take, with his shafts, your lives, like the tempest destroying gathering masses of clouds or felling forests of reeds, blowing through them? What man is there that is capable of bearing in battle the wielder of the Gandiva? Hearing only that he is stationed at the head of the hostile force, the heart of every foe seems to rend in twain. In that battle in which the troops trembled and even heroes were struck with fear, who were they that did not desert Drona, and who were those cowards that abandoned him from fear? Who were they that, reckless of their lives, met death himself, standing face to face with them, in the shape of a Dhananjaya, who hath vanquished even superhuman combatants in battle? My troops are incapable of bearing the impetus of that warrior having white steeds yoked unto his car and the twang of Gandiva, that resembles the roll of the very clouds. That car which has Vishnu himself for its driver and Ananjaya for its warrior, that car I regard to be incapable of being vanquished by the very gods and the Asuras united together. Delicate, young, and brave, and of a very handsome countenance, that son of Pandu who is gifted with intelligence and skill and wisdom and whose prowess incapable of being baffled in battle, when Nakula with loud noise and afflicting all hostile warriors, rushed at Drona, what heroes of my army surrounded him? When Sahadeva, who resembles an angry snake of virulent poison, when that hero owning white steeds and invincible in battle, observant of laudable vows, incapable of being baffled in his purposes, gifted with modesty, and never vanquished in fight, came upon us. What heroes of our army surrounded him? That warrior who, having crushed the mighty host of the Sovira king, took for his wife the beautiful boa maiden of symmetrical limbs, that bull among men, viz. Udana, in whom are always truth and firmness and bravery and Brahmacharya, that warrior gifted with great might, always practicing truth, never cheeless, never vanquished, who in battle is equal to Vasudeva and is regarded as his second self, who, through Dhananjaya's instructions, hath become foremost in the use of arrows, and who is equal to Partha himself in weapons. Oh, what warrior of my army resisted that Satyaki, for keeping him away from Drona, the foremost hero among the Vrishnis, exceedingly brave among all bowmen, equal to Rama himself in knowledge and the use of weapons and in prowess and fame. Know, O Sanjaya, that truth and firmness, intelligence and heroism, and knowledge of Brahma, and high weapons, are all in him, Satyaki, of the Satvata race, as the three worlds are in Kasava. What heroes of my army, approaching that mighty bowman, Satyaki, possessed of all those accomplishments and incapable of being resisted by the very gods, surrounded him. The foremost among the Panchalas, possessed of heroism, high-born and the favourite of all high-born heroes, ever achieving good deeds in battle, viz. Uttamaujas, that prince ever engaged in the welfare of Arjuna, born for only my evil, equivalent to Yama, or Vaisravana, or Aditya, or Mahendra, or Varuna, that prince regarded as a mighty warrior and prepared to lay down his life in the thick of battle. Oh, what heroes of my army surrounded him, who, amongst my warriors, opposed Drishtaketu, that single warrior amongst the Chedis who, deserting them, hath embraced the side of the Pandavas, while he rushed upon Drona, who resisted the heroic Ketumat for keeping him away from Drona, the brave Ketumat who slew Prince Dajaya while the latter had taken shelter in Girivara. What heroes of my army surrounded Sikandin, that tiger among men, who knows the merits and demerits, in his own person, of manhood and femininity, that son of Yajnasena, who is always cheerful in battle, that hero who became the cause of the Hysud Bhishma's death in battle, when he rushed towards Drona, that foremost hero of the Vrishani race, that chief of all bowmen, that brave warrior in whom all accomplishments exist in a greater degree than in Dhananjaya himself, in whom are ever weapons and truth and Brahmacharya, who is equal to Vasudeva in energy and Dhananjaya in strength, who in splendor is equal to Aditya and in intelligence to Vrihaspati, viz. The Hysud Abhimanyu, resembling death himself with wide open mouth. Oh, what heroes of my army surrounded him when he rushed towards Drona, that youth of vigorous understanding, that slayer of hostile heroes, viz. Subhadra's son. Oh, when he rushed towards Drona, what became the state of your mind? What heroes surrounded those tigers among men, viz. The sons of Draupadi, when they rushed in battle against Drona like rivers rushing towards the sea? Those children who, giving up all childish sports for 12 years, and observing excellent vows, waited upon Bhishma for the sake of weapons, those children, viz. Kshetranjaya and Kshetradeva and Kshetravaman and Manada, those heroic sons of Drishadima, oh, who resisted them, seeking to keep them away from Drona. He whom the Vrishanis regarded as superior in battle to 100 warriors, oh, who resisted that great bowman, viz. Chekatana, for keeping him away from Drona. Those 5 Gikaya brothers, virtuous and possessed of prowess, incapable of being baffled, resembling, in hue, the insects called Indragapakas, with red coats of mail, red weapons and red banners, those heroes that are the maternal cousins of the Pandavas and that always wish for victory unto the latter. Oh, what heroes of my army surrounded those valiant princes when they rushed towards Drona for slaying him. That lord of battle, that foremost of bowmen, that hero of unbaffled aim and great strength, that tiger among men, viz. Yuetsu, whom many wrathful kings battling together for 6 months at Vranavata from desire of slaying him could not vanquish, and who in battle at Varanasi overthrew with a broad-headed arrow that mighty Ka warrior, viz. The prince of Kazi, desirous of seizing Atuswayamvara, a maiden for wife. Oh, what hero of my army resisted him? That mighty bowman, viz. Drishthadhyumna, who is the chief counsellor of the Pandavas, who is engaged in doing evil to Duryodhana, who was created for Drona's destruction. Oh, what heroes of my army surrounded him when he came towards Drona, breaking through all my ranks and consuming all my warriors in battle. That foremost of all persons conversant with weapons, who has been reared almost on Drupada's lap. Oh, what warriors of my army surrounded that Sikandin protected by Arjuna's weapons, for keeping him away from Drona. He who encompassed this earth by the loud rattle of his car as by a leathern belt, that mighty Ka warrior and foremost of all slayers of foes, who, as a substitute for all sacrifices, performed, without hindrance, 10 horse sacrifices with excellent food and drink and gifts in profusion, who ruled his subjects as if they were his children, that Usanara's son who in sacrifices gave away kine countless as the grains of sand in the Ganges stream, whose feat none amongst men have been or will ever be able to imitate, after the performance of whose difficult feats the very gods had cried out, saying, we do not see in the 3 worlds with their mobile and immobile creatures the second person other than Usanara's son who was, has ever been, or will ever be born, who hath attained to regions, in afterlife, which are unattainable by human beings. Oh, who, amongst my army, resisted that saviour, that grandson of that Usanara's son, while he came upon Drona? What heroes of my army surrounded the Ka division of that slayer of foes, viz. Virata, the king of the Matsyas, while it reached Drona in battle? Who kept away from Drona the gigantic Ghatotkatcha, that thorn on the side of my sons, that warrior who always wishes victory unto the Pandavas, that heroic Rakshasa, possessed of extensive powers of illusion, endued with great strength and great prowess, and born of Bhima in course of a single day, and of whom I entertain very great fears. 17 What, O Srinjaya, can remain unconquered by them for whose sake these and many others are prepared to lay down their lives in battle? How can the sons of Pritha meet with defeat, they, viz., that have the greatest of all beings, the wielder of the bow called Sangha, for their refuge and benefactor? Vasudeva is, indeed, the great master of all the worlds, the Lord of all, and eternal, of celestial soul and infinite power. Narayana is the refuge of men in battle. The wise recite his celestial feats. I also will recite them with devotion, for recovering my firmness. Section 11. Dhritarashtra said, hear, O Sanjaya, the celestial feats of Vasudeva, feats that Govinda achieved and the like of which no other person hath ever been able to achieve. Whilst being brought up, O Sanjaya, in the family of the cowherd, Nanda, that Hysled one, while yet a boy, made the might of his arms known to the 3 worlds. Even then he slew Hyama, living in the woods, on the shores of the Yamuna, who was equal to the celestial steed, Ukasravas in strength and the wind itself in speed. 18 In childhood, he also slew with his 2 bare arms, the Daniva, in the form of a bull, of terrible deeds, and risen like death himself unto all the kine. Of eyes like the lotus petals, he also slew the mighty Asuras named Pralamva, and Naraka, and Jamba, and Pitha, as also Mora, that terror of the celestials. And so also Kansa of mighty energy, who was, besides, protected by Jarasandha, was, with all his followers, slain in battle by Krishna aided by his prowess alone. 19 With Valadeva as his second, that slayer of foes, viz. Krishna, consumed in battle, with all his troops, the king of the Zoroastrians, viz. Hanuman, of great activity and prowess in battle, the lord of Afulakshini, and the valiant second brother of Kansa, the king of the Bhajas. The highly wrathful regenerate Rishi, gratified with the adoration, gave him boons. 20 Of eyes like the lotus petals, and endued with great bravery, Krishna, vanquishing all the kings at a self-choice, bore away the daughter of the king of the Gandharas. Those angry kings, as if they were horses by birth, were yoked into his nuptial car and were lacerated with a whip. The mighty arm Janardana also caused Jarasandha, the lord of Afulakshini of troops, to be slain through the instrumentality of another. 21 The mighty Krishna also slew the valiant king of Chedis, that leader of kings, as if he was some animal, on the occasion of the latter's disputing about the Argyle. Putting forth his prowess, Madhava hurled into the sea the Daitya city called Soba, moving in the skies, protected by Salwa, and regarded as impregnable. The Angas, the Vangas, the Kalingas, the Magdas, the Kasis, the Koslas, the Vatsyas, the Gargyas, the Karashas and the Pondras, all these he vanquished in battle. The Avantis, the Southerners, the Mountaineers, the Daisrakas, the Kasmirakas, the Orasikas, the Pisachas, the Samaglas, the Kamvojas, the Vatadanas, the Kalas, the Pandyas, O Sanjaya, the Trigatas, the Malavas, the Daradas difficult of being vanquished, the Kasas arrived from diverse realms, as also the Sakas, and the Yavanas with followers, were all vanquished by him of eyes like lotus petals. In days of old, penetrating into the very sea, he vanquished in battle Varuna himself in those watery depths, surrounded by all kinds of aquatic animals. Slaying in battle, the Danava named Panchajanya living in the depths of Paitala, Rishikasa obtained the celestial conch called Panchajanya. The mighty Kusava, accompanied by Patha, having gratified Agni at Kandava, obtained his invincible weapon of fire, viz., his discus, called Sudasana. Riding on Vinata's son and frightening the denizens of Amaravati, the heroic Krishna brought from Mahendra himself the celestial flower called Parijata. Knowing Krishna's prowess, Sakra quietly bore the attack. 22 We have never heard that there is anyone among the kings who has not been vanquished by Krishna. That exceedingly wonderful feat also, O Sanjaya, which the lotus-eyed one performed in my court, who else is capable of performing it? And since, humbled by devotion, I was suffered to behold Krishna as the Supreme Lord, everything about that feat is well known to me, myself having witnessed it with my own eyes. O Sanjaya, the end can never be seen of the infinite achievements of Rishikasa of great energy and great intelligence. Garda, and Samva, and Pradama, and Viduratha, and Charudishna, and Sarana, and Elmika, and Nisita, and the valiant Jilivabru, and Prithu, and Viprithu, and Samika, and Arimjaya, these and other mighty Vrishani heroes, accomplished in smiting, will, standing on the field of battle, take up their position in the Pandava host, when summoned by that Vrishani hero, viz., the Hysald Kisava. Everything, on my side, will then be in great danger. Even this is what I think. And there where Janardana is, there will be the heroic Rama, equal in strength to 10,000 elephants, resembling the Kailasa peak, decked with garlands of wild flowers, and armed with a plough. That Vasudeva, O Sanjaya, whom all the regenerate ones describe as the father of all, will that Vasudeva fight for the sake of the Pandavas. O son, O Sanjaya, if he puts on his armour for the sake of the Pandavas, there is none amongst us who can be his antagonist. If the Kauravas happen to vanquish the Pandavas, he, of the Vrishani race, will then, for the sake of the latter, take up his mighty weapon. And that tiger among men, that mighty armed one, slaying then all the kings in battle as also the Kauravas, will give away the whole earth to Kunti's son. What car will advance in battle against that car which has Hishikasa for its driver and Ananjaya for its warrior? The Kauravas cannot, by any means, gain victory. Tell me then everything about how the battle took place. Arjuna is Kesava's life and Krishna is always victory, in Krishna is always fame. In all the worlds, Vatsu is invincible. In Kesava are infinite merits in excess. The foolish Duryodhana, who doth not know Krishna or Kesava, seems, through destiny, to have death's noose before him. Alas, Duryodhana knows not Krishna of Dasaha's race and Arjuna the son of Pandu. These high-souled ones are ancient gods. They are even Nara and Narayana. On earth they are seen by men as two separate forms, though in reality they are both possessed but by one soul. With a mind alone, that invincible pair, of worldwide fame, can, if only they wish it, destroy this host. Only, in consequence of their humanity they do not wish it. 23 Like a change of the Yuga, the death of Bhishma, O child, and the slaughter of the high-souled Drona, overturned the senses. Indeed, neither by Brahmacharya, nor by the study of the Vedas, nor by religious rites, nor by weapons, can anyone prevent death. Hearing of the slaughter of Bhishma and Drona, those heroes accomplished in weapons, respected by all the worlds, and invincible in battle, why, O Sanjaya, do I yet live? In consequence of the death of Bhishma and Drona, O Sanjaya, we will henceforth have to live as dependents on that prosperity beholding which in Yudhishthira we had before been so jealous. Indeed, this destruction of the Kauravas hath come in consequence only of my acts. O Sutta, in killing these that are ripe for destruction, the very straw becomes thunderbolt. That prosperity is without end in this world which Yudhishthira is about to obtain, Yudhishthira through whose wrath both Bhishma and Drona have fallen. In consequence of his very disposition, hath righteousness gone over to the side of Yudhishthira, while it is hostile to my son. Alas, time, so cruel, that hath now come for the destruction of all, cannot be overcome. Things calculated in one way, O son, even by men of intelligence, become otherwise through destiny. This is what I think. Therefore, tell me everything that has taken place during the progress of this unavoidable and dreadful calamity, productive of the most sorrowful reflection, incapable of being crossed over by us. Section 12. Sanjaya said, Yes, as I saw everything with my own eyes, I will describe to thee how Drona fell down, slain by the Pandavas and the Srinjayas. Having obtained the command of the troops, that mighty car warrior, viz., Bharadwaja the son, said these words unto thy son in the midst of all the troops, inasmuch as, O king, thou hast honoured me with the command of the troops immediately after that bull among the Kauravas, viz., the son of the ocean-going, Ganga, take thou, O Bharata, the adequate fruit of that act of thine. What business of thine shall I now achieve? Ask thou the boon that thou desirest. Then King Duryodhana, having consulted with Karna and Dushasana and others, said unto the preceptor, that invincible warrior and foremost of all victors, these words, If thou wouldest give me a boon, then, seizing that foremost of car warriors, viz., Yudhishthira, alive, bring him unto me here. Then that preceptor of the Kauravas, hearing those words of thy son, returned him the following answer, gladdening all the troops therewith. Praise be Kunti's son, Yudhishthira, who seizing only thou desirest. O thou that art difficult of being vanquished, thou askest not any other boon, one, for example, for his slaughter. For what reason, O tiger among men, dost thou not desire his death? Thou art, without doubt, O Duryodhana, not ignorant of policy. Why, therefore, dost thou not allude to Yudhishthira's death? It is a matter of great wonder that King Yudhishthira, the just, hath no enemy desirous of his death. Inasmuch as thou wishest him to be alive, thou, either, seekest to preserve thy race from extinction, or, O chief of the Bharatas, thou, having vanquished the Pandavas in battle, art desirous of establishing brotherly relation with them, by giving them their kingdom. Auspicious was the birth of that intelligent prince. Truly is he called Ajatasattu, the faithless one, for even thou bearest affection for him. Thus addressed by Drona, O Bharata, the feeling that is ever present in thy son's breast suddenly made itself known. Not even persons like Vrihaspati can conceal the expressions of their countenance. For this, thy son, O king, filled with joy, said these words, by the slaughter of Kunti's son in battle, O preceptor, victory cannot be mine. If Yudhishthira were slain, Partha then, without doubt, would slay all of us. All of them, again, cannot be slain by the very gods. He amongst them that will, in that case, survive, will exterminate us. Yudhishthira, however, is truthful in his promises. If brought hither, alive, vanquished once more at dice, the Pandavas will once more go to the woods, for they are all obedient to Yudhishthira. It is evident that such a victory will be an enduring one. It is for this that I do not, by any means, desire the slaughter of King Yudhishthira the Just. Ascertaining this crooked purpose of Duryodhana, Drona, who was conversant with the truths of the science of prophet and gifted with great intelligence, reflected a little and gave him the boon, circumscribing it in the following way. Drona said, if the heroic Arjuna do not protect Yudhishthira in battle, thou mayst think the eldest Pandava has already brought under thy control. As regards Partha, the very gods and the Asuras together, headed by Indra, cannot advance against him in battle. It is for this that I dare not do what thou askest me to do. Without doubt, Arjuna is his disciple, and I was his first preceptor in arms. He is, however, young, endued with great good fortune, and excessively intent on the achievement of his purposes. He hath obtained, again, many weapons from Indra and Rudra. He hath besides been provoked by thee. I dare not, therefore, do what thou askest me. Let Arjuna be removed, by whatsoever means that can be done, from the battle. Upon Partha being withdrawn, thou mayst regard King Yudhishthira as already vanquished. Upon his seizure is victory, and not upon his slaughter, O bull among men. Even by stratagem can his seizure be accomplished. Seizing that king devoted to truth and righteousness, I will, without doubt, O monarch, bring him to thy control this very day, if he stays before me in battle even for a moment. Of course, if Dhananjaya, the son of Kunti, that tiger among men, be withdrawn from the field. In Phalguni's presence, however, O king, Yudhishthira is incapable of being taken in battle even by the gods and the Asuras headed by Indra. Sanjaya continued, after Drona had promised the king's seizure even under these limitations, thy foolish sons regarded Yudhishthira as already taken. Thy son, Duryodhana, knew Drona's partiality for the Pandavas. In order to make Drona stick to his promise, therefore, he divulged those counsels. Then, O chastiser of foes, the fact of Drona's having promised to seize their eldest Pandava was proclaimed by Duryodhana unto all his troops. Section 13. Sanjaya said, after Drona had promised the king's seizure under those limitations, thy troops hearing of that promise about Yudhishthira's capture, uttered many leonine shouts, mingling them with the whiz of their arrows and the blare of their conchs. King Yudhishthira the Just, however, O Bharata, soon learnt in detail, through his spies, everything about the purpose upon which Bharadwaja's son was intent. Then bringing together all his brothers and all the other kings of his army, King Yudhishthira the just addressed Dhananjaya, saying, Thou hast heard, O tiger among men, about the intention of Drona. Let such measures, therefore, be adopted as may prevent the accomplishment of that purpose. It is true, Drona, that grinder of foes, hath vowed his pledge, subject to limitations. However, O great bowman, rest on thee. Fight thou, therefore, today, O thou of mighty arms, in my vicinity, so that Duryodhana may not obtain from Drona the fruition of his desire. Arjuna said, As the slaughter of my preceptor can never be accomplished by me, so, king, I can never consent to give thee up. O son of Pandu, I would rather yield up my life in battle than fight against my preceptor. This son of Dhritarashtra desireth sovereignty, having seized thee as a captive in battle. In this world he will never obtain the fruition of that desire of his. The firmament itself with its stars may fall down, the earth herself may split into fragments, yet Drona will, surely, never succeed in seizing thee as long as I am alive. If the wielder of the thunderbolt himself, or Vishnu at the head of the gods, assist him in battle, still he shall not succeed in seizing thee on the field. As long as I am alive, O great king, it behoveth thee not to entertain any fear of Drona, although he is the foremost of all wielders of weapons. I further say unto thee, O monarch, that my promise never remains unfulfilled. I do not recollect having ever spoken any untruth. I do not recollect having ever been vanquished. I do not recollect having ever, after making a vow, left the least part of it unfulfilled. Sanjaya continued, Then, O king, conchs and drums and cymbals and smaller drums were sounded and beaten in the Pandava camp. And the high-souled Pandavas uttered many leonine shouts. These and the awful twang of their bowstrings and the slaps of palms reached the very heaven. Hearing that loud blare of conchs that arose from the camp of the mighty sons of Pandu, diverse instruments were sounded amongst thy divisions also. Then thy divisions, as also those of theirs, were arrayed in order of battle. And slowly they advanced against each other from desire of battle. Then commenced to battle, that was fierce and that made the hairs stand on their ends, between the Pandavas and the Kuras, and Drona and the Panchalas. The Srinjayas, though struggling vigorously, were unable to beat in battle the host of Drona, as it was protected by Drona himself. And so also the mighty car warriors of thy son, skilled in smiting, could not beat the Pandava host, as it was protected by the diadem-decked Arjuna. Protected by Drona and Arjuna, both the hosts seemed to stand inactive like two blossoming forests in the silence of the night. Then he, of the golden car, viz., Drona, like the sun himself of great splendour, crushing the ranks of the Pandavas, careered through them at will. And the Pandavas, and the Srinjayas, through fear, regarded that single warrior of great activity upon his quickly moving car as if multiplied into many. Shot by him, terrible shafts coursed in all directions, frightening, O king, the army of Pandu's son. Indeed, Drona then seemed as the sun himself at midday covered by 100 rays of light. And as the Danavas were unable to look at Indra, so there was not one amongst the Pandavas who, O monarch, was able to look at the angry son of Bharadwaja in that battle. The valiant son of Bharadwaja then, having confounded the hostile troops, speedily began to consume the division of Drishtadama by means of sharp shafts, and covering and obstructing all the points of the compass by means of his straight shafts, he began to crush the Pandava force even there, where Prashata's son was. Section 14. Sanjaya said, Then Drona, causing a great confusion in the Pandava host, careered through it, like a conflagration consuming a forest of trees, beholding that angry warrior, owning a golden car, consumed their divisions like a raging conflagration, the Seringias trembled, in fear. The twang, in that battle, of the constantly stretched bow of that warrior of great activity was heard to resemble the roar of the thunder. 24 fierce shafts shot by Drona, endued with great lightness of hand, began to crush car warriors and horsemen and elephant warriors and foot soldiers along with elephants and steeds. Showering his arrows as the roaring clouds at the close of summer, assisted by the wind, pour hailstones, he inspired fear in the hearts of the foe, coursing through the hostile ranks, O king, and agitating the troops. The mighty Drona enhanced the unnatural fear entertained by the enemy. The gold-decked bow, on his quickly moving car, was repeatedly seen to resemble the lightning's flash amid a mass of dark clouds. That hero, firm in truth, endued with wisdom, and always devoted, besides, to righteousness, caused an awful river of angry current, such as may be seen at the end of the Uga, to flow there. And that river had its source in the impetuosity of Drona's wrath, and it was haunted by crowds of carnivorous creatures, and the combatants constituted the waves that filled its entire surface, and heroic warriors constituted the trees on its banks whose roots were constantly eaten away by its current, and its waters were constituted by the blood that was shed in that battle, and cars constituted its eddies, and elephants and steeds formed its banks, and costs of mail constituted its lilies, and the flesh of creatures the mire on its bed, and the fat, marrow, and bones of fallen animals and men formed the sands on its beach, and, fallen, headgears its froth, and the battle itself that was fought that constituted the canopy above its surface, and lances constituted the fish with which it abounded, and it was inaccessible in consequence of the large number of slain men, elephants, and steeds that fell in it, and the impetus of the shaft shot constituted its current, and the slain bodies themselves constituted the timber floating on it, and cars constituted its tortoises, and heads constituted the stones scattered on its banks and bed, and scimitars, its fish in profusion, and cars and elephants formed its lakes, and it was decked with many adornments, and mighty car warriors constituted its hundreds of little whirlpools, and the dust of the earth constituted its wavelets, and capable of being easily crossed by those possessed of exceeding energy, it was incapable of being crossed by the timid, and heaps of dead bodies constituted the sandbanks obstructing its navigation, and it was the haunt of cankers and vultures and other birds of prey, and it carried away thousands of mighty car warriors to the abode of the armor, and long spears constituted the snakes that infested it in profusion, and the living combatants constituted the fowls sporting on its waters. 25 torn umbrellas constituted its large swans. Diadems formed their smaller birds that adorned it. Wheels constituted its turtles, and maces its alligators, and arrows its smaller fish. And it was the resort of frightful swarms of crows and vultures and jackals. And that river, O best of kings, bore away in hundreds, to the region of the Pythrus, the creatures that were slain by Drona in battle, obstructed by hundreds of bodies, floating on it, the hair of slain warriors and animals, constituted its moss and weeds. Even such was the river, enhancing the fears of the timid, that Drona caused to flow the 26. And when Drona was thus grinding the hostile army hither and thither, the Pandava warriors headed by Yudhishthira rushed at that mighty car warrior from all sides. Then seeing them thus rushing towards Drona, brave combatants of thy army, possessed of unyielding prowess, rushed from every side, and the battle that thereupon ensued made the hair stand on end. Sakuni, full of 100 kinds of deceit, rushed towards Sahadeva, and pierced the latter's charioteer, and standard, and car, with many keen-pointed shafts. Sahadeva, however, without being much excited, cutting off Sorvala's standard and bow and car driver and car, with sharp arrows, pierced Sorvala himself with 60 shafts. Thereupon, Shivala's son, taking up mace, jumped down from his excellent car, and with that mace, O king, he felled Sahadeva's driver from the latter's car. Then these two heroic and mighty warriors, O monarch, both deprived of car, and both armed with mace, sported in battle like two crests of hills. Drona, having pierced the ruler of the Panchalas with 10 shafts, was, in return, pierced by the latter with many shafts. And the latter was again pierced by Drona with a larger number of shafts. Bhimasena pierced Vaivansati with sharp arrows. The latter, however, thus pierced, trembled not, which seemed to be highly wonderful. Vaivansati then, O monarch, suddenly deprived Bhimasena of his steeds and standard and bow. And thereupon all the troops worshipped him for that feat. The heroic Bhimasena, however, brook not that exhibition of prowess by his enemy in battle. With his mace, therefore, he slew the well-trained steeds of Vaivansati. Then the mighty Vaivansati, taking up a shield and sword, jumped down from the car whose steeds had been slain, and rushed against Bhimasena like an infuriated elephant rushing against an infuriated compeer. The heroic Salya, laughing the while, pierced, as if in dalliance, his own dear nephew, Nakula, with many shafts for angering him. The valiant Nakula, however, cutting off his uncle's steeds and umbrella and standard and charioteer and bow in that battle, blew his conch. Drishtaketu, engaged with Kripa, cut off divers kinds of arrows shot at him by the latter, and then pierced Kripa with 70 arrows. And then he cut off the device of Kripa's standard with 3 arrows. Kripa, however, began to oppose him with a thick shower of arrows. And resisting him in this way, the Brahmana fought on with Drishtaketu. Satyaki, laughing the while, pierced Kritavarman in the center of the chest with a long arrow. And piercing him then with 70 arrows, he once more pierced him with many others. The Boa warrior, however, in return, pierced Satyaki with 70 arrows of keen points. Like the swiftly coursing winds failing to move a mountain, Kritavarman was unable to move Satyaki or make him tremble. Senapati deeply struck Suzaman in his vitals. Suzaman also struck his antagonist with a lance on the shoulder joint. Virata, aided by his Matsya warriors of great energy, resisted Vikatana's son in that battle. And that feat, of the Matsya king, seemed highly wonderful. Even this was regarded as an act of great valor on the part of the suitor's son, in that he singly resisted that whole force by means of his straight shafts. King Drupada was engaged with Bhagadatta, and the battle between those two warriors became beautiful to behold. That bull among men, viz., Bhagadatta, pierced King Drupada and his driver and standard and car with many straight shafts. Then Drupada, excited with wrath, quickly pierced that mighty car warrior in the chest with a straight shaft. Those two foremost of warriors on earth, viz., Somadatta's son and Sikandin, both conversant with every weapon, encountered each other in fierce battle that made all creatures tremble with fear. The valiant Brisravas, O king, covered that mighty car warrior, Yajnasena's son Sikandin, with a thick shower of arrows. Sikandin, then O monarch, excited with wrath, pierced Somadatta's son with 90 shafts, and caused him, O Bharata, to tremble. Those Rakshasas of fear steeds, viz., Hidimba's son and Alambashaw, each desirous of vanquishing the other, battled most wonderfully. Both capable of creating 100 illusions, both swelling with pride, battled with each other most wonderfully, relying on their powers of illusion, and each desirous of vanquishing the other. the fierce Chekatana battled with a new Vinda. They coursed on the field, disappearing at times, and causing great wonder. Lakshmana fought fiercely with Kshatradeva, even as Vishnu, O monarch, in days of old, with their Asura, Hiranyaksha, with his fleet steeds and upon his car duly equipped. Purava, O king, rode at Abhimanyu. Endued with great might, Purava then rushed at Abhimanyu, desirous of battle. Then that chastiser of foes, viz. Abhimanyu, fought fiercely with that foe. Purava covered Subhadra's son with a thick shower of arrows. Thereupon, Arjuna's son felt his antagonist's standard and umbrella and bow on earth. 27 Then piercing Purava with 7 arrows, Subhadra's son pierced the latter's driver and steeds with 5 arrows. Gladdening his troops thus, he then repeatedly roared like a lion. Then Arjuna's son quickly fixed an arrow on his bowstring that was certain to take away Purava's life. Beholding, however, that arrow of frightful mien fixed on Abhimanyu's bowstring, Pridika's son, with 2 shafts, cut off that bow and arrow. Then that slayer of hostile heroes, viz. Subhadra's son, throwing aside that broken bow, took up a bright sword and a shield. Whirling with great speed that shield decked with many stars, and whirling that sword also, he coursed on the field, exhibiting his prowess. Whirling them before him, and whirling them on high, now shaking them and now jumping up himself, from the manner of his handling those weapons, it seemed that, with him, there is no difference between that offensive and that defensive weapons. Jumping suddenly then upon the shafts of Purava's car, he roared aloud. Mounting next upon his car, he seized Purava by the hair, and slaying meanwhile with a kick the latter's driver, he felled his standard with a stroke of his sword. And as regards Purava himself, Abhimanyu raised him up, like the Garuda raising a snake from the bottom of the sea agitating the waters. Thereupon, all the kings beheld Purava, standing helpless, with dishevelled hair, and looking like an ox deprived of its senses while on the point of being slain by a lion. Beholding Purava thus prostrated, placed under the control of Arjuna's son, and dragged helplessly, Jayadratha was unable to brook it. Taking up a sword as also a shield that bore the device of a peacock and was decked with 100 bells of small size suspended in rows, Jayadratha jumped down from his car with a loud roar. Then Subhadra's son, Abhimanyu, beholding the ruler of the Centaurs, let Purava alone, and leaping up like a hawk from the latter's car, quickly alighted on the earth. The lances and aves and scimitars hurled by his foes, Arjuna's son cut off by means of his sword or warded off by his shield, thus showing unto all the warriors the strength of his own arms. The mighty and heroic Abhimanyu, once more appraising his large and heavy sword as also his shield, 28 proceeded towards Dhridakshitra's son, who was a sworn foe of his, Abhimanyu's father, like a tiger proceeding against an elephant. Approaching, they cheerfully attacked each other with their swords like a tiger and a lion with their claws and teeth. And none could notice any difference between those 2 lions among men as regards the whirl strokes and descent of their swords and shields. 29 And as regards the descent and the whiz of their swords, and the warding off of each other's blows, it seemed there was no distinction between the 2. Coursing beautifully in outward and inward tracks, those 2 illustrious warriors seemed to be like 2 winged mountains. Then Jayadratha struck on the shield of the renowned Abhimanyu when the latter stretched his sword for making a pass at him. Then, O Bharata, Jayadratha's large sword sticking into Abhimanyu's shield covered with golden plate, broke, as the ruler of the Centaurs attempted to draw it off forcibly. Seeing his sword broken, Jayadratha hastily retreated 6 steps and was seen within a twinkle of the eye to be mounted on his own car. Then Arjuna's son also, that combat with the sword being over, ascended his own excellent car. Many kings, then, of the Kuru army, uniting together, surrounded him on all sides. The mighty son of Arjuna, however, eyeing Jayadratha, whirled his sword and shield, and uttered a loud shout. Having vanquished the ruler of the Centaurs, Subhadra's son, that slayer of hostile heroes, then began to scorch that division of the Kaurava army like sun scorching the world. Then in that battle Salya hurled at him a fierce dart made wholly of iron, decked with gold, and resembling a blazing flame of fire. Thereupon, Arjuna's son, jumping up, caught hold of the dart, like Garuda catching a mighty snake falling from above. And having seized it thus, Abhimanyu unsheathed his sword. Witnessing the great activity and might of that warrior of immeasurable energy, all the kings together uttered a leonine shout. Then that slayer of hostile heroes, viz., the son of Subhadra, hurled with the might of his arms at Salya himself that very dart of great effulgence, decked with stones of lapis lazuli, resembling a snake that has recently cast off its slough. That dart, reaching Salya's car, slew the latter's driver and felled him from his niche of the vehicle. Then Virata and Drupada, and Drishtaketu, and Yudhishthira, and Satyaki, and Kakaya, and Bhima, and Drishthadama, and Sikandin, and the twins, Nakula and Sahadeva, and the 5 sons of Draupadi, all exclaimed, "Excellent! Excellent!" And divers kinds of sounds due to the shooting of arrows, and many leonine shouts, arose there, gladdening the unretreating son of Arjuna. Thy sons, however, could not brook those indications of the victory of their foe. Then all of them suddenly surrounded Subhadra's son and covered him, O king, with showers of arrows like the clouds pouring rain on the mountain breast. Then that slayer of foes, viz., Artyani, Salya, wishing good of thy sons, and remembering the overthrow of his own driver, rushed in rage against Subhadra's son. Section 15. Dhritarashtra said, Thou hast, O Sanjaya, described to me many excellent single combats. Hearing about them, I envy those that have eyes. This battle between the Kurus and the Pandavas, resembling that, of old, between the gods and the Asuras, will be spoken of as exceedingly wonderful by all men. I am scarcely gratified by listening to thy narrations of this stirring battle. Tell me, therefore, about this combat between Artyani, Salya, and Subhadra's son. Sanjaya said, beholding his driver slain, Salya, appraising a mace made wholly of iron, jumped down in rage from his excellent car. Bhima, then taking up his own huge mace, quickly rushed towards Salya, who then resembled the blazing yuga fire or the destroyer himself armed with his bludgeon. Subhadra's son also, taking up a prodigious mace resembling the bolt of heaven, addressed Salya, saying, Come, come. Bhima, however, with much ado, persuaded him to stand aside. The valiant Bhimasena, then, having persuaded Subhadra's son to stand aside, approached Salya in battle and stood immovable as a hill. The mighty ruler of Madras also beheld Bhima, and proceeded towards him like a tiger towards an elephant. Then was heard the loud blare of trumpets and conchs by thousands, and leonine shouts, and the sound of drums, and loud cries of bravo, bravo, arose among hundreds of Pandava and Kaurava warriors rushing towards each other. There is none else among all the kings, O Bharata, save the ruler of Madras who can venture to bear the might of Bhimasena in battle. Similarly, who else save Vrikadara, in the world, can venture to bear the impetus of the illustrious Salya's mace in battle? Bound in hempen strings mixed with wires of gold, the prodigious mace of Bhima, capable of delighting by its beauty all spectators, being grasped by him, shone brilliantly. And similarly the mace of Salya, also, who coursed in beautiful circles, looked like a blazing flash of lightning. Both of them roared like bulls, and both coursed in circles. and both Salya and Vrikadara, standing as they did, with their maces slightly bent, looked like a couple of horned bulls. Whether as regards coursing in circles or in whirling and striking with their maces, the combat that took place between those two lions among men was in every way equal. Struck by Bhimsena with his mace, the prodigious mace of Salya, emitting fierce sparks of fire, soon broke into fragments. And similarly, Bhimsena's mace, struck by the foe, looked beautiful like a tree covered with fireflies during the season of rains at eventide. And the mace that the ruler of Madras hurled in that battle, irradiating the welkin, O Bharata, frequently caused sparks of fire to fly around. Similarly, the mace hurled by Bhimsena at the foe scorched his antagonist's forces like a fierce meteor falling down from the firmament. And both those best of maces, striking against each other, resembled sighing she-snakes and caused flashes of the fire, like two large tigers attacking each other with their claws, or like two mighty elephants with their tusks. Those mighty warriors coursed in circles, encountering each other with those two foremost of maces, and soon covered with blood. Those two illustrious warriors seemed to resemble a couple of flowering kinsukas. And the blows, loud as Indra's thunder, of the maces wielded by those two lions among men were heard on all sides. Struck by the ruler of Madras with his mace on both the left and the right side, Bhima moved not in the least, like a hill riven by the thunder. Similarly, the mighty ruler of Madras, struck by Bhima with his mace, patiently stood still like a hill struck with the thunder. Both of them, with their praised maces, endued as they were with great impetus, fell upon each other, coursing in shorter circles, quickly nearing each other, then by 8 steps and falling upon each other like two elephants, they suddenly struck each other with those maces of theirs made entirely of iron. And each of those heroes, in consequence of the other's impetuosity and violence being struck with each other's mace, fell down at the same instant of time like a couple of Indra's poles. Then the mighty Ka warrior Kritavarman quickly approached Salya, who, deprived of his senses, was breathing hard as he lay on the field. And beholding him, O king, struck violently with a mace, and writhing like a snake, and deprived of his senses in a swoon, the mighty Ka warrior Kritavarman, taking him upon his car, quickly bore the ruler of Madras away from the field. Reeling like a drunken man, the heroic Bhima of mighty arms, raising up within the twinkling of an eye, stood mace in hand. Thy sons then, beholding the ruler of the Madras turn away from the fight, began, O sire, to tremble, along with their elephants, and foot soldiers, and cavalry, and cars. Ground then by the Pandavas desirous of victory, those warriors of thy army, struck with fear, fled away in all directions, like masses of clouds driven away by the wind. And those mighty Ka warriors, viz., the Pandavas, having vanquished the Dhritarashtras, looked resplendent in that battle, O king, like blazing fires. And they uttered loud leonine roars, and blew their conchs, elated with joy. And they beat their drums, large and small, and cymbals and other instruments. Section 16. Sanjaya said, beholding that army of thine exceedingly broken, the valiant Vrishesana, single-handed, began to protect it, O king, displaying the illusion of his weapons. Shot by Vrishesana in that battle, thousands of arrows coursed in all directions, piercing through men and steeds and cars and elephants. Mighty arrows, of blazing effulgence, shot by him, coursed in thousands, like the rays, O monarch, of the sun, in the summer season. Afflicted and crushed therewith, O king, Ka warriors and horsemen, suddenly fell down on the earth, like trees broken by the wind. The mighty Ka warrior Vrishesana, O king, felled large bodies of steeds, of cars and of elephants, in that battle, by thousands. Beholding that single warrior coursing fearlessly on the field, all the kings of the Pandava army, uniting together, surrounded him on all sides. Nakula's son, Satnika, rushed at Vrishasena and pierced him with 10 arrows capable of penetrating into the vitals. The son of Karna, however, cutting off his bow, felled then his standard. Thereupon, the other sons of Draupadi, desirous of rescuing that brother of theirs, rushed at him. And soon they made Karna's son invisible by means of their arrowy showers. Against them thus smiting, the son of Karna, many Ka warriors headed by Drona's son, Aswathaman, rushed. And those, O monarch, quickly covered those mighty Ka warriors, viz., the sons of Draupadi, with diverse kinds of arrows like clouds pouring rain on mountain breasts. Thereupon, the Pandavas, from affection for their sons, quickly encountered those assailants. The battle then that took place between thy troops and those of the Pandavas was exceedingly fierce and made the hairs stand on their ends, resembling as it did that between the gods and the Danavas. Even thus did the heroic Kauravas and the Pandavas, excited with rage, fight, eyeing one another furiously, and having incurred one another's animosity for past offences. The bodies of those heroes of immeasurable energy then seemed, in consequence of the wrath that inspired them, to resemble those of Garuda and mighty Nagas battling in the sky. And with Bhima and Karna and Gripa and Drona and Drona's son and Prashata's son and Satyaki, the field of battle looked resplendent like the all-destructive sun that rises at the end of the Yuga. The battle that took place between those mighty men engaged with mighty antagonists and all smiting one another was fierce in the extreme, resembling that of yore between the Danavas and the gods. Then Yudhishthira's host, uttering a shout, loud as that of the surging sea, began to slaughter thy troops, the great Ka warriors of thy army having fled away. Beholding their Kaurava host broken and excessively mangled by the foe, Drona said, Ye heroes, ye need not fly away. Then he, Drona, owning red steeds, excited with wrath and resembling a fierce elephant with 4 tusks, penetrated into the Pandava host and rushed against Yudhishthira. Then Yudhishthira pierced the preceptor with many whetted arrows equipped with canker feathers. Drona, however, cutting off Yudhishthira's bow, rushed impetuously at him. Then the protector of Yudhishthira's car wheels, Kumara, the renowned prince of the Panchalas, received the advancing Drona, like the continent receiving the surging sea. Beholding Drona, that bull among Brahmanas, held in check by Kumara, loudly and 9 shouts were heard there with cries of excellent, excellent. Kumara then, in that great battle, excited with rage, pierced Drona with an arrow in the chest and uttered many leonine shouts. Having checked Drona in battle, the mighty Kumara, endued with great lightness of hand, and above all fatigue, pierced him with many thousands of arrows. Then that bull among men, Drona, slew that protector of Yudhishthira's car wheels, Kumara, that hero observant of virtuous vows and accomplished in both mantras and weapons. And then penetrating into the midst of the Pandava host and careering in all directions, that bull among men, Bharadwaja's son, became the protector of thy troops. And piercing Sikandin with 12 arrows, and Utamaujas with 20, and Nakula with 5, and Sahadeva with 7, and Yudhishthira with 12, and each of the 5 sons of Draupadi with 3, and Satyaki with 5, and the ruler of Matsyas with 10 arrows, and agitating the entire host in that battle, he rushed against one after another of the foremost warriors of the Pandavas. And then he advanced against Kunti's son, Yudhishthira, from a desire of seizing him. Then Yugandhara, O king, checked Bharadwaja's son, that mighty car warrior, filled with rage and resembling the very ocean lashed into fury by the tempest. Bharadwaja's son, however, having pierced Yudhishthira with many straight arrows, felled Dugandhara with a broad-headed shaft from his niche in the car. Then, Virata and Drupada, and the Kakya princes, and Satyaki, and Sivi, and Vyakadatta, the prince of the Panchalas, and the valiant Singharsana, these, and many others, desirous of rescuing Yudhishthira, surrounded Drona on all sides and impeded his way, scattering countless arrows. Vyakadatta, the prince of the Panchalas, pierced Drona with 50 keen-pointed arrows, at which, O king, the troops uttered loud shouts. Then Singharsana also, quickly piercing that mighty car warrior, Drona, roared aloud in joy, striking terror into the hearts of mighty car warriors. Drona, then expanding his eyes and rubbing his bowstring and producing loud sound of slaps by his palms, rushed against the latter. Then the mighty son of Bharadwaja, putting forth his prowess, cut off with a couple of broad-headed arrows the heads decked with earrings from the trunks of both Singharsana and Vyakadatta, and afflicting also, with his arrowy showers, the other mighty car warriors of the Pandavas. He stood in front of Yudhishthira's car, like all-destroying death himself. Then, O king, loud cries were heard among the warriors of Yudhishthira's army to the effect, "The king is slain," when Bharadwaja, the son of regulated vows, thus stood in his vicinity. And the warriors there all exclaimed, beholding Drona's prowess, "Today the royal son of Dhritarashtra will be crowned with success." This very moment Drona, having seized Yudhishthira, will, filled with joy, assuredly come to us and Duryodhana's presence. While thy soldiers were indulging in such talks, Kunti's son, Arjuna, quickly came there, filling the welkin with a rattle of his car, and creating, as he came, owing to the carnage he caused, a river whose waters were blood, and whose eddies were cars, and which abounded with the bones and bodies of brave warriors, and which bore creatures away to where the spirits of the departed dwell. And the son of Pandu came there, rooting the cuirass, and quickly crossing that river whose froth was constituted by showers of arrows, and which abounded with fish in the form of lances and other weapons. And the diadem-decked Arjuna suddenly came upon Drona's divisions, covering it with a thick network of arrows, and confounding the very sense of those that followed Drona, incessantly placing his arrows on the bowstring and quickly shooting them. None could notice any lapse of time between these two acts of the renowned son of Kunti. Neither, for cardinal directions, nor the firmament above, nor the earth, O king, could any longer be distinguished, for everything then became one dense mass of arrows. Indeed, O king, when the wielder of Gandiva caused that thick darkness by means of his arrows, nothing could be seen in that battle. Just then the sun also set, enveloped with a dusty cloud. Neither friend nor foe could any longer be distinguished. Then Drona and Duryodhana and others caused the withdrawal of their troops. And ascertaining the foe to be inspired with fear and unwilling to continue the fight, Vatsu also slowly caused his troops to be withdrawn. Then the Pandavas and the Saranjayas and the Panchalas, filled with joy, praised Partha with delightful speeches like the rishis praising the Sunday having vanquished his foes. Thus, Dhananjaya then, filled with joy, retired to his tent, proceeding in the rear of the whole army, with Kasava as his companion, and stationed on his beautiful car decked with the costliest specimens of sapphires and rubies and gold and silver and diamonds and corals and crystals. The son of Pandu looked resplendent like the moon in the firmament bespangled with stars. Section 17. Sanjaya said, the troops of both the armies, having proceeded to their tents, duly took up their quarters, O king, according to the divisions and the subdivisions to which they belonged. Having withdrawn the troops, Drona, in great cheerlessness of mind, beholding Duryodhana, said these words in shame, I told thee before that when Ananjaya is by Yudhishthira, He is incapable of being seized in battle by the very gods. Although all of you fell upon him in battle, yet Partha frustrated all your attempts. Do not doubt what I say. Krishna and Pandu's son, Arjuna, are invincible. If, however, Arjuna of white steeds can, by any means, be withdrawn from Yudhishthira's side, then Yudhishthira, O king, shall soon come under thy control. Let some one challenging him, Arjuna, in battle draw him away to some other part of the field. The son of Kunti will not return without vanquishing him. Meanwhile, when Arjuna will not be by, O monarch, I will seize King Yudhishthira the Just, penetrating through the Pandava host in the very sight of Drishthadhyumna. Thus, O monarch, I will, without doubt, bring Yudhishthira, the son of Dharma, along with his followers, under control. If that son of Pandu stays even for a moment before me in battle, I will bring him a captive from the field. That feat will be more advantageous than victory over the Pandava army. Sanjaya continued, hearing those words of Drona, the ruler of the Trigartas, O monarch, with his brothers, said these words, We, O king, are always humiliated by the wielder of Gandiva. O bull of Bharata's race, although we have done him no injury, yet he hath always injured us. Remembering all those diverse instances of humiliation, we burn in wrath and are never able to sleep at night. By good luck, that Arjuna, armed with weapons, will stand before us. That therefore, which is in our heart and which we strive to accomplish, we are resolved to achieve now, that viz, which will be agreeable to thee, and which will bring us renown. Taking him out of the field will slay him. Let the earth today be without Arjuna, or let it be without the Trigartas. We truly swear this before thee. This our vow will never be false. And Satyavartha and Satyavarman, O Bharata, and Satyavarata and Satyu, and Satyakarman also, having spoken similarly, those 5 brothers together, with 10,000 cars, came, O king, before Duryodhana, having taken that oath on the field of battle. And the Malavas, and the 10 Dikas with 1,000 cars, and the tiger among men, Susaman, the ruler of Brasthala, with the Mavlakas, the Lalithas, and the Madrakas, accompanied by 10,000 cars and his brothers, and with another 10,000 cars from diverse realms came forward for taking the oath. Then bringing fire, and each making preparations for igniting one for himself, they took up ropes, cusagrass, and beautiful coats of mail. And equipped in mail, bathed in clarified butter, clad in robes of cusagrass, and with their bowstrings serving as girdles, those heroes, who had given away hundreds and thousands as presents to Brahmanas, who had performed many sacrifices, had been blessed with children, and were deserving of blessed regions hereafter, who had nothing more to do in this world, who were deserving of blessed regions hereafter, who were prepared to lay down their lives in battle, and who devoted their souls to the attainment of fame and victory, who were desirous of soon repairing by fair fight to those regions hereafter that are attainable by means only of sacrifices, with abundant presents to Brahmanas, and by means also of the rites, the chief amongst which are Brahmacharya and study of the Vedas, those heroes, having each gratified Brahmanas by giving them gold, 30 and kine, and robes, and having addressed one another in loving discourse, ignited those fires and took that vow in battle. And in the presence of those fires, firmly resolved, they took that vow. And having made that vow for the slaughter of Dhananjaya, they, in the hearing of creatures, very loudly said, Those regions that are for persons who have never adopted any vows, are for one who drinketh wine, those that are for him who hath adulterous connection with his preceptor's wife, those that are for him who robbeth the property of a Brahmana, or for him who enjoyeth the king's grant without satisfying the condition of that grant, or for him who abandoneth one asking for shelter, or for him who slayeth a candidate for his favour, those that afford persons that set fire to houses, and for those that slay kine, those regions that are for those that injure others, those that afford persons harbouring malice against Brahmanas, those that afford him who from folly doth not seek the companionship of his wife in her season, those also that are for those that seek the companionship of women on the day they had to perform the sraddha of their ancestors, those that afford persons that injure their own selves, or for those that misappropriate what is deposited with them from confidence, or for those that destroy learning, or for those who battle with eunuchs, or for those that follow persons that are mean, those regions that are for atheists, or for those that abandon their sacred fires and mothers, and those regions also that are for the sinful, those shall be ours, if without slaying Dhananjaya we return from the field, or if, ground by him on the field, we turn back from fear. If, again, we succeed in achieving in battle feats the most difficult of accomplishment in the world, we shall then, without doubt, obtain the most desirable regions. Having said these words, O king, those heroes then marched to battle, summoning Arjuna towards the southern part of the field. That tiger among men, and subjugator of hostile cities, Arjuna, thus challenged by them, said these words unto King Yudhishthira that just without any delay, summoned, I never turn back. This is my fixed vow. These men, sworn to conquer or die, are summoning me, O king, to great battle. This Susaman here, with his brothers, summoneth me to battle. It behoveth thee to grant me permission for slaying him, with all his followers. O bull among men, I am unable to brook this challenge. I tell thee truly, know these foes to be, already, slain in battle. Yudhishthira said, Thou hast heard, O child, in detail, what Drona hath resolved to accomplish. Act thou in such a way that that resolve of his may become futile. Drona is endued with great might. He is a hero, accomplished in arms, and above fatigue. O mighty car warrior, even he hath vowed my seizure. Arjuna said, This Satyajit, O king, will today become thy protector in battle. As long as Satyajit lives, the preceptor will never be able to attain his desire. If, however, O Lord, this tiger among men, Satyajit, be slain in battle, thou shouldst not then remain on the field even if surrounded by all our warriors. Sanjaya continued, King Yudhishthira then gave Arjuna the leave he sought. And he also embraced Arjuna and eyed him affectionately. And diverse were the benedictions that the king uttered on him. Having made this arrangement, for Yudhishthira's protection, 31 the mighty Partha went out against the Trigartas, like a hungry lion, for assuaging his hunger upon a herd of deer. Then Duryodhana's troops, filled with joy at Arjuna's absence, from Yudhishthira's side, became furious for the seizure of Yudhishthira. Then both the hosts, with a great impetuosity, encountered each other, like the Ganga and the Sarayu in the season of rains when both streams are swollen with water. Section 18. Sanjaya said, The Samsaptakas, 32 then, filled with joy, took their stand on the level field, having, with their cars, formed an array in the shape of the half-moon. And those tigers among men, beholding the diadem-decked Arjuna come towards them, were, O sire, filled with delight and uttered loud shouts. That noise filled the sky and all the points of the compass, cardinal and subsidiary. And because it was an open plain covered only with men, it produced no echoes. Ascertaining them to be exceedingly delighted, Dhananjaya, with a little smile, said these words unto Krishna, Behold, O thou that hast Devaki for thy mother, those Trigarta brothers, who are about to perish in battle, are filled with delight at a time when they should weep. Or, this is, without doubt, the hour of delight with them, since they will obtain those excellent regions that are unattainable by cowards. Having said these words unto the mighty armed Rishikasa, Arjuna came upon the arrayed ranks of the Trigarters in battle, taking up then his conch called Devadatta decked with gold. He blew it with great force, filling all the points of the compass with its blare. Terrified by that blare, that car host of the Samsaptakas stood motionless in battle, as if it was petrified. And all their animals stood with eyes wide open, ears and necks and lips paralyzed, and legs motionless. And they passed urine and vomited blood. Regaining consciousness then, and placing the ranks in proper order, they shot their arrows all at once at the son of Pandu. Capable of displaying his prowess with great speed, Arjuna, with 5 and 10 arrows, cut off those thousands of arrows before they could reach him. They then pierced Arjuna, each with 10 arrows. Partha pierced them with 3 arrows. Then each of them, O king, pierced Partha with 5 arrows. Endued with great prowess, he pierced each of them in return with 2 arrows. And, once again, excited with wrath, they quickly poured upon Arjuna anchors of countless arrows like the clouds pouring upon a lake their incessant showers. Then those thousands of arrows fell upon Arjuna, like swarms of bees upon a flowering cluster of trees in the forest. Then deeply pierced Arjuna's diadem with 30 shafts, endued with the strength of adamant, with those shafts equipped with wings of gold fixed on his diadem. Arjuna, as if decked with ornaments of gold, shone like the newly risen sun. The son of Pandu then, in that battle, with a board-headed arrow, cut off the leathern fence of Shivau, and covered Sadaman and Sadanwan, and Shivau pierced Partha with 10 arrows. Partha, having the excellent tape device on his banner, pierced all of them in return with many arrows, and also cut off, with some broad-headed shafts, their standards made of gold. And cutting off the bow of Sadanwan, he slew with his arrows the latter's steeds. And then he cut off from his trunk the latter's head graced with turban. Upon the fall of that hero, his followers were terrified. And stricken with panic, they all fled away to where Duryodhana's forces were. Then Vasava's son, filled with wrath, smote that mighty host with incessant showers of arrows, like the sun destroying darkness by means of his incessant rays. Then when that host broke and melted away on all sides, and Arjuna was filled with wrath, the Trigarters were struck with fear. While being slaughtered by Partha with his straight shafts, they remained where they stood, deprived of their senses, like a terrified herd of deer. Then the king of the Trigarters, filled with rage, addressed those mighty car warrior, saying, Do not fly, ye heroes. It behoveth thee not to be frightened. Having, in the sight of all the troops, taken those terrible steps, repairing thither, what shall ye say unto the leaders of Duryodhana's host? Do we not incur ridicule in the world by such a cowardly act in battle? Therefore, stop ye all, and fight according to your strength. Thus addressed, O king, those heroes, repeatedly uttering loud shouts, blew their conchs, gladdening one another. Then those Samsaptakas once more returned to the field, with the Narayana cowherds, resolved to face death himself. Section 19. Sanjaya said, beholding those Samsaptakas once more return to the field, Arjuna addressed the high-souled Vasudeva, saying, Urge the steeds, O Hrishikasa, towards the Samsaptakas. They will not give up the battle alive. This is what I think. Today thou shalt witness the terrible might of my arms, as also of my bow. Today I shall slay all these, like Rudra slaying creatures, at the end of the Yuga. Hearing these words, the invincible Krishna smiled, and gladdening him with auspicious speeches, conveyed Arjuna to those places whither the latter desired to go. While borne in battle by those white steeds, that car looked exceedingly resplendent, like a celestial car borne along the firmament. And like Sakra's car, O king, in the battle between the gods and the Asuras in days of old, it displayed circular, forward, backward, and diverse other kinds of motion. Then the Naryanas, excited with wrath and armed with diverse weapons, surrounded Dhananjaya, covering him with showers of arrows. And, O bull of Bharata's race, they soon made Kunti's son, Dhananjaya, together with Krishna, entirely invisible in that battle. Then Falguni, excited with wrath, doubled his energy, and quickly rubbing its string, grasped Gandiva firmly in the battle, causing wrinkles to form themselves on his brow, sure indications of wrath. The son of Pandu blew his prodigious conch, called Devadatta, and then he shot the weapon called Vashtra that is capable of slaying large bodies of foes together. Thereupon, thousands of separate forms started into existence there, of Arjuna himself and of Vasudeva. Confounded by those diverse images after the form of Arjuna, the troops began to strike each other, each regarding the other as Arjuna's self. This is Arjuna. This is Govinda. They are Pandu's son and he is of Yadu's race. Uttering such exclamations, and deprived of their senses, they slew one another in that battle. Deprived of their senses by that mighty weapon, they slew one another. Indeed, those warriors, while striking one another, looked beautiful like blossoming kinsukas. Consuming those thousands of arrows shot by them, that mighty weapon dispatched those heroes to Yama's abode. Then Vatsu, laughing, crushed with his arrows the Lalathaya, the Malava, the Mavlaka, and the Trigata warriors, while those Kshatriyas, urged by fate, were thus slaughtered by that hero. They shot at path a showers of diverse kinds of arrows. Overwhelmed with those terrible showers of arrows, neither Arjuna, nor his car, nor Kusava, could any longer be seen. Seeing their arrows strike the aim, they uttered joyous shouts. And regarding the two Krishnas as already slain, they joyously waved their garments in the air. And those heroes also blew their conchs and beat their drums and cymbals by thousands, and uttered many leonine shouts, O sire! Then Krishna, covered with sweat, and much weakened, addressed Arjuna, saying, Where art thou, O Partha? I do not see thee. Art thou alive, O slayer of foes? Hearing those words of his, Dhananjaya with great speed dispelled, by means of the Vaivya weapon, that arrowy downpour shot by his foes. Then the illustrious Vayu, the presiding deity of that mighty weapon, bore away crowds of Samsaptakas with steeds and elephants and cars and weapons, as if these were dry leaves of trees. Borne away by the wind, O king, they looked highly beautiful, like flights of birds, O monarch, flying away from trees. Then Dhananjaya, having afflicted them thus, with great speed struck hundreds and thousands of them with sharp shafts. And he cut off their heads and also hands with weapons in their grasp, by means of his broad-headed arrows. And he felled on the ground, with his shafts, their thighs, resembling the trunks of elephants. And some were wounded on their backs, arms and eyes. And thus Dhananjaya deprived his foes of diverse limbs, and cars decked and equipped according to rule, and looking like the vapor edifices in the welkin, he cut off into fragments, by means of his arrows, their riders and steeds and elephants. And in many places crowds of cars, whose standards had been cut off, looked like forests of headless palmyras. And elephants with excellent weapons, banners, hooks, and standards fell down like wooded mountains, split with Sakra's thunder, graced with tails, looking like those of the yak, and covered with coats of mail, and with their entrails and eyes dragged out, steeds along with their riders, rolled on the ground, slain by means of Partha's shafts, no longer holding in their grasp the swords that had served for their nails, with their coats of mail torn, and the joints of their bones broken. Foot soldiers with their vital limbs cut open, helplessly laid themselves down on the field, slain by means of Arjuna's arrows. and the field of battle assumed an awful aspect in consequence of those warriors slain, or in the course of being slaughtered, falling and fallen, standing or in course of being whirled along. And the air was purified of the dust that had arisen, by means of the showers of blood, caused by Arjuna's arrows. And the earth, strewn with hundreds of headless trunks, became impassable. And the car of Batsu in that battle shone fiercely like the car of Rudra himself, while engaged at the end of the Yuga in destroying all creatures. While slaughtered by Patha thus, those warriors, with their steeds and cars and elephants, in great distress, ceased not to rush against him, though, deprived of life one after another, they had to become the guests of Sakra. Then the field of battle, O chief of the Bharatas, strewn with mighty car warriors deprived of life, looked dreadful like Yama's domains, abounding with the spirits of the departed creatures. Meanwhile, when Arjuna was furiously engaged with the Samsaptakas, Drona, at the head of his forces arrayed for battle, rushed against Yudhishthira, and many warriors, accomplished in smiting and properly arrayed, followed him, actuated by the desire of seizing Yudhishthira. The battle then that ensued became exceedingly fierce. Section 20. Sanjaya said, having passed the night, that mighty car warrior viz. Bharadwaja's son, addressed Sayadana, O monarch, saying, I am thine ! 33 I have made arrangements for Patha's encounter with the Samsaptaka. 34 After Patha went out for slaying the Samsaptakas, Drona then, at the head of his troops arrayed for battle, proceeded, O chief of the Bharatas, for seizing King Yudhishthira the Just. Seeing that Drona had arrayed his forces in the form of a Garuda, Yudhishthira disposed his troops in counter-array in the form of a semicircle. In the mouth of that Garuda was the mighty car warrior Drona himself, and its head was formed by King Duryodhana, surrounded by his uterine brothers. And Gritavarman and the illustrious Gripa formed the 2 eyes of that Garuda. And Bhutasaman, and Kshimasaman, and the valiant Karakaksha, and the Kalingas, the Singalas, the Easterners, the Sudras, the Abhiras, the Daisrakas, the Sakas, the Yavanas, the Kamvojas, the Hangzapadas, the Zurasnas, the Daridas, the Madras, and the Kalaikiyas, with hundreds and thousands of elephants, steeds, cars, and foot soldiers were stationed at its neck. Ambarisriva, and Saliya, and Somadatta, and Valika, these heroes, surrounded by a full Ikshwaini, took up their position in the right wing. And Vinda and Danuvinda of Avanti, and Sudakshina, the ruler of the Kamvojas, stationed themselves in the left wing at the head, however, of Drona's son Wataman. In the back of that Garuda were the Kalingas, the Amvashthas, the Magdas, the Pondras, the Madrakas, the Gandhras, the Sakunas, the Easterners, the Mountaineers, and the Vasatis. In the tail stood Vikatana's son Karna, with his sons, kinsmen and friends, and surrounded by a large force raised from diverse realms, Jayadratha, and Bhimaratha, and Sampati, and the Jays, and the Bhajas, and Bhuminjaya, and Vrisha, and Kratha, and the mighty ruler of the Nishadas, all accomplished in battle, surrounded by a large host and keeping the region of Brahma before their eyes, stood, O king, in the heart of that array. That array, formed by Drona, in consequence of its foot soldiers, steeds, cars and elephants, seemed to surge like the tempest-tossed ocean, as it advanced to battle. Warriors, desirous of battle, began to start out from the wings and sides of that array, like roaring clouds charged with lightning rushing from all sides, in the welkin, at summer. And in the midst of that army, the ruler of the Pragjotishas, mounted on his duly equipped elephant, looked resplendent, O king, like the rising sun, decked, O monarch, in garlands of flower, and with a white umbrella held over his head. He looked like the full moon when in conjunction with the constellation Kritika. and blind with the wine-like exudation, the elephant, looking like a mass of black antimony, shone like a huge mountain washed by mighty clouds, with their showers. And the ruler of the Pragjotishas was surrounded by many heroic kings of the hilly countries, armed with diverse weapons, like Sakra himself surrounded by the celestials. Then Yudhishthira, beholding that superhuman array incapable of being vanquished by foes in battle, addressed Prishata's son, saying, O Lord, O thou that ownest steeds white as pigeons, let such measures be adopted that I may not be taken a prisoner by the Brahmana. Drishthadhyumna said, O thou of excellent vows, never shalt thou be placed under the power of Drona, however much may he strive. Even I shall check Drona today with all his followers. As long as I am alive, O thou of Kuru's race, it behoveth thee not to feel any anxiety. Under no circumstances will Drona be able to vanquish me in battle. Sanjaya continued, having said these words, the mighty son of Drupada, owning steeds of the hue of pigeons, scattering his shafts, rushed himself at Drona. Beholding that, to him, evil omen in the form of Drishthadhyumna stationed before him, Drona soon became exceedingly cheerless. Beholding this, that crusher of foes, viz., thy son Dharmaka, desirous of doing what was agreeable to Drona, began to resist Drishthadhyumna. Then a terrible and a fierce battle took place, O Bharata, between the brave son of Prishata and thy son, Dharmaka. Then Prishata's son, quickly covering Dharmaka with a shower of arrows, checked Bharadwaja's son also with a thick arrowy downpour. Beholding Drona checked, thy son Dharmaka quickly rushed at Prishata's son and confounded him with clouds of arrows of diverse kinds. And while the prince of the Panchalas and that foremost one of Kuru's race were thus engaged in battle, Drona consumed many sections of Yudhishthira's host. As a mass of clouds is dispersed in different directions by the wind, even so was Yudhishthira's host, in many parts of the field, scattered by Drona. For only a short while did that battle look like an ordinary combat. And then, O king, it became an encounter of infuriated persons in which no consideration was shown for anybody, and the combatants could no longer distinguish their own men from the foe. And the battle raged on, their warriors being guided by inferences and watchwords. Upon the gems on their headgears, upon their necklaces and other ornaments, and upon their coats of mail, rays of light like those of the sun seemed to fall and play. And cars and elephants and steeds, decked with streaming banners, seemed in that battle to resemble masses of clouds with flocks of cranes under them. And men slew men, and steeds of fiery metal slew steeds, and car warriors slew car warriors, and elephants slew elephants. And soon a fierce and terrible encounter took place between elephants with tall standards on their backs and mighty compeers, rushing against them. All in consequence of those huge creatures rubbing their bodies against those of hostile compeers and tearing one another with their tusks. Fires mixed with smoke were generated thereby, such friction of countless tusks with tusks. Shorn of the standards on their backs, those elephants, in consequence of the fires caused by their tusks, looked like masses of clouds in the welkin charged with lightning. And the earth, strewn with elephants dragging hostile compeers, and roaring and falling down, looked beautiful like the autumnal sky overspread with clouds. And the roars of those elephants while they were being slaughtered with showers of shafts and lances, sounded like the roll of clouds in the rainy season. And some huge elephants, wounded with lances and shafts, became panic-stricken. And others amongst those creatures left the field with loud cries. 35 And some elephants there, struck by others with their tusks, uttered fierce yells of distress that resounded like the roll of the all-destroying clouds at the end of the Yuga. And some, turned back by huge antagonists, returned to the charge, urged on by sharp hooks. And crushing hostile ranks, they began to kill all who came in their way. And elephant drivers, attacked by elephant drivers with arrows and lances, fell down from the backs of their beasts, their weapons and hooks being loosened from their hands. And many elephants, without riders on their backs, wandered hither and thither like clouds torn from mightier masses, and then fell down, encountering one another. And some huge elephants, bearing on their backs slain and fallen warriors, or those whose weapons had fallen down, wandered in all directions singly. 36 And in the midst of that carnage, some elephants attacked, or in course of being attacked with lances, swords and battle axes, fell down in course of that awful carnage, uttering sounds of distress. And the earth suddenly struck with the falling bodies, huge as hills, of those creatures all around trembled and emitted sounds. And with those elephants slain along with the riders and lying all about with the standards on their backs, the earth looked beautiful as if strewn with hills. And the drivers on the backs of many elephants, with their breasts pierced by car warriors with broad-headed shafts in that battle, fell down, their lances and hooks loosened from their grasp. And some elephants, struck with long shafts, uttered grain-like cries and ran in all directions, crushing friends and foes by trampling them to death. And covered with countless bodies of elephants and steeds and car warriors, the earth, O king, became miry with flesh and blood. And large cars with wheels and many without wheels, crushed by the points of their tusks, were thrown up by elephants, with the warriors mounted on them. Cars were seen deprived of warriors, and riderless steeds and elephants ran in all directions, afflicted with wounds. And their father slew his son, and son slew his sire, for the battle that took place was exceedingly fierce, and nothing could be distinguished. Men sank ankle-deep in the gory mire and looked like tall trees whose lower parts were swallowed up in a blazing forest conflagration. And robes and coats of mail and umbrellas and standards having been dyed with blood, everything seemed to be bloody on the field. Large bodies of slain steeds, of cars, and of men, were again cut into fragments by the rolling of car wheels. And that sea of troops having elephants for its current, and slain men for its floating moss and weeds, and cars for its fierce eddies, looked terribly grim. Warriors, having steeds and elephants for their large vessels, and desirous of victory as their wealth, plunged into that sea, and instead of sinking in it endeavoured to deprive their enemies of their senses. When all the warriors, each bearing particular signs, were covered with arrowy showers, there was none amongst them a lost heart, though all were deprived of their signs. In that fierce and awful battle, Drona, confounding the senses of his foes, at last rushed at Yudhishthira. Section 21. Sanjaya continued. Then Drona, beholding Yudhishthira near him, fearlessly received him with a thick shower of arrows. And there arose a loud noise among the troops of Yudhishthira's army, like what is made by the elephants belonging to a herd when their leader is attacked by a mighty lion. Beholding Drona, the brave Satyajit, of prowess incapable of being baffled, rushed at the preceptor who was desirous of seizing Yudhishthira. The preceptor and the Panchala prince, both endued with great might, fought with each other, agitating each other's troops, like Indra and Vali. Then Satyajit, of prowess incapable of being baffled, invoking a mighty weapon, pierced Drona with keen-pointed arrows. And Satyajit shot at Drona's charioteer 5 arrows, fatal as snake poison, and each looking like death himself. The charioteer, thus struck, became deprived of his senses. Then Satyajit quickly pierced Drona's steeds with 10 shafts, and filled with rage, he next pierced each of his Parshani drivers with 10 shafts. And then he coursed at the head of his troops on his car in a circular motion. Excited with wrath, he cut off the standard of Drona, that crusher of foes. Drona then, that chastiser of foes, beholding these feats of his foe in battle, mentally resolved to dispatch him to the other world. 37 The preceptor, cutting off Satyajit's bow with arrow fixed thereon, quickly pierced him with 10 arrows capable of penetrating into the very vitals. Thereupon, the valiant Satyajit, quickly taking up another bow, struck Drona, O king, with 30 arrows winged with the feathers of the canker bird. Beholding Drona, thus, encountered in battle by Satyajit, the Pandavas, O king, shouted in joy and waved their garments. Then the mighty Vrika, O king, excited with great wrath, pierced Drona in the center of the chest with 60 arrows. That feat seemed highly wonderful. Then that mighty car warrior, viz., Drona, of great impetuosity, covered with the arrowy showers of his foes, opened his eyes wide and mustered all his energy. Then cutting off the bows of both Satyajit and Vrika, Drona, with 6 shafts slew Vrika with his charioteer and steeds. Then Satyajit, taking up another bow that was tougher, pierced Drona with his steeds, his charioteer, and his standard. Thus afflicted in battle by the prince of the Panchalas, Drona could not brook that act. For the destruction then of his foe, he quickly shot his arrows at him. Drona then covered with incessant showers of arrows his antagonist's steeds and standards, as also the handle of his bow, and both his Parshani drivers. But though his bows were, thus, repeatedly cut off, the prince of the Panchalas, conversant with the highest weapons, continued to battle with him of redder steeds. Beholding Satyajit's well with energy in that dreadful combat, Drona cut off that illustrious warrior's head with a crescent-shaped arrow. 38 Upon the slaughter of that foremost of combatants, that mighty car warrior among the Panchalas, Yudhishthira, from fear of Drona, fled away, borne by fleet steeds. Then the Panchalas, the Kikayas, the Matsyas, the Chedis, the Kaurushas and the Koslas, seeing Drona, rushed at him, desirous of rescuing Yudhishthira. The preceptor, however, that slayer of large numbers of foes, desirous of seizing Yudhishthira, began to consume those divisions, like fire consuming heaps of cotton. Then Satyanika, the younger brother of the ruler of the Matsyas, rushed at Drona, who was thus engaged in incessantly destroying those divisions of the Pandava host. And Satyanika, piercing Drona along with his driver and steeds with 6 shafts, bright as the rays of the sun and polished by his hands of their forger, uttered loud shouts, and engaged in a cruel act, and endeavoring to accomplish what was difficult of attainment. He covered Bharadwaj the son, that mighty car warrior, with showers of arrows. 39 Then Drona, with an arrow sharp as razor, quickly cut off from his trunk the head, decked with earrings, of Satyanika, shouting at him. Thereupon, the Matsya warriors all fled away. Having vanquished the Matsyas, the son of Bharadwaj then defeated the Chedis, the Kaurushas, the Kakiyas, the Panchalas, the Srinjayas, and the Pandas repeatedly. Beholding that hero of the golden car, excited with rage and consuming their divisions, like a fire consuming a forest, the Srinjayas trembled with fear. Endued with great activity and slaughtering the foe ceaselessly, the twang of the bowstring, as he stretched his bow, was heard in all directions. Fierce arrows shot by that warrior endued with great lightness of hand, crushed elephants and steeds and foot soldiers and car warriors and elephant riders. As a mighty mass of roaring clouds in summer with violent winds, blowing, poureth a shower of hailstones, so did Drona pour his arrowy showers and inspired fear in the hearts of his foes. That mighty hero, that great bowman, that dispeller of the fears of his friends, careered in all directions of the field, agitating their hostile host. The bow, decked with gold, of Drona of immeasurable energy, was seen in all directions like the flashes of lightning in the clouds. The beautiful altar on his banner, as he careered in battle, Mahabharata was seen to resemble a crest of Himavat. The slaughter that Drona caused among the Pandava troops was very great, resembling that caused by Vishnu himself, the adored of both the gods and Asuras, among the Daitya host. Heroic, truthful in speech, endued with great wisdom and might, and possessed of prowess incapable of being baffled, the illustrious Drona caused a river to flow that was fierce and capable of striking the timid with fear. Coats of mail formed its waves, and standards its eddies. And it carried away, as it ran, large numbers of mortal creatures. And elephants and steeds constituted its great alligators, and swords formed its fishes. And it was incapable of being easily crossed over. The bones of brave warriors formed its bebels, and drums and cymbals its tortoises. And shields and armor formed its boats, and the hair of warriors its floating moss and weeds. And arrows constituted its wavelets and bows its current. And the arms of the combatants formed its snakes. 40 And that river of fierce current, running over the field of battle, bore away both the cuirass and the sringyas. And the heads of human beings constituted its stones, and their thighs its fishes. And maces constituted the rafts, by which many sought to cross it. And headgears formed the fourth that covered its surface, and the entrails of animals, its reptiles. Awful, in mien, it bore away heroes to the other world. And blood and flesh constituted its mire. And elephants formed its crocodiles, and standards, the trees, on its banks. Thousands of kshatriyas sank in it. Fierce, clogged with dead bodies, and having horse soldiers and elephant warriors for its sharks, it was extremely difficult to cross it. And that river ran towards the abode of the armor. And it abounded with rakshasas and dogs and jackals. And it was haunted by fierce cannibals all around. Then many Pandava warriors, headed by Kunti's son, rushing at Drona, that mighty Ka warrior consuming their divisions like death himself, surrounded him on all sides. Indeed, those brave warriors completely encompassed Drona, who was scorching everything around him like the sun himself scorching the world with his rays. Then the kings and the princes of thy army, with upraised weapons, all rushed for supporting that hero and great bowman. Then Sikandin pierced Drona with 5 straight arrows. And Kshatradaman pierced him with 20 arrows, and Vasudeva with 5. And Utamaujas pierced him with 3 arrows, and Kshatradeva with 5. And Satyaki pierced him in that battle with 100 arrows, and Yadamanyu with 8. And Yudhishthira pierced Drona with 12 shafts, and Drishthadama pierced him with 10, and Chekatana with 3. Then Drona, of unbaffled aim and resembling an elephant with rent temples, getting over the car division of the Pandavas, overthrew Drasena. Approaching then King Kshima, who was battling fearlessly, he struck him with 9 arrows. Thereupon, Kshima, deprived of life, fell down from his car. Getting then into the midst of the hostile troops, he careered in all directions, protecting others, but himself in no need of protection. He then pierced Sikandin with 12 arrows, and Utamaujas with 20. And he dispatched Vasudeva with a broad-headed arrow to the abode of the armor. And he pierced Kshimavalman with 80 arrows, and Sudakshina with 26. And he felled Kshatradeva with a broad-headed arrow from his niche in the car. And having pierced Yadamanyu with 64 arrows and Satyaki with 30, Drona, of the golden car, quickly approached Yudhishthira. Then Yudhishthira, that best of kings, quickly fled away from the preceptor, borne by his fleet steeds. Then Panchala rushed at Drona. Drona slew the prince, cutting off his bow, and felling his steeds and charioteer along with him. Deprived of life, the prince fell down on the earth from his car, like a luminary loosened from the firmament. Upon the fall of that illustrious prince of the Panchalas, loud cries were heard thereof, Slay Drona, slay Drona. The mighty Drona then began to crush and mangle the Panchalas, the Matsyas, the Kaikyas, the Srinjayas, and the Pandavas, all excited with rage. And supported by the Kurus, Drona then vanquished Satyaki and Chekatana's son, and son of Indu, and Shuvaka's, all these and numerous other kings. Thy warriors, O king, having obtained the victory in that great battle, slew the Pandavas as they flew away in all directions. And the Panchalas, the Kaikyas and the Matsyas, thus slaughtered on all sides like the Danavas by Indra, began to tremble with fear. Section 22. Dhritarashtra said, when the Pandavas were broken by Bharadwaja's son in that dreadful battle, and the Panchalas also, was there anybody that approached Drona the battle? Alas, beholding Drona stationed in battle, like a yawning tiger, or an elephant with rent temples, ready to lay down his life in battle, well armed, conversant with all modes of fight, that great bowman, that tiger among men, that enhancer of the fear of foes, grateful, devoted to truth, ever desirous of benefiting Duryodhana, alas, beholding him at the head of his troops, was there no man that could approach him, with a laudable determination for battle, a determination that enhances the renown of Kshatriyas, that mean-spirited persons can never form, and that is distinctive only of the foremost of persons? Tell me, O Sanjaya, who were those heroes that approached the son of Bharadwaja, beholding him at the head of his forces? Sanjaya said, beholding the Panchalas, the Pandavas, the Matsyas, the Srinjayas, the Chedis, the Kalaikiyas, thus routed after being broken in battle by Drona with his shafts, beholding them thus driven from the field by those showers of fleet arrows shot from Drona's bow, like vessels sent adrift by the awful waves of the tempest-tossed ocean, the Kauravas with many leonine shouts and with the noise of diverse instruments, began to assail the cars and elephants and foot soldiers of that hostile host, from all sides. And beholding those fleeing soldiers of the Pandavas, King Duryodhana, stationed in the midst of his own forces and encompassed by his own relatives and kinsmen, filled with joy, and laughing as he spoke, said these words unto Karna. Duryodhana said, behold, O Radha's son, the Panchalas broken by that firm bowman, Drona, with his shafts, like a herd of the wild deer frightened by a lion. These, I think, will not again come to battle. They have been broken by Drona like mighty trees by the tempest. Afflicted by that high-souled warrior with those shafts winged with gold, they are fleeing away. No two persons are together. Indeed, they seem to be dragged in eddies all over the field. Checked by the Kauravas as also by the high-souled Drona, they are huddling close to one another like a herd of elephants in the midst of a conflagration. Like blossoming trees penetrated by flights of bees, these warriors, pierced with the sharp shafts of Drona, are huddling close to one another as they are flying away from the field. There, the wrathful Bhima, abandoned by the Pandavas and the Srinjayas, and surrounded by my warriors, delighteth me greatly, O Karna. It is evident that wicked wight beholdeth the world today to be full of Drona. Without doubt, that son of Bandhu hath today become hopeless of life and kingdom. Karna said, that mighty armed warrior will not certainly abandon the battle as long as he is alive. Nor will he, O tiger among men, brook these leonine shouts of ours. Nor will the Pandavas, I think, be defeated in battle. They are brave, endued with great might, accomplished in weapons, and difficult of being resisted in battle. Recollecting the woes caused them by our attempts at poisoning and burning them, and the woes that arose from the match at dice, bearing in mind also their exile in the woods, the Pandavas, I think, will not abandon the fight. The mighty armed Vrikadara of immeasurable energy hath already turned back for the fight. the son of Kunti, will certainly slay many of our foremost cow warriors. With sword and bow and dart, with steeds and elephants and men and cars, 41, with his mace made of iron, he will slay crowds of our soldiers. Other Ka warriors headed by Satyajit, together with the Panchalas, the Kikayas, the Matsyas, and especially the Pandavas, are following him. They are all brave, and possessed of great might and prowess. Mighty Ka warriors, they are again led by Bhima in wrath. Those bulls of thy race, surrounding Vrikadara on all sides, like a clouds surrounding the sun, begin to approach Drona from all sides. Closely intent upon one object, these will certainly afflict unprotected Drona, like flights of insects, on the point of death, striking a blazing lamp. Accomplished in weapons, they are certainly competent to resist Drona. Heavy is the burthen, I think, that now rests on Bradwa's son. Let us then quickly go to the spot where Drona is. Let not those slay him of regulated vows like wolves slaying a mighty elephant. Sanjaya continued, hearing these words of Radhya, King Duryodhana then, accompanied by his brothers, O monarch, proceeded towards Drona's car. The noise there was deafening. Of Pandava warriors returned to the fight on their cars drawn by excellent steeds of diverse hue, 42, all actuated by the desire of slaying Drona alone. Section 23. Dhritarashtra said, Tell me, O Sanjaya, the distinctive indications of the cars of all those who, excited with wrath and headed by Bhimasena, had proceeded against Drona. Sanjaya said, beholding Vrikadara advancing, on a car drawn by steeds of dappled hue, like that of the antelope, the brave grandson of Suni, Satyaki, proceeded, borne by steeds of a silvery hue. The irresistible Yadamanu, excited with rage, proceeded against Drona, borne by excellent steeds of variegated hue. Drystadama, the son of the Panchala king, proceeded, borne by steeds of great fleetness in trappings of gold and of the hue of pigeons. 43 Desirous of protecting his sire, and wishing him complete success, Drystadama's son, Kshitradaman of regulated vows, proceeded, borne by red steeds. Kshitradeva, the son of Sikandin, himself urging well-decked steeds of the hue of lotus leaves and with eyes of pure white, proceeded against Drona. Beautiful steeds of the Kamvoa breed, decked with the feathers of the green parrot, bearing Nakula, quickly ran towards thy army. Dark steeds of the clouds wrathfully bore to Morjas, O Bharata, to battle against the invincible Drona, standing with arrows aimed. Steeds, fleet as the wind, and of variegated hue, bore Sahadeva with upraised weapons to that fierce battle. Of great impetuosity, and possessed of the fleetness of the wind, steeds of the ivory hue and having black manes on the neck, bore Yudhishthira, the tiger among men. And many warriors followed Yudhishthira, borne on their steeds, decked in trappings of gold and all fleet as the wind. Behind the king was the royal chief of the Panchalas, viz. Drupada, with a golden umbrella over his head and himself protected by all those soldiers that followed Yudhishthira. That great bowman among all the kings, viz. Sautabi, proceeded, borne by beautiful steeds capable of bearing every noise. Accompanied by all the great Ka warriors, Virata quickly followed the former. The Kakiyas and Sikandin, and Drishtaketu, surrounded by the respective troops, followed the ruler of Matsyas. Excellent steeds of the pale red hue of trumpet flowers looked exceedingly beautiful as they bore Virata. Fleet steeds of yellow colour and decked in chains of gold bore with great speed the son, Uttara, of that slayer of foes, viz. Virata, the royal chief of the Matsyas. The 5 Kikaya brothers were borne by steeds of deep red hue, of the splendour of gold and owning standards of the red hue, and decked with chains of gold, all of them heroes, accomplished in battle, they proceeded, clad in mail, and showering arrows like the very clouds. Excellent steeds, the gift of Timveru, of the hue of unbaked earthen pots, bore Sikandin, the Panchala prince of immeasurable energy. Altogether, 12,000 mighty Ka warriors of the Panchala race proceeded to battle. Of these, 6,000 followed Sikandin. Sportive steeds, O sire, of the dappled hue of the antelope, bore the son of Sisupal, the tiger among men. That bull among the Chedis, viz., Drishtakitu, endued with great strength, and difficult of being vanquished in battle, proceeded, borne by Kamvoa steeds of variegated hue. Excellent steeds of the Sindhu breed, of beautiful limbs, and of the hue of the smoke of straw, quickly bore the Kakya prince, Vrihakshidra. Possessed of eyes of pure white, of the hue of the lotus, born in the country of the Valakas, and decked with ornaments, bore Sikandin's son, the brave Kshitradiva. 44 decked in trappings of gold, and possessed of the hue of red silk, quiet steeds bore son of Indu, that chastiser of foes, to battle. Excellent steeds of the hue of grains, bore to battle the youthful and delicate son of the king of the Cassis, that mighty Ka warrior. White steeds with black necks, endued with the speed of the mind, O monarch, and exceedingly obedient to the driver, bore Prince Prativandaya. Whitish-yellow steeds bore Sutasoma, the son of Arjuna, whom the latter had obtained from Soma himself. He was born in the Kuru city known by the name of Uduendu, endued with effulgence of 1,000 moons, and because he also had one great renown in an assembly of the Somakas, he came to be called Sutasoma. Steeds of the hue of Sala flowers of morning sun bore Nakila's son Satnika worthy of every praise. Steeds decked in trappings of gold, and endued with the hue of the peacock's neck, bore that tiger among men, Srutakarman, the son of Draupadi, by Bhima. Excellent steeds of the hue of the kingfishers bore Draupadi's son Srutkirti to that battle, who like Partha was an ocean of learning. Steeds of a tawny hue bore the youthful Abhimanyu, who was regarded as superior to Krishna or Partha 1.5 times in battle. Gigantic steeds bore Uetsu to battle, that only warrior amongst the sons of Dhritarashtra who, abandoning his brothers, hath sided with the Pandavas. Plump and well-decked steeds of the hue of the dried paddy stalk bore Vadhakshami of great activity to that dreadful battle. Steeds with black legs, equipped in breastplates of gold, and exceedingly obedient to the driver, bore youthful Saugati to battle. Steeds whose backs were covered with golden armor, decked with chains of gold, well broken, and of the hue of red silk, bore Sarinamat. Steeds of a red hue bore the advancing Satyadriti, accomplished in the science of arms and in the divine Vedas. That Panchala who was commander of the Pandava army, and who took Drona as the victim allotted to his share, the Drishtadyumna, was borne by steeds of the hue of pigeons. Him followed Satyadriti, and Saugati irresistible in battle, and Srinamat, and Vasudana, and Vibhu, the son of the ruler of the Cassis. These had fleet steeds of the best Kamvoa breed decked with chains of gold. Each resembling Yama or Vaisravana, they proceeded to battle, striking fear into the hearts of the hostile soldiers. The Prabhadrakas of the Kamvoa country, numbering 6,000, with upraised weapons, with excellent steeds of diverse hues on their gold-decked cars, with stretched bows and making their foes tremble with their showers of arrows, and resolved to die together. 45 followed Drishtadyumna. Excellent steeds of the hue of tawny silk, decked with beautiful chains of gold, cheerfully bore Chekadana. Arjuna's maternal uncle Purujat, otherwise called Kantibhoa, came borne by excellent steeds of the colour of the rainbow. Steeds of the colour of star-bespangled firmament bore to battle King Rachamana. Steeds of the hue of the red deer, with white streaks over their bodies, bore the Panchala prince Singh Asana, the son of Gopati. That tiger among the Panchalas, who is known by the name of Janamjaya, had excellent steeds of the hue of mustard flowers. Fleet, gigantic and dark blue steeds decked with chains of gold, with backs of the hue of curd and faces of the hue of the moon, bore with great speed the ruler of the Panchalas. Brave steeds with beautiful heads, white as the stalks of reeds, and a splendour resembling that of the firmament or the lotus, bore Dandadara. Light brown steeds with backs of the hue of the mouse, and with necks proudly drawn up, bore Vyakadatta to battle. Dark-spotted steeds bore the tiger among men, viz. Sudanwan, the prince of Panchala. Of fierce impetuosity resembling that of Indra's thunder, beautiful steeds of the hue of Indragapakas, with variegated batches, bore Chitrayuda. Decked with golden chains, steeds whose bellies were of the hue of the Chakravaka bore Sakshitra, the son of the ruler of the Koslas. Beautiful and tall steeds of variegated hue and gigantic bodies, exceedingly docile, and decked with chains of gold, bore Satyadriti accomplished in battle. Saklu advanced to battle with his standard and armour and bow and steeds all of the same white hue. Steeds born on the sun coast and white as the moon, bore Chandrasena of fierce energy, the son of Samudrasena. Steeds of the hue of the blue lotus and decked with ornaments of gold and adorned with beautiful floral wreaths, bore Seva owning a beautiful car to battle. Superior steeds of the hue of Kolaya flowers, with white and red streaks, bore Wraith Asana difficult of being resisted in battle. White steeds bore that king who slew the Pitishcharas and who is regarded as the bravest of men. Superior steeds of the hue of Kinsuka flowers bore Chitrayuda decked with beautiful garlands and owning beautiful armor and weapons and standard. King Nila advanced to battle, with standard and armor and bow and banner and steeds all of the same blue color. Chitra advanced to battle with car fence and standard and bow all decked with diverse kinds of gems, and beautiful steeds and banner. Excellent steeds of the hue of the lotus bore Himavana, the son of Rochamana. Chargers, capable of bearing all kinds of weapons, of brave achievements in battle, possessed of vertebral columns of the hue of reeds, having white testicles, and endued with the colour of the hen's egg, bore Dandakitu. The mighty Sarangadwara, endued with wealth of energy, the king of the Pandyas, on steeds of the hue of the moon's rays and decked with armour set with stones of lapis lazuli, advanced upon Drona, stretching his excellent bow. His country having been invaded and his kinsmen having fled, his father had been slain by Krishna in battle. Obtaining weapons then from Bhishma and Drona, Rama and Kripa, Prince Sarangadwara became, in weapons, the equal of Rakmi and Karna and Arjuna and Akyuta. He then desired to destroy the city of Dwaraka and subjugate the whole world. That wise friends, however, from desire of doing him good, counselled him against that course. Giving up all thoughts of revenge, he is now ruling his own dominions. Steeds that were all of the hue of the Atrusa flower bore 140,000 principal car warriors that followed that Sarangadwara, the king of the Pandyas. Steeds of diverse hues and diverse kinds of forces bore the heroic Gatotkacha. Mighty steeds of gigantic size, of the Arata breed, bore the mighty armed Vrihunter of red eyes mounted on his golden car, that prince, viz. Who, rejecting the opinions of all the Bharatas, hath singly, from his reverence for Yudhishthira, gone over to him, abandoning all his cherished desire. 46 Superior steeds of the hue of gold, followed that foremost of kings, viz. The virtuous Yudhishthira at his back. Large number of Prabhadrakas, of celestial shapes, advanced to battle, with steeds of diverse excellent colours. All of the moaning standards of gold and prepared to struggle vigorously, proceeded with Bhimasena, and wore the aspect, O monarch, of the denizens of heaven with Indra at their head. That assembled host of Prabhadrakas was much liked by Drishtadama. Bharadwaja's son, however, O monarch, surpassed all the warriors in splendor. His standard, with a black deer skin waving on its top and the beautiful water pot, O monarch, that it bore, looked exceedingly beautiful. And Bhimsena's standard, bearing the device of a gigantic lion in silver with its size made of lapis lazuli, looked exceedingly resplendent. The standard of Yudhishthira of great energy, bearing the device of a golden moon with planets around it, looked very beautiful. 2 large and beautiful kettle drums, called Nanda and Upananda, were tied to it. Played upon by machinery, these produced excellent music that enhanced the delight of all who heard it. For terrifying the foe, we beheld that tall and fierce standard of Nakula, placed on his car bearing the device of a Saraba with its back made of gold. A beautiful silver swan with bells and banner terrible to look at and enhancing the grief of the foe, was seen on Sahadeva's standard. The standards of the 5 sons of Draupadi bore on them the excellent images of Dharma, Marat, Sakra, and the twin Aswins. On the car, O king, of the youthful Abhimanyu was an excellent standard that bore a golden peacock, which was bright as heated gold. On Ghatotkacha's standard, O king, a vulture shone brightly, and his steeds also were capable of going everywhere at will, like those of Ravana in days of yore. In Yudhishthira's hands was the celestial bow called Mahendra, and in the hands of Bhimsena, O king, was the celestial bow called Vaivya. For the protection of the 3 worlds, Brahman created a bow. That celestial and indestructible bow was held by Falguni. The Vaishnava bow was held by Nakula, and the bow called Aswina was held by Sahadeva. That celestial and terrible bow called the Paulistya was held by Ghatotkacha. The 5 jewels of bows borne by the 5 sons of Draupadi were the Rodra, the Agnya, the Kaurya, the Yamya, and the Gairisa. That excellent and best of bows, called the Rodra, which Rohini's son, Valadeva, had obtained, the latter gave unto the Haisul son of Subhadra, having been gratified with him. These and many other standards decked with gold, were seen there, belonging to brave warriors, all of which enhanced the fear of their foes. The host commanded by Drona, which numbered not a single coward, and in which countless standards rising together seemed to obstruct the welkin, then looked, O monarch, like images on a canvas. We heard the names and lineage, O king, of brave warriors rushing towards Drona in that battle like to what is heard, O monarch, at a self-choice. 47. Then royal Drupada advanced against him at the head of a mighty division. The encounter between those 2 old men at the heads of their respective forces became terrible, like that between 2 mighty leaders, with rent temples, of 2 elephantine herds. Vinda and Anuvinda of Avanti, with their troops encountered Virata, the ruler of Matsyas at the head of his forces, like Indra and Agni in days of old encountering their Azura valley. That awful encounter between the Matsyas and the Kikayas, in which steeds and car warriors and elephants fought most fearlessly, resembled that between the gods and the Asuras in days of old. Bhutakaman, otherwise called Sabapati, kept away from Drona. Nakula's son Satnika, as the latter advanced, scattering showers of arrows. Then the arrow of Nakula, with 3 broad-headed shafts of great sharpness, deprived Bhutakaman of both his arms and head in that battle. Vivansati resisted the heroic Sutasoma of great prowess, as the latter advanced towards Drona, scattering showers of arrows. Sutasoma, however, excited with wrath, pierced his uncle Vivansati with straight arrows, and cased in mail, stood ready for the combat. Bhimratha, brother of Duryodhana, with 6 sharp shafts of great swiftness and made wholly of iron, dispatched Salwa along with his steeds and charioteer to Yama's abode. Chitrasena's son, O king, opposed thy grand son Sarutakaman as the latter came, borne by steeds, looking like peacocks. those two grandsons of thine, both difficult of being vanquished in battle, and each desirous of slaying the other, fought vigorously for the success of the objects of their respective sires. Beholding Prathavinda staying at the van of the dreadful battle, Drona's son, as Wataman, desirous of protecting the honor of his sire, resisted the former with his shafts. Prathavinda, then, excited with rage, pierced his Wataman, bearing on his standard the device of a lion's tail, and staying in battle for the sake of his father, with many sharp shafts. The eldest son of Draupadi then scattered over Drona's son showers of arrows, like a sower, O bull among men, scattering seeds on the soil at the sowing season. 48 The son of Dussasana resisted the mighty Ka warrior Srutakirti, the son of Arjuna by Draupadi, as the latter was rushing towards Drona. That son of Arjuna, however, was equal to Arjuna himself, cutting off the former's bow and standard and charioteer with 3 broad-headed arrows of great sharpness, proceeded against Drona. Duryodhana's son, Lakshmana, resisted the slayer of the Pitishcharas, him, that is, O king, who is regarded by both the armies as the bravest of the brave. The latter, however, cutting off both the bow and the standard of Lakshmana, and showering upon him many arrows, flared up with splendor. The youthful Vikana of great wisdom resisted Sikandin, the youthful son of Yajnasana, as the latter advanced in that battle. Yajnasana's son then covered the former with showers of arrows. Thy mighty son Vikana, baffling those arrowy showers, looked resplendent on the field of battle. Angada resisted with showers of arrows the heroic Uttamaujas in that battle as the latter rushed towards Drona. That encounter between those two lions among men became frightful, and it filled both them and the troops with great zeal. The great bowman Durmika, endued with great might, resisted with his shafts the heroic Purujit as the latter proceeded towards Drona. Purujit struck Durmika between his eyebrows with a long shaft. Thereupon, Durmika's face looked beautiful like a lotus with its stalk. Karna resisted with showers of arrows the 5 Kikaya brothers, owning red standards, as they proceeded towards Drona. Scorched with the arrowy showers of Karna, those 5 brothers covered Karna with their arrows. Karna, in return, repeatedly covered them with showers of arrows. Covered with arrows, neither Karna nor the 5 brother could be seen with their steeds, charioteers, standards, and cars. Thy sons, Dajaya, Jaya, and Vijaya, resisted Nila, and the ruler of the Kasis, and Jayatsana, 3 against. And the combat between those warriors deepened and gladdened the hearts of the spectators like those between a lion, a tiger, and a wolf on the one side and a bear, a buffalo, and a bull on the other. The brothers Kshimadhati and Vrahanti mangled Satyaki of the Satwata race with their keen arrows, as the latter proceeded against Drona. The battle between those two on one side and Satyaki on the other became exceedingly wonderful to behold, like that between a lion and 2 mighty elephants with rent temples in the forest. The king of the Chedis, excited with wrath, and shooting many warriors, kept away from Drona, King Amvashtha, that hero who always delighted in battle. Then King Amvashtha pierced his antagonist with a long arrow capable of penetrating into the very bones. Thereupon, the latter, with bow and arrow loosened from his grasp, fell down from his car on the ground. The noble Kripa, son of Saradwata, with many small arrows resisted Vatakshami of the Vrishan race who was the embodiment of wrath, in battle. They that looked at Kripa, son of Saradwata, with many small arrows, resisted Vatakshami of the Vrishan race who was the embodiment of wrath, in battle. They that looked at Kripa and Vatakshami, those heroes conversant with every mode of warfare, thus engaged in encountering each other, became so absorbed in it that they could not attend to anything else. So Madatta's son, for enhancing the glory of Drona, resisted King Manimat of great activity as the latter came to fight. Then Manimat quickly cut off the bowstring, the standard, the banner, the charioteer and the umbrella of Somadatta's son, and caused them to fall down from the latter's car. 49 The son of Somadatta then, bearing the device of the sacrificial stake on his standard, that slayer of foes, quickly jumping down from his car, cut off with his large swords his antagonist with his steeds, charioteer, standard, and car. Reascending then upon his own car, and taking up another bow, and guiding his steeds himself, he began, O monarch, to consume the Pandava host. Vrishasena, the son of Karna, competent for the feat, resisted with showers of arrows King Pandava, who was rushing to battle like Indra himself, following the Asuras for smiting them, with maces and spiked bludgeons, and swords and axes and stones, short clubs and mallets, and discs, short arrows and battle axes, with dust and wind, and fire and water, and ashes and brickbats, and straw and trees, afflicting and smiting, and breaking, and slaying and routing the foe, and hurling them on the hostile ranks, and terrifying them therewith, came Katotkacha, desirous of getting at Drona. The Rakshasa Alambushor, however, excited with rage, encountered him with diverse weapons and diverse accoutrements of war. And the battle that took place between those two foremost of Rakshasas resembled that which took place in days of old between Samvara and the chief of the Celestials. Thus, blessed be thou, took place hundreds of single combats between car warriors and elephants, and steeds and foot soldiers of thy army and theirs in the midst of the dreadful general engagement. Indeed, such a battle was never seen or heard of before as that which then took place between those warriors that were bent upon Drona's destruction and protection. Indeed, many were the encounters that were then seen on all parts of field, some of which were terrible, some beautiful, and some exceedingly fierce, O Lord. Section 24. Dhritarashtra said, when the troops were thus engaged and thus proceeded against one another in separate divisions, how did Partha and the warriors of my army endued with great activity fight? What also did Arjuna do towards the car warriors of the Samsaptakas? And what, O Sanjaya, did the Samsaptakas, in their turn, do to Arjuna? Sanjaya said, when the troops were thus engaged and proceeded against one another, thy son Duryodhana himself rushed against Bhimasena, leading his elephant division. Like an elephant encountering an elephant, like a bull encountering a bull, Bhimasena, summoned by the king himself, rushed against that elephant division of the Kaurava army. Skilled in battle and endued with great might of arms, Pritha's son, O sire, quickly broke that elephant division. These elephants, huge as hills, and with ichor trickling down from every part of their bodies, were mangled and forced to turn back by Bhimasena with his arrows. Indeed, as the wind, when it riseth, driveth away gathering masses of clouds, so did that son of Pavana rout that elephant force of the Kauravas. And Bhima, shooting his arrows at those elephants, looked resplendent like the risen sun, striking everything in the world with his rays. Those elephants, afflicted with the shafts of Bhima, became covered with blood and looked beautiful like masses of clouds in the welkin penetrated with the rays of the sun. Then Duryodhana, excited with wrath, pierced with the sharp shafts that son of the wind god who was causing such a slaughter among his elephants. Then Bhima, with eyes red in wrath, desirous of dispatching the king to Yama's abode, pierced him speedily with many sharp shafts. Then Duryodhana, mangled all over with arrows and excited with rage, pierced Bhima, the son of Pandu, with many shafts endued with the effulgence of solar rays, smiling the while. Then the son of Pandu, with a couple of broad-headed arrows, quickly cut off Duryodhana's bow as also his standard, bearing the device of a jewelled elephant, decked with diverse gems. beholding Duryodhana thus afflicted, "O sire, by Bhima, the ruler of the Angas, on his elephant came the for afflicting the son of Pandu." Thereupon, Bhimasena deeply pierced with a long arrow that prince of elephants advancing with loud roars, between its two frontal globes. That arrow, penetrating through its body, sank deep in the earth. And at this the elephants fell down like a hill riven by the thunder. While the elephant was falling down, the Malechha king also was falling down it. But Vrikadara, endued with great activity, cut off his head with a broad-headed arrow before his antagonist actually fell down. When the heroic ruler of the Angas fell, his divisions fled away. Steeds and elephants and car warriors, struck with panic, crushed the foot soldiers as they fled. When those troops, thus broken, fled away in all directions, the ruler of the Pragjyotishas then advanced against Bhima, upon his elephant. 50 with its 4 legs and trunk contracted, filled with rage, and with eyes rolling, that elephant seemed to consume the son of Pandu, like a blazing fire. And it pounded Vrikadara's car with a steed yoked thereto into dust. Then Bhima ran forward and got under the elephant's body, for he knew the science called Anjalakabda. Indeed, the son of Pandu fled not. Getting under the elephant's body, he began to strike it frequently with his bare arms. And he smote that invincible elephant which was bent upon slaying him. Thereupon, the latter began to quickly turn round like a potter's wheel. Endued with a might of 10,000 elephants, the blessed Vrikadara, having struck that elephant thus, came out from under Supratika's body and stood facing the latter. Supratika then, seizing Bhima by its trunk, threw him down by means of its knees. Indeed, having seized him by the neck, that elephant wished to slay him. Twisting the elephant's trunk, Bhima freed himself from its twine, and once more got under the body of that huge creature. And he waited there, expecting the arrival of a hostile elephant of his own army. Coming out from under the beast's body, Bhima then ran away with great speed. Then a loud noise was heard, made by all the troops, to the effect, "Alas, Bhima hath been slain by the elephant." The Pandava host, frightened by the elephant, suddenly fled away, O king, to where Vrikadara was waiting. Meanwhile, King Yudhishthira, thinking Vrikadara to have been slain, surrounded Bhagadatta on all sides, aided by the Panchalas. Having surrounded him with numerous cars, King Yudhishthira, that foremost of car warriors, covered Bhagadatta with keen shafts by hundreds and thousands. Then Bhagadatta, that king of the mountainous regions, frustrating with his iron hook that shower of arrows, began to consume both the Pandavas and the Panchalas by means of that elephant of his. Indeed, O monarch, the feat that we then beheld, achieved by old Bhagadatta with his elephant, was highly wonderful. Then the ruler of the Dasanas rushed against the king of the Pragjyotisha, on a fleet elephant with temporal sweat trickling down, for attacking Supratika in the flank. The battle then that took place between those two elephants of awful size, resembled that between two winged mountains overgrown with forests in days of old. Then the elephant of Bhagadatta, wheeling round and attacking the elephant of the king of the Dasanas, ripped open the latter's flank and slew it outright. Then Bhagadatta himself, with 7 lances bright as the rays of the sun, slew his human antagonist seated on the elephant just when the latter was about to fall down from his seat. Piercing King Bhagadatta then, with many arrows, Yudhishthira surrounded him on all sides with a large number of cars. Staying on his elephant amid car warriors encompassing him all around, he looked resplendent like a blazing fire on a mountain top in the midst of a dense forest. He stayed fearlessly in the midst of those serried cars ridden by fierce bowmen, all of whom showered upon him their arrows. Then the king of the Pragjyotisha, pressing, with his toe, his huge elephant, urged him towards the car of Ayudhana. That prodigious beast, then seizing the car of Sine's grandson, hurled it to a distance with great force. Uyudana, however, escaped by timely flight. His charioteer also, abandoning the large steeds of the Sindhu breed, yoked unto that car, quickly followed Satyaki and stood where the latter stopped. Meanwhile the elephant, quickly coming out of the circle of cars, began to throw down all the kings that attempted to bar his course. These bulls among men, frightened out of their wits by that single elephant coursing swiftly, regarded it in that battle as multiplied into many. Indeed, Bhagadatta, mounted on that elephant of his, began to smite down the Pandavas, like the chief of the Celestials mounted on Airavata smiting down the Danavas, in days of old. 51. As the Panchalas fled in all directions, loud and awful was the noise that arose amongst them, made by their elephants and steeds. And while the Pandava troops were thus destroyed by Bhagadatta, Bhima, excited with rage, once more rushed against the ruler of the Pragjyotisha. The latter's elephant then frightened the steeds of advancing Bhima by drenching them with water spouted forth from its trunk, and thereupon those animals bore Bhima away from the field. Then Kriti's son, Ruchipavan, mounted on his car, quickly rushed against Bhagadatta, scattering showers of arrows and advancing like the destroyer himself. Then Bhagadatta, that ruler of the hilly regions, possessed of beautiful limbs, dispatched Ruchipavan with a straight shaft to Yama's abode. 52 Upon the fall of the heroic Ruchipavan, Subhadra's son and the sons of Draupadi, and Chekatana, and Drishtaketu, and Uitsa began to afflict the elephant. Desiring to slay that elephant, all those warriors, uttering loud shouts, began to pour their arrows on the animals, like the clouds drenching the earth with their watery downpour. Urged then by its skillful rider with heel, hook, and toe, the animal advanced quickly with trunk stretched, and eyes and cars fixed. Treading down Uitsu's steeds, the animal then slew the charioteer. Thereupon, O king, Uitsu, abandoning his car, fled away quickly. Then the Pandava warriors, desirous of slaying that prince of elephants, uttered loud shouts and covered it quickly with showers of arrows. At this time, thy son, excited with rage, rushed against the car of Subhadra's son. Meanwhile, King Bhagadatta on his elephant, shooting shafts on the foe, looked resplendent like the sun himself scattering his rays on the earth. Arjuna's son then pierced him with 12 shafts, and Uitsa with 10, and each of the sons of Draupadi pierced him with 3 shafts, and Drishtaketu also pierced him with 3. That elephant then, pierced with these shafts, shot with great care, looked resplendent like a mighty mass of clouds penetrated with the rays of the sun. Afflicted with those shafts of the foe, that elephant then, urged by its riders with skill and vigor, began to throw hostile warriors on both his flanks. Like a cowherd belaboring his cattle in the forest with a goad, Bhagadatta repeatedly smote the Pandava host. Like a cawing of quickly retreating crows when assailed by hawks, a loud and confused noise was heard among the Pandava troops who fled away with great speed. That prince of elephants, struck by its rider with hook, resembled, O king, a winged mountain of old. And it filled the hearts of the enemy with fear, like to what merchants experience at sight of the surging sea. 53 Then elephants and car warriors and steeds and kings, flying away in fear, made, as they fled, a loud and awful din that, O monarch, filled the earth and sky and heaven and the cardinal and subsidiary directions in that battle. Mounted on that foremost of elephants, King Bhagadatta penetrated the hostile army like the Asura Virachana in days of old into the celestial host in battle, well protected by the gods. A violent wind began to blow, a dusty cloud covered the sky and the troops, and people regarded that single elephant as multiplied into many, coursing all over the field. Section 25. Sanjaya said, "Thou askest me about the feats of Arjuna in battle. Listen, O thou of mighty arms, to what Partha achieved in the fight. Beholding the risen dust and hearing the wail of the troops when Bhagadatta was performing great feats on the field, the son of Kunti addressed Krishna and said, O slayer of Madhu, it seems that the ruler of the Pragjyotishas hath, on his elephant, with great impetuosity, advanced to battle. This loud din that we hear must be due to him. Well versed in the art of grinding and battling from the back of an elephant, and not inferior to Indra himself in battle, he, I think, is the foremost of all elephant warriors in the world. 54 His elephant, again, is the foremost of elephants, without a rival to encounter it in battle. Possessed of great dexterity and above all fatigue, it is, again, impervious to all weapons. Capable of bearing every weapon and even the touch of fire, it will, O sinless one, alone destroy the Pandava force today. Except us two, there is none else capable of checking that creature. Go quickly, therefore, to that spot where the ruler of the Pragjyotishas is. Proud in battle, in consequence of the strength of his elephant, and arrogant in consequence of his age, I will this very day send him as a guest to the slayer of valor. At these words of Arjuna, Krishna began to proceed to the place where Bhagadatta was breaking the Pandava ranks. While Arjuna was proceeding towards Bhagadatta, the mighty Samsaptaka warriors, numbering 14,000, made up of 10,000 Gopalas or Narayanas who used to follow Vasudeva, returning to the field, summoned him to battle. Beholding the Pandava host broken by Bhagadatta, and summoned on the other hand by the Samsaptakas, Arjuna's heart was divided in twain. And he began to think, which of these two acts will be better for me to do today, to return from this spot for battling with Samsaptakas or to repair to Yudhishthira. Reflecting with the aid of his understanding, O perpetuator of Kuru's race, Arjuna's heart, at last, was firmly fixed on the slaughter of the Samsaptakas. Desirous of alone slaughtering in battle thousands of Ka warriors, Indra's son, Arjuna, having the foremost of apes on his banner, suddenly turned back. Even this was what both Duryodhana and Karna had thought of for achieving the slaughter of Arjuna. And it was for this that they had made arrangements for the double encounter. The son of Pandu allowed his heart to waver this side and that, but, at last, resolving to slay those foremost of warriors, viz., the Samsaptakas, he baffled the purpose of his enemies. 55 Then mighty Samsaptakas Ka warriors, O king, shot at Arjuna thousands of straight arrows. Covered with those arrows, O monarch, neither Kunti's son Partha, nor Krishna, otherwise called Janardana, nor the steeds, nor the car, could be seen. Then Janardana became deprived of his senses and perspired greatly. Thereupon, Partha shot the Brahma weapon and nearly exterminated them all. Hundreds upon hundreds of arms with bows and arrows and bowstrings in grasp, cut off from trunks, and hundreds upon hundreds of standards and steeds and charioteers and car warriors, fell down on the ground. Huge elephants, well-equipped and resembling foremost hills overgrown with woods or masses of clouds, afflicted with Partha's shafts and deprived of riders, fell down on the earth. Many elephants again, with riders on their backs, crushed by means of Arjuna's shafts, fell down, deprived of life, shorn of the embroidered cloths on their backs, and with their housings torn. Cut off by Uritin with his broad-headed arrows, countless arms having swords and lances and rapiers for their nails, or having clubs and battle-axes in grasp, fell down on the earth. Heads also, beautiful, O king, as the morning sun or the lotus or the moon, cut off by Arjuna with his arrows, dropped down on the ground. While Falguni in rage was thus engaged in slaying the foe with diverse kinds of well-adorned and fatal shafts, that host seemed to be ablaze. Beholding Dhananjaya crushing that host like an elephant crushing lotus stalks, all creatures applauded him, saying, "Excellent, excellent." Seeing that feat of Partha resembling that of Vasava himself, Madhava wondered much and, addressing him with joined hands, said, "Verily, O Partha, I think that this feat which thou hast achieved could not be performed by Sakra, or Yama, or the Lord of Treasures himself. I see that thou hast today felled in battle hundreds and thousands of mighty Samsaptaka warriors, and together, having slain the Samsaptakas then, that is, who were engaged in battle, Partha addressed Krishna, saying, "Go towards Bhagadatta." Section 26. Sanjaya said, at Partha's desire, Krishna then urged his white steeds, fleet as the mind and covered in golden armor, towards Drona's divisions, while that foremost one of the Kurus was thus proceeding towards his brothers who were exceedingly afflicted by Drona. Susaman with his brothers followed him behind, desirous of battle. The ever victorious Arjuna then addressed Krishna, saying, "O thou of unfading glory, this Susaman here, with his brothers, challengeth me to battle. O slayer of foes, our host, again, is broken by Drona, towards the north. In consequence of these Samsaptakas, my heart wavers today as to whether I should do this or that. Shall I slay their Samsaptakas now, or protect from harm my own troops already afflicted by the foe? Know this to be what I am thinking of, viz., which of these would be better for me." Thus addressed by him, he of Dasahu's race turned back the car, and took the son of Bandu to where the ruler of the Trigatas was. Then Arjuna pierced Susaman with 7 shafts, and cut off both his bow and standard with a couple of sharp arrows. He then, with 6 arrows, quickly dispatched the brothers of Trigata king to Yama's abode. 56 Then Susaman, aiming at Arjuna, hurled at him a dart made wholly of iron and looking like a snake, and aiming at Vasudeva, hurled a lance at him. Cutting off that dart with 3 arrows and that lance also with 3 other arrows, Arjuna, by means of his arrowy showers, deprived Susaman of his senses on his car. Then advancing fiercely towards thy division, scattering showers of arrows, like Vasava pouring rain, none among thy troops, O king, ventured to oppose. Like a fire consuming heaps of straw as it advances, Dhananjaya advanced, scorching all the mighty Ka warriors among the Kauravas by means of his arrows. Like a living creature incapable of bearing the touch of fire, thy troops could not bear the irresistible impetuosity of that intelligent son of Kunti. Indeed, the son of Pandu, overwhelming the hostile host by means of his arrows, came upon the king of the Pragjotishas, O monarch, like Garuda swooping down upon his prey. He then held in his hands that Gandiva which in battle was beneficial to the innocent Pandavas and baneful to all foes, for the destruction of Kshatriyas brought about, O king, by the fault of thy son who had recourse to deceitful dice for accomplishing his end. Agitated by Partha thus, thy host then, O king, broke like a boat when it strikes against a rock. Then 10,000 bowmen, brave and fierce, firmly resolved to conquer, advanced to encounter Arjuna. With dauntless hearts, those mighty Ka warriors all surrounded him. Capable of bearing any burden, howsoever heavy in battle, Partha took up that heavy burden. As an angry elephant of 60 years, with rent temples, crushes an assemblage of lotus stalks, even so did Partha crush that division of thy army. And when that division was being thus crushed, King Bhagadatta, on that same elephant of his, impetuously rushed towards Arjuna. Thereupon, Dhananjaya, the tiger among men, staying on his car, received Bhagadatta. That encounter between Arjuna's car and Bhagadatta's elephant was fierce in the extreme. Those 2 heroes, viz., Bhagadatta and Dhananjaya, then coursed on the field, the one on his car and the other on his elephant, both of which were equipped according to the rules of science. Then Bhagadatta, like the Lord Indra, from his elephant looking like a mass of clouds, poured on Ananjaya showers of arrows. The valiant son of Vasava, however, with his arrows, cut off those arrowy showers of Bhagadatta before they could reach him. The king of the Pragjyotishas, then, baffling that arrowy shower of Arjuna, struck both Partha and Krishna, O king, with many shafts and overwhelming both of them with a thick shower of shafts. Bhagadatta then urged his elephant for the destruction of the Krishna and Partha. Beholding that angry elephant advancing like death himself, Janardana quickly moved his car in such a way as to keep the elephant on his left. Dhananjaya, although he thus got the opportunity of slaying that huge elephant with its rider from the back, wished not yet to avail himself of it, remembering the rules of fair fight. The elephant, however, coming upon other elephants and cars and steeds, O king, dispatched them all to Yama's abode. Beholding this, Dhananjaya was filled with rage. Section 27. Dhritarashtra said, filled with rage, what did Partha, the son of Pandu, do to Bhagadatta? What also did the king of the Pragjyotishas do to Partha? Tell me all this, O Sanjaya. Sanjaya said, while Partha and Krishna were thus engaged with the ruler of the Pragjyotishas, all creatures regarded them to be very near the jaws of death. Indeed, O monarch, from the neck of his elephant, Bhagadatta scattered showers of shafts on the two Krishnas, staying upon their car. He pierced Devaki's son with many arrows made wholly of black iron, equipped with wings of gold, whetted on stone, and shot from his bow, drawn to the fullest stretch. Those shafts whose touch resembled that of fire, equipped with beautiful feathers, and shot by Bhagadatta, passing through Devaki's son, entered the earth. Partha then cut off Bhagadatta's bow and slaying next their warrior that protected his elephant from the flank, began to fight with him as if in sport. Then Bhagadatta hurled at him 14 lances of sharp points, that were bright as the rays of the sun. Arjuna, however, cut each of those lances into 3 fragments. Then Indra's son cut open the armor in which that elephant was cased, by means of a thick shower of arrows. The armor thus cut off, fell down on the earth. Exceedingly afflicted with arrows shot by Arjuna, that elephant, deprived of its coat of mail, looked like a prince of mountains destitute of its cloudy robes and with streaks of water running down its breast. Then the ruler of the Pragjyotishas hurled at Vasudeva a dart made wholly of iron and decked with gold. That dart Arjuna cut in twain. Then cutting off the king's standard and umbrella by means of his arrows, Arjuna quickly pierced that ruler of the mountainous realms with 10 arrows, smiling all the while. Deeply pierced with those shafts of Arjuna, that were beautifully winged with kanka feathers, Bhagadatta, O monarch, became incensed with the son of Pandu. He then hurled some lances at Arjuna's head and uttered a loud shout. In consequence of those lances Arjuna's diadem was displaced. Arjuna, then, having placed his diadem properly, addressed the ruler of the Pragjyotishas, saying, Look well on this world. Thus addressed by him, Bhagadatta became filled with rage, and taking up a bright bow showered upon both the Bandava and Govinda his arrowy downpours. Partha then cutting off his bow and quivers, quickly struck him with 72 shafts, afflicting his vital limbs. Thus pierced, he was excessively pained. Filled then with rage, he with mantras, turned his hook into the fashion of a weapon and hurled it at Arjuna's breast. That all-slaying weapon, hurled by Bhagadatta, Kesava, covering Arjuna, received on his breast. Thereupon, that weapon became a triumphal garland on Kesava's breast. Arjuna then cheerlessly addressed Kesava, saying, O sinless one, without battling thyself, thou art to only guide my steed. Thou hadst said so, O lotus-eyed one. Why then dost thou not adhere to thy promise? If I sink in distress, or become unable to baffle, or resist a foe or weapon, then mayst thou act so, but not when I am standing thus. Thou knowest that with my bow and arrows I am competent to vanquish these worlds with the gods, the Asuras, and men. Hearing these words of Arjuna, Vasudeva replied unto him, saying, Listen, O Partha, to this secret and ancient history as it is, O sinless one. I have 4 forms, eternally engaged as I am in protecting the worlds. Dividing my own self, I ordain the good of the worlds. 1 form of mine, staying on the earth, is engaged in the practice of ascetic austerities. Another beholdeth the good and the evil deeds in the world. My 3rd form, coming into the world of men, is engaged in action. My 4th form layeth down in a sleep for 1,000 years. The form of mine which awaketh from sleep at the end of 1,000 years, granteth, upon awakening, excellent boons to persons deserving of them. The earth, knowing, on one occasion, that that time had come, asked of me a boon for her son, Naraka. Hear, O Partha, what that boon was. Possessed of the vision of a weapon, let my son become incapable of being slain by the gods and the Asuras. It behoveth thee to grant me that weapon. Hearing this prayer, I then gave, in days of old, the supreme and infallible vision of a weapon to the earth's son. I said also at that time these words, O earth, let this weapon be infallible for the protection of Naraka. None will be able to slay him. Protected by this weapon, thy son will always, in all the worlds, be invincible and crush all hostile hosts. Saying, so be it. The intelligent goddess went away, her wishes fulfilled. And Naraka also became invisible and always scorched his foes. It was from Naraka, O Partha, that the ruler of the Pragjotishas got this weapon of mine. There is none, in all the world, O sire, including even Indra and Rudra, who is unslayable by this weapon. It was for thy sake, therefore, that I baffled it, violating my promise. The great Asura hath now been divested of that supreme weapon. Slay now, O Partha, that invincible foe of thine, viz., Bhagadatta, enemy of the gods, even as I formerly slew for the good of the worlds, the Asura Naraka. Thus addressed by the high-souled Kusava, Partha suddenly overwhelmed Bhagadatta with clouds of whetted arrows. Then, the mighty armed and high-souled Arjuna fearlessly struck a long arrow between the frontal lobes of his enemy's elephant. That arrow, splitting the elephant like the thunder splitting a mountain, penetrated into its body to the very wings, like a snake penetrating into an ant-hill. Though urged repeatedly then by Bhagadatta, the elephant refused to obey like a poor man's wife her lord. With limbs paralyzed, it fell down, striking the earth with its tusks. Uttering a cry of distress, that huge elephant gave up the ghost. The son of Pandu then, with a straight shaft furnished with a crescent-shaped head, pierced the bosom of King Bhagadatta. His breast, being pierced through by the diadem-decked Arjuna, King Bhagadatta, deprived of life, threw down his bow and arrows. Loosened from his head, the valuable piece of cloth that had served him for a turban, fell down, like a petal from a lotus when its stalk is violently struck. And he himself, decked with golden garlands, fell down from his huge elephant adorned with golden housings, like flowering kinsuka broken by the force of the wind from the mountain top. The son of Indra then, having slain in battle that monarch who resembled Indra himself in prowess and who was Indra's friend, broke the other warriors of thy army inspired with hope of victory like the mighty wind-breaking rows of trees. Section 28. Sanjaya said, having slain Bhagadatta, who was ever the favourite and friend of Indra and who was possessed of great energy, Partha circumambulated him. Then the 2 sons of the king of Gandhara, viz., the brothers Vrishaka and Vakala, those subjugators of hostile towns, began to afflict Arjuna in battle. Those two heroic bowmen, uniting together, began to deeply pierce Arjuna from the front and from behind with whetted shafts of great impetuosity. Arjuna then with sharp shafts cut off the steeds and driver and bow and umbrella and standard and car of Vrishaka, the son of Shivala, into atoms. With clouds of arrows and diverse other weapons, Arjuna then once more severely afflicted the Gandhara troops headed by Shivala's son. Then Dhananjaya, filled with rage, dispatched to Yama's abode, with his shafts, 500 heroic Gandharas with upraised weapons. The mighty armed hero then, quickly alighting from the car whose steeds had been slain, mounted upon the car of his brother and took up another bow. Then those two brothers, viz., Vrishaka and Vakala, both mounted on the same car, began incessantly to pierce Vatsu with showers of arrows. Indeed, those high-souled princes, those relatives of thine by marriage, viz., Vrishaka and Vakala, struck Partha very severely, like Vritra or Vala striking Indra of old. Of unfailing aim, these two princes of Gandhara, themselves unhurt, began once more to strike the son of Pandu, like the 2 months of summer afflicting the world with sweat-producing rays. 57 Then Arjuna slew those princes and tigers among men, viz., Vrishaka and Vakala, staying on one car side by side, with, O monarch, a single arrow. Then those mighty armed heroes, with red eyes and looking like lions, those uterine brothers having similar features, together fell down from that car. And their bodies, dear to friends, falling down upon the earth, lay there, spreading sacred fame all around. Beholding their brave and unretreating maternal uncles thus slain by Arjuna, thy sons, O monarch, rained many weapons upon him. Sakuni also, conversant with 100 different kinds of illusions, seeing his brothers slain, created illusions for confounding the 2 Krishnas. Then clubs, and iron balls, and rocks and satignis and darts, and maces, and spiked bludgeons, and scimitars, and lances, mallets, axes, and campanas, and swords, and nails, and short clubs, and battle-axes, and razors, and arrows with sharp broad heads, and nalikas, and calf-tooth-headed shafts, and arrows having bony heads, and discs, and snake-headed shafts, and spears, and divers other kinds of weapons, fell upon Arjuna from all sides. And asses, and camels, and buffaloes, and tigers, and lions, and deer, and leopards, and bears, and wolves, and vultures, and monkeys, and various reptiles, and diverse cannibals, and swarms of crows, all hungry, and excited with rage, ran towards Arjuna. Then Dhananjaya, the son of Kunti, that hero conversant with celestial weapons, shooting clouds of arrows, assailed them all. And assailed by that hero with those excellent and strong shafts, they uttered loud cries and fell down deprived of life. Then a thick darkness appeared and covered Arjuna's car, and from within that gloom harsh voices rebuked Arjuna. The latter, however, by means of the weapons called Jyotishka, dispelled the thick and awful darkness. When that darkness was dispelled, frightful waves of water appeared. For drying up those waters, Arjuna applied the weapon called Aditya, and in consequence of that weapon, the waters were almost dried up. These diverse illusions, repeatedly created by Savala, Arjuna destroyed speedily by means of the force of his weapons, laughing the while. Upon all his illusions being destroyed, afflicted with Arjuna's shafts and unmanned by fear, Sakuni fled away, aided by his fleet steeds, like a vulgar wretch. Then Arjuna, acquainted with all weapons, showing his enemies the exceeding lightness of his hands, showered upon the core of a host clouds of arrows. That host of thy son, thus slaughtered by Partha, became divided into 2 streams like the current of Ganga when impeded by a mountain. And one of those streams, O bull among men, proceeded towards Drona, and the other with loud cries proceeded towards Duryodhana. Then a thick dust arose and covered all the troops. We could not then see Arjuna. Only the twang of Gandiva was heard by us from off the field. Indeed, the twang of Gandiva was heard, rising above the blare of conchs and the beat of drums and the noise of other instruments. Then, on the southern part of the field took place a fierce battle between many foremost warriors on the one side and Arjuna on the other. I, however, followed Drona. The various divisions of Yudhishthira's force smote the foe on every part of the field. The diverse divisions of thy son, O Bharata, Arjuna smote, even as the wind in the summer season destroys masses of clouds in the welkin. Indeed, as Arjuna came, scattering clouds of arrows, like Vasava pouring thick showers of rain, there was none in thy army who could resist that great fierce bowman, that tiger among men. Struck by Partha, thy warriors were in great pain. They fled away, and in flying killed many among their own number. The arrows shot by Arjuna, winged canker feathers and capable of penetrating into every body, fell covering all sides, like flights of locusts. Piercing steeds and car warriors and elephants and foot soldiers, O sire, like snakes through ant hills, those shafts entered the earth. Arjuna never shot multiple arrows at any elephant, steed or man. Struck with only one arrow, each of these, severely afflicted, fell down deprived of life. With slain men and elephant and shaft-struck steeds lying all about, and echoing with yells of dogs and jackals, the field of battle presented a variegated and awful sight. Pained with arrows, sire forsook son, and friend forsook friend and son forsook sire. Indeed, every one was intent upon protecting his own self. Struck with Partha's shafts, many warriors abandoned the very animals that bore them. Section 29. Dhritarashtra said, when those divisions of mine, O Sanjaya, were broken and routed, and all of you retreated quickly from the field, what became the state of your minds? The rallying of ranks when broken and flying away without beholding a spot where on to stand is always exceedingly difficult. Tell me all about it, O Sanjaya. Sanjaya said, although thy troops were broken, yet, O monarch, many foremost of heroes in the world, inspired by the desire of doing good to thy son and of maintaining their own reputation, followed Drona. In that dreadful pass, they fearlessly followed their commander, achieving meritorious feats against the Pandava troops with weapons upraised, and Yudhishthira with an accessible distance. 58 Taking advantage of an error of Bhimasena of great energy and of heroic Satyaki and Drishthadhyumna, O monarch, the Kuru leaders fell upon the Pandava army. 59 The Panchalas urged their troops, saying, Drona, Drona. Thy sons, however, urged all the Kurus, saying, let not Drona be slain. Let not Drona be slain. One side saying, slay Drona, and the other saying, let not Drona be slain, let not Drona be slain. The Kurus and the Pandavas seemed to gamble, making Drona their stake. Drishthadhyumna, the prince of the Panchalas, proceeded to the side of all those Panchala warriors whom Drona sought to crush. Thus no rule was observed as to the antagonist one might select for battling with him. The strife became dreadful. Heroes encountered heroes, uttering loud shouts. Their foes could not make the Pandavas tremble. On the other hand, recollecting all their woes, the latter made the ranks of their enemies tremble. Though possessed of modesty, yet excited with rage and vindictiveness, and urged by energy and might, they approached that dreadful battle, reckless of their very lives for slaying Drona. That encounter of heroes of immeasurable energy, sporting in fierce battle, making life itself the stake, resembled the collision of iron against adamant. The oldest men even could not recollect whether they had seen or heard of a battle as fierce as that which took place on this occasion. The earth in that encounter, marked with great carnage and afflicted with the weight of that vast host, began to tremble. The awful noise made by the Kuru army, agitated and tossed by the foe, paralyzing the very welkin, penetrated into the midst of even the Pandava host. Then Drona, coming upon the Pandava divisions by thousands, and careering over the field, broke them by means of his whetted shafts. When these were being thus crushed by Drona of wonderful achievements, Drishthadhyumna, the generalissimo of the Pandava host, filled with rage himself, checked Drona. The encounter that we beheld between Drona and the prince of the Panchalas was highly wonderful. It is my firm conviction that it has no parallel. Then Nila, resembling a veritable fire, his arrows constituting its sparks and his bow its flame, began to consume the Kuru ranks, like a conflagration consuming heaps of dry grass. The valiant son of Drona, who from before had been desirous of an encounter with him, smilingly addressed Nila as the latter came consuming the troops, and said unto him these polite words, 60 O Nila, what dost thou gain by consuming so many common soldiers with thy arrowy flames? Fight with my unaided self, and filled with rage, strike me. Thus addressed, Nila, the brightness of whose face resembled the splendor of a full-blown lotus, pierced as Wataman, whose body resembled an assemblage of lotuses and whose eyes were like lotus petals with his shafts. Deeply and suddenly pierced by Nila, Drona's son with 3 broad-headed arrows, cut off his antagonist's bow and standard and umbrella. Quickly jumping down from his car, Nila, then, with a shield and an excellent sword, desired to sever from Wataman's trunk his head like a bird, bearing away its prey in its talons. Drona's son, however, O sinless one, by means of a bearded arrow, cut off, from his antagonist's trunk, his head graced with a beautiful nose and decked with excellent earrings, and which rested on elevated shoulders. That hero, then, the brightness of whose face resembled the splendor of the full moon and whose eyes were like lotus petals, whose stature was tall, and complexion like that of the lotus, thus slain, fell down on the earth. The Pandava host then, filled with great grief, began to tremble, when the preceptor's son thus slew Nila of blazing energy. The great warriors of the Pandavas, O sire, all thought, alas, how would Indra's son, Arjuna, be able to rescue us from the foe, when that mighty warrior is engaged on the southern part of the field in slaughtering the remnant of the Samsaptakas and the Narayana force. Section 30. Sanjaya said, Vrikadara, however, could not brook that slaughter of his army. He struck Valika with 60 and Karna with 10 arrows. Drona then, desirous of slaying Bhima, quickly struck the latter, in his very vitals, many straight and whetted shafts of keen edge. Desirous again of allowing no time, he once more struck him with 26 shafts whose touch resembled that of fire and which were all like snakes of virulent poison. Then Karna pierced him with 12 shafts, and Wataman with 7, and King Duryodhana also with 6. The mighty Bhimasena, in return, pierced them all. He struck Drona with 50 shafts, and Karna with 10, and piercing Duryodhana with 12 shafts, and Drona with 8, he engaged in that battle uttering a loud shout. In that encounter in which the warriors fought reckless of their lives and in which death was easy of attainment, Ajatasattu dispatched many warriors, urging them to rescue Bhima. Those heroes of immeasurable energy, viz., the 2 sons of Madri and Pandu, and others headed by Ayudhana, quickly proceeded to Bhimasena's side. And those bulls among men, filled with rage and uniting together, advanced to battle, desirous of breaking the army of Drona that was protected by many foremost of bowmen. Indeed, those great warriors of mighty energy, viz., Bhima and others, fell furiously upon Drona's host. Drona, however, that foremost of car warriors, received without any anxiety all those mighty car warriors, of great strength, those heroes accomplished in battle. Disregarding their kingdoms and casting off all fear of death, their warriors of thy army proceeded against the Pandavas. Horsemen encountered horsemen, and car warriors encountered car warriors. The battle proceeded, darts against darts, swords against swords, axes against axes. A fierce encounter with swords took place, producing a terrible carnage. And in consequence of the collision of elephants against elephants, the battle became furious. Some fell down from the backs of elephants, and some from the backs of steeds, with heads downwards. And others, O sire, fell down from cars, pierced with arrows. In that fierce press, as some one fell down deprived of armor, an elephant might be seen attacking him in the chest and crushing his head. Elsewhere might be seen elephants crushing numbers of men fallen down on the field, and many elephants, piercing the earth with their tusks, as they fell down, were seen to tear therewith large bodies of men. Many elephants, again, with arrows sticking to their trunks, wandered over the field, tearing and crushing men by hundreds. And some elephants were seen pressing down into the earth fallen warriors and steeds and elephants cased in armor of black iron, as if these were only thick reeds. Many kings, graced with modesty, their hour having come, laid themselves down, for the last sleep, on painful beds, overlaid with vultures' feathers. Advancing to battle on his car, sire slew son, and son also, through madness all losing regard, approached sire in battle. The wheels of cars were broken, banners were torn, umbrellas fell down on the earth. Dragging broken yokes, steeds ran away. Arms with swords in grasp, and heads decked with earrings fell down. Cars, dragged by mighty elephants, thrown down on the ground, were reduced to fragments. Steeds with riders fell down, severely wounded by elephants. That fierce battle went on, without anybody showing any regard for anyone. O father! O son! Where art thou? Friend? Wait! Where dost thou go? Strike! Bring! Slay this one. These and divers other cries, with loud laughs and shouts, and roars were uttered and heard there. The blood of human beings and steeds and elephants mingled together. The earthy dust disappeared. The hearts of all timid persons became cheerless. Here a hero getting his car wheel entangled with a car wheel of another hero, and the distance being too near to admit of the use of other weapons, smashed that other's head by means of his mace. Brave combatants, desirous of safety where there was no safety, dragged one another by the hair, and fought fiercely with fists, and teeth and nails. Here was a hero whose upraised arm with sword in grasp was cut off. There another's arm was lopped off with bow, or arrow or hook in grasp. Here one loudly called upon another. There another turned his back on the field. Here one severed another's head from his trunk, getting him within reach. There another rushed with loud shouts upon an enemy. Here one was filled with fear at another's roar. There another slew with sharp shafts a friend or a foe. Here an elephant, huge as a hill, slain with a long shaft, fell down on the field and lay like a flat highland in a river during the summer season. There an elephant, with sweat trickling down its body, like a mountain with rills flowing down its breast, having crushed by its dread a car warrior with his steeds and charioteer on the field. Beholding brave warriors, accomplished in arms and covered with blood, strike one another, they that were timid and of weak hearts, lost their senses. In fact, all became cheerless. Nothing could any longer be distinguished. Overwhelmed with the dust raised by the troops, the battle became furious. Then the commander of the Pandava forces saying, "This is the time," speedily led the Pandavas on, those heroes that are always endued with great activity. Obeying his behest, the mighty armed Pandavas, smiting the Kaurava army, proceeded towards Drona's car like swans towards a lake. Seize him, do not fly away, do not fear, cut into pieces. These uproarious cries were heard in the vicinity of Drona's car. Then Drona and Kripa, and Karna and Drona's son, and King Jayadratha, and Vinda and Danuvinda of Avanti, and Salya, received those heroes. Those irresistible and invincible warriors, however, viz., the Panchalas and the Pandavas, inspired by noble sentiments, did not, though afflicted with shafts, avoid Drona. Then Drona, excited with great rage, shot hundreds of shafts, and caused a great carnage amongst the Chedis, the Panchalas, and the Pandavas. The twang of his bowstring and the slaps of his palms were, O sire, heard on all sides, and they resembled the roar of thunder and struck fear into the hearts of all. Meanwhile, Jaishu, having vanquished large number of Samsaptakas, quickly came to that place where Drona was grinding the Pandava troops. Having crossed many large lakes whose waters were constituted by blood, and whose fierce billows and eddies were constituted by shafts, and having slain the Samsaptakas, Falguni showed himself the possessed of great fame and endued as he was with the energy of the sun himself. Arjuna's emblem, viz., his banner bearing the ape, was beheld by us to blaze with splendor. Having dried up the Samsaptaka ocean by means of weapons that constituted his rays, the son of Pandu then blasted the Kuras also, as if he were the very sun that arises at the end of the Yuga. Indeed, Arjuna scorched all the Kuras by the heat of his weapons, like the fire 61 that appears at the end of the Yuga, burning down all creatures. Struck by him with thousands of shafts, elephant warriors and horsemen and car warriors fell down on the earth, with dishevelled hair, and exceedingly afflicted with those arrowy showers. Some uttered cries of distress. Others set up loud shouts. And some, struck with the shafts of Patha, fell down deprived of life. Recollecting the practices of good warriors, Arjuna struck not those combatants among the foe that had fallen down, or those that were retreating, or those that were unwilling to fight. Deprived of their cars and filled with wonder, almost all the Kauravas, turning away from the field, uttered cries of "Oh" and "Alas" and called upon Karna for protection. Hearing that din made by the Kuras, desirous of protection, Adrata's son, Karna, loudly assuring the troops with the words "Do not fear," proceeded to face Arjuna. Then, Karna, that foremost of Bharata warriors, that delighter of all the Bharatas, that first of all persons acquainted with weapons, invoked into existence the Agnya weapon. Dhananjaya, however, baffled by means of his own arrowy downpours the flights of arrows shot by Radha's son, that warrior of the blazing bow, that hero of bright shafts. And similarly, Adrata's son also baffled the shafts of Arjuna of supreme energy. Resisting Arjuna's weapons thus by his own, Karna uttered loud shouts and shot many shafts at his antagonist. Then Drystadima and Bhima and the mighty warrior Satyaki all approached Karna, and each of them pierced him with 3 straight shafts. The son of Radha, however, checking Arjuna's weapons by his own arrowy showers, cut off with 3 sharp shafts the bows of those 3 warriors. Their bows cut off, they looked like snakes without poison. Hurling darts at their foe from their respective cars, they uttered loudly 9 shouts. Those fierce darts of great splendor and great impetuosity, looking like snakes, hurled from those mighty arms, coursed impetuously towards Karna's car, cutting each of those darts with 3 straight arrows and speeding many arrows at the same time at Patha. The mighty Karna uttered a loud shout. Then Arjuna piercing Karna with 7 shafts, dispatched the latter's younger brother by means of his sharp shafts, slaying Satranjaya thus with 6 arrows. Partha, with a board-headed shaft, struck off the Pitter's head as the latter stood on his car. In the very sight of the Dhritarashtra's, therefore, as also of the suitor's son, the 3 Uttaraing brothers of the latter were dispatched by Arjuna unaided by anyone. Then Bhima, jumping down from his own car, like a second Garuda, slew with his excellent sword 5 and 10 combatants amongst those that supported Karna. Mounting once more on his car and taking up another bow, he pierced Karna with 10 shafts and his charioteer and steeds with 5. Drishthadhyumna, also taking up a sword and a bright shield, dispatched Charmavarman and also Vrihakshatra, the ruler of the Nshadas. The Panchala prince then, mounting upon his own car and taking up another bow, pierced Karna with 73 shafts, and uttered a loud roar. Sini's grandson also, of splendour equal to that of Indra himself, taking up another bow, pierced Suta's son with 64 shafts and roared like a lion. And cutting off Karna's bow with a couple of well-shot shafts, he once more pierced Karna on the arms and the chest with 3 arrows. The king Duryodhana, and Drona and Jayadratha, rescued Karna from the Satyaki ocean, as the former was about to sink into it. And foot soldiers and steeds and cars and elephants, belonging to thy army and numbering by hundreds, all accomplished in smiting, rushed to the spot where Karna was frightening his assailants. Then Drishthadhyumna, and Bhima and Subhadra's son, and Arjuna himself, and Nakula, and Sahadeva, began to protect Satyaki in that battle. Even thus went on that fierce battle for the destruction of bowmen belonging to thy army and of the enemies. All the combatants fought, reckless of their very lives. Infantry and cars and steeds and elephants were engaged with cars and infantry. Cow warriors were engaged with elephants and foot soldiers and steeds, and cars and foot soldiers were engaged with cars and elephants. And steeds were seen engaged with steeds, and elephants with elephants, and foot soldiers with foot soldiers. Even thus did that battle, marked by great confusion, take place, enhancing the delight of cannibals and carnivorous creatures, between those high-souled men facing one another fearlessly. Indeed, it largely swelled the population of Yama's kingdom. Large numbers of elephants and cars and foot soldiers and steeds were destroyed by men, cars, steeds and elephants were slain by elephants, and car warriors with weapons upraised by car warriors, and steeds by steeds, and large bodies of foot soldiers. And elephants were slain by cars, and large steeds by large elephants, and men by steeds, and steeds by foremost of car warriors, with tongues lolling out, and teeth and eyes pressed out of their places, with coats of mail and ornaments crushed into dust, the slaughtered creatures fell down on the field. Others, again, of terrible mien were struck and thrown down on the earth by others armed with diverse and excellent weapons, and sunk into the earth by the tread of steeds and elephants, and tortured and mangled by heavy cars and car wheels. And during the progress of that fierce carnage so delightful to beasts of prey and carnivorous birds and cannibals, mighty combatants, filled with wrath, and slaughtering one another, careered over the field, putting forth all their energy. Then when both the hosts were broken and mangled, the warriors, bathed in blood, looked at each other. Meanwhile, the sun went to his chambers in the western hills, and both the armies, O Bharata, slowly retired to their respective tents. Section 31. Abhimanyu Badapava. Sanjaya said, having been first broken by Arjuna of immeasurable prowess, and owing also to the failure of Drona's vow, in consequence of Yudhishthira having been well protected, thy warriors were regarded as defeated. All of them, with coats of mail torn and covered with dust, cast anxious glances around. Retiring from the field with Drona's consent, after having been vanquished by their enemies of sure aim and humiliated by them in battle, they heard, as they proceeded, the countless merits of Fulguni praised by all creatures, and the friendship of Cassava for Arjuna spoken of by all. They passed the night like men under a curse, reflecting upon the course of events and observing perfect silence. Next morning, Duryodhana said unto Drona these words, from petulance and wrath, and in great cheerlessness of heart at the sight of the prosperity of their foe. Skilled in speech, and filled with rage at the success of the foe, the king said these words in the hearing of all the troops: O foremost of regenerate ones, without doubt thou hast set us down for men who should be destroyed by thee. Thou didst not seize Yudhishthira today, even though thou hadst got him within thy reach. That foe whom thou wouldest seize in battle is incapable of escaping thee if once thou gettest him within sight, even if he be protected by the Pandavas, aided by the very gods. Gratified, thou gavest me a boon, now, however, thou dost not act according to it. They that are noble, like thee, never falsify the hopes of one devoted to them. Thus addressed by Duryodhana, Bharadwaja's son felt greatly ashamed. Addressing the king, he said, It behoveth thee not to take me to be such. I always endeavour to achieve what is agreeable to thee. The three worlds with the gods, the Asuras, the Gandharvas, the Yakshas, the Nagas and the Rakshasas, cannot defeat the force that is protected by the diadem-decked Arjuna. There where Govinda, the creator of the universe, is, and there where Arjuna is the commander, whose might can avail, save three-eyed Mahadevas, O Lord. O Sire, I tell thee truly today, and it will not be otherwise. Today, I will slay a mighty Car warrior, one of the foremost heroes of the Pandavas. Today I will also form an array that is impenetrable by the very gods. Do, however, O king, by some means take Arjuna away from the field. There is nothing that he doth not know or cannot achieve in battle. From various places hath he acquired all that is to be known about battle. Sanjaya continued, after Drona had said these words, the Samsaptakas once more challenged Arjuna to battle and took him away to the southern side of the field. Then an encounter took place between Arjuna and his enemies, the like of which had never been seen nor heard of. On the other hand, the array formed by Drona, O king, looked resplendent. Indeed, that array was incapable of being looked at like the sun himself when in his course he reaches the meridian and scorches everything underneath. Abhimanyu, at the command, O Bharata, of his sire's eldest brother, pierced in battle that impenetrable circular array in many places. Having achieved the most difficult feats and slain heroes by thousands, he was, at last, encountered by 6 heroes together. In the end, succumbing to Dusasana's son, O Lord of Earth, Subhadra's son, O chastiser of foes, gave up his life. At this we were filled with great joy and the Pandavas with great grief. And after Subhadra's son had been slain, our troops were withdrawn for nightly rest. Dhritarashtra said, hearing, O Sanjaya, of the slaughter of the son, Abhimanyu, yet in his minority, of that line among men, viz., Arjuna, my heart seems to break into pieces. Cruel, indeed, are the duties of Kshatriyas as laid down by the legislators, inasmuch as brave men, desirous of sovereignty, scrupled not to shoot their weapons at even a child. O son of Gavalgana, tell me how so many warriors, accomplished in arms, slew that child who, though brought up in luxury, yet careered over the field so fearlessly. Tell me, O Sanjaya, how our warriors behaved in battle with Subhadra's son of immeasurable energy who had penetrated into our car array. Sanjaya said, that which thou askest me, O king, viz., the slaughter of Subhadra's son, I will describe to thee in detail. Listen, O monarch, with attention. I shall relate to thee how that youth, having penetrated into our ranks, played with his weapons, and how the irresistible heroes of thy army, all inspired by hope of victory, were afflicted by him. Like the denizens of a forest abounding with plants and herbs and trees, when surrounded on all sides by a forest conflagration, their warriors of thy army were all filled with fear. Section 32. Sanjaya said, of fear steeds in battle and above all fatigue, as proved by their feats, 5 sons of Pandu, with Krishna, are incapable of being resisted by the very gods. In righteousness, in deeds, in lineage, in intelligence, in achievements, in fame, in prosperity, there never was, and there never will be, another man so endued as Yudhishthira, devoted to truth and righteousness, and with passions under control. King Yudhishthira, in consequence of his worship of the Brahmins and diverse other virtues of similar nature, is always in the enjoyment of heaven. The destroyer himself at the end of the Yuga, Jamadani's valiant son, Rama, and Bhimasna on his car, these 3, O king, are spoken of as equal. Of Partha, the wielder of Gandhaiva, who always achieveth his vows in battle, I do not see a proper parallel on earth. Reverence for superiors, keeping counsels, humility, self-restraint, beauty of person, and bravery, these 6, are ever present in Nakula. In knowledge of scriptures, gravity, sweetness of temper, righteousness and prowess, the heroic Sahadeva is equal to the Aswins themselves. All those noble qualities that are in Krishna, all those that are in the Pandavas, all that assemblage of qualities was to be found in Abhimanyu alone. In firmness, he was equal to Yudhishthira, and in conduct to Krishna, in feats, he was the equal to Bhimasna of terrible deeds, in beauty of person, in prowess, and in knowledge of scriptures he was the equal to Dhananjaya. In humility, he was equal to Sahadeva and Nakula. Dhritarashtra said, I desire, O Sutta, to hear in detail how the invincible Abhimanyu, the son of Subhadra, hath been slain on the field of battle. Sanjaya continued, Be still, O king. Bear thy grief that is so unbearable. I shall speak to thee of the great slaughter of thy kinsmen. The preceptor, O king, had formed the great circular array. In it were placed all the kings of our side, that are each equal to Sakra himself. At the entrance were stationed all the princes possessed of solar refulgence. All of them had taken oaths about standing by one another. All of them had standards decked with gold. All of them were attired in red robes, and all had red ornaments. All of them had red banners, and all were adorned with garlands of gold, smeared with sandal paste and other perfumed unguents. They were decked with floral wreaths. In a body they rushed towards Arjuna's son, desirous of battle. Firm bowmen, all they numbered 10,000. Placing thy handsome grandson, Lakshmana, at the head, all of them, sympathizing with one another in joy and grief, and emulating one another in feats of courage, desiring to excel one another, and devoted to one another's good, they advanced to battle. Duryodhana, O monarch, was stationed in the midst of his forces, and the king was surrounded by the mighty car warriors, Karna, Dusasana, and Kripa, and had a white umbrella held over his head. And fanned with yak tails, he looked resplendent like the chief of the Celestials. And at the head of that army was the commander Drona, looking like the rising sun. 62. And there stood the ruler of the Centaurs, of great beauty of person, and immovable like the cliff of Meru. Standing by the side of the ruler of the Centaurs and headed by Aswathaman, were, O king, thy 30 sons, resembling the very gods. There also on Jayadratha's flank were those mighty car warriors, viz., the ruler of Gandhara, that is, the gamester, Sakuni, and Saliya, Ambari's river. Then commenced the battle, fierce, and making the hairs stand on their ends, between thy warriors and those of the foe. And both sides fought, making death itself the goal. Section 33. Sanjaya said, the Pathas then, headed by Bhimsena, approached that invincible array protected by Bharadwaja's son, and Satyaki, and Chekatana, and Drishthadima, the son of Prishata, and Kantibhoa of great prowess, and the mighty Ka warrior Drupada, and Arjuna's son, Abhimanyu, and Kshatradaman, and the valiant Vrihakshatra, and Drishtaketu, the ruler of the Chedis, and the twin sons of Madri, viz., Nakula and Sahadeva, and Ghatotkatcha, and the powerful Yadamanu, and the unvanquished Sikandin, and the irresistible Uttamaujas, and the mighty Ka warrior Virata, and the 5 sons of Draupadi, these all excited with wrath, and the valiant son of Sisupala, and the Kakeyas of mighty energy, and the Saranjayas by thousands, these and others, accomplished in weapons and difficult of being resisted in battle, suddenly rushed, at the head of their respective followers, against Bharadwaja's son, from a desire of battle. The valiant son of Bharadwaja, however, fearlessly checked all those warriors, as soon as they came near, with a thick shower of arrows. Like a mighty wave of waters coming against an impenetrable hill, or the surging sea itself approaching its bank, those warriors were pushed back by Drona. And the Pandavas, O king, afflicted by the shafts shot from Drona's bow, were unable to stay before him. And the strength of Drona's arms that we saw was wonderful in the extreme, inasmuch as the Panchalas and the Saranjayas failed to approach him. Beholding Drona advancing in rage, Yudhishthira thought of diverse means for checking his progress. At last, regarding Drona incapable of being resisted by anyone else, Yudhishthira placed that heavy and unbearable burden on the son of Subhadra. Addressing Abhimanyu, that slayer of hostile heroes, who was not inferior to Vasudeva himself and whose energy was superior to that of Arjuna, the king said, O child, act in such a way that Arjuna, returning from the Samsaptakas, may not reprove us. We do not know how to break the circular array. Thyself, or Arjuna, or Krishna, or Pradama, can pierce that array. O mighty armed one, no 5th person can be found to achieve that feat. O child, it behoveth thee, O Abhimanyu, to grant the boon that thy sires, thy maternal uncles, and all these troops ask of thee. Taking up thy arms quickly, destroy this array of Drona, else Arjuna, returning from the fight, will reprove us all. Abhimanyu said, desiring victory to my sires, soon shall I in battle penetrate into that firm, fierce and foremost of arrays formed by Drona. I have been taught by my father the method of penetrating and smiting this kind of array. I shall not be able, however, to come out if any kind of danger overtakes me. Yudhishthira said, break this array once, O foremost of warriors, and make a passage for us. All of us will follow thee in the track by which thou wilt go. In battle, thou art equal to Dhananjaya himself. Seeing thee enter, we shall follow thee, protecting thee on all sides. Bhima said, I myself will follow thee, and Drishthadima and Satyaki, and the Panchalas, and the Prabhadrakas. After the array once is broken by thee, we will enter it repeatedly and slay the foremost warriors within it. Abhimanyu said, I will penetrate into this invincible array of Drona, like an insect filled with rage entering a blazing fire. Today, I will do that which will be beneficial to both races, viz., my sires and my mothers. I will do that which will please my maternal uncle as also my mother. Today all creatures will behold large bodies of hostile soldiers continually slaughtered by myself, an unaided child. If anybody, encountering me, escapes today with life, I shall not then regard myself begotten by Patha and born of Subhadra. If on a single car I cannot in battle cut off the whole Kshatriya race into 8 fragments, I will not regard myself the son of Arjuna. 63. Yudhishthira said, since protected by these tigers among men, these great bowmen endued with fierce might, these warriors that resemble the Satyas, the Rudras, or the Maruts, or are like the Vasas, or Agni or Aditya himself in prowess, thou venturest to pierce the invincible array of Drona, and since thou speakest so, let thy strength, O son of Subhadra, be increased. Sanjaya continued, hearing these words of Yudhishthira, Abhimanyu ordered his charioteer, Sumitra, saying, quickly urge the steeds towards Drona's army. Section 34. Sanjaya said, hearing these words of the intelligent Yudhishthira, the son of Subhadra, O Bharata, urged his charioteer towards Drona's array. The charioteer, urged by him with the words, proceed, proceed, replied unto Abhimanyu, O king, in these words, O thou that art blessed with length of days, heavy is the burthen that hath been placed upon thee by the Pandavas. Ascertaining by thy judgment as to whether thou art able to bear it or not, thou shouldst then engage in battle. The preceptor Drona is a master of superior weapons and accomplished in battle. Thou, however, hast been brought up in great luxury and art unused to battle. Hearing these words, Abhimanyu replied unto his charioteer, saying with a laugh, O charioteer, who is this Drona? What, again, is this vast assemblage of Kshatriyas? Sakra himself on his Airavata and aided by all the celestials, I would encounter in battle. I do not feel the slightest anxiety about all these Kshatriyas today. This hostile army doth not come up to even a 16th part of myself. O son of Asuta, getting my maternal uncle Vishnu himself, the conqueror of the universe, or my sire, Arjuna, as an antagonist in battle, fear would not enter my heart. Abhimanyu then, thus disregarding those words of the charioteer, urged the latter, saying, Go with speed towards the army of Drona. Thus commanded, the charioteer, with a heart scarcely cheerful, urged Abhimanyu's 3-year-old steeds, decked with golden trappings. Those coursers, urged by Sumitra towards Drona's army, rushed towards Drona himself, O king, with great speed and prowess. Beholding him coming towards them, in that way, all the Kauravas, headed by Drona, advanced against him, as, indeed, the Pandavas followed him behind. Then Arjuna's son, superior to Arjuna's self, cased in golden mail and owning an excellent standard that bore the device of a Kankara tree, fearlessly encountered, from desire of battle, warriors headed by Drona, like a lion cub assailing a herd of elephants. Those warriors then, filled with joy, began to strike Abhimanyu while he endeavored to pierce their array. And for a moment an agitation took place there, like to the eddy that is seen in the ocean where the current of the Ganga mingles with it. The battle, O king, that commenced there, between those struggling heroes striking one another, became fierce and terrible. And during the progress of that awful battle, Arjuna's son, in the very sight of Drona, breaking that array, penetrated into it. Then large bodies of elephants and steeds and cars and infantry, filled with joy, encompassed that mighty warrior after he had thus penetrated into the midst of the foe, and commenced to smite him, causing the earth to resound, with noise of diverse musical instruments, with shouts and slaps of armpits and roars, with yells and leonine shouts, with exclamations of wait, wait, with fierce confused voices, with cries of, do not go, wait, come to me, with repeated exclamations of, this one, it is I, the foe, with grunt of elephants, with the tinkling of bells and ornaments, with bursts of laughter, and the clatter of horse hoofs and car wheels. The Kaurava warriors rushed at the son of Arjuna. That mighty hero, however, endued with great lightness of hands and having a knowledge of the vital parts of the body, quickly shooting weapons capable of penetrating into the very vitals, slew those advancing warriors. slaughtered by means of sharp shafts of diverse kinds. Those warriors became perfectly helpless, and like insects falling upon a blazing fire, they continued to fall upon Abhimanyu on the field of battle. And Abhimanyu strewed the earth with their bodies and diverse limbs of their bodies, like priests strewing the altar at a sacrifice with blades of kusa grass. And Arjuna's son cut off by thousands the arms of those warriors. And some of these were cased in corslets made of iguana skin, and some held bows and shafts, and some held swords or shields or iron hooks and reins, and some lances or battle axes, and some held maces or iron balls or spears, and some rapiers and crowbars and axes, and some grasped short arrows, or spiked maces, or darts, or campanas, and some had goads and prodigious gunks, and some bearded darts and kakagrawas, and some had mallets and some other kinds of missiles, and some had nooses, and some heavy clubs, and some brickbats. And all those arms were decked with armlets and laved with delightful perfumes and unguents. And with those arms dyed with gore and looking bright, the field of battle became beautiful, as if strewn, O sire, with 5-headed snakes slain by Garuda. And Falguni's son also scattered over the field of battle countless heads of foes, heads graced with beautiful noses and faces and locks, without pimples, and adorned with earrings. Blood flowed from those heads copiously, and the nether lips in all were bit with wrath. Adorned with beautiful garlands and crowns and turbans and pearls and gems, and possessed of splendor equal to that of the sun or the moon, they seemed to be like lotuses severed from their stalks. Fragrant with many perfumes, while life was in them, they could speak words both agreeable and beneficial. Diverse cars, well equipped, and looking like the vapory edifices in the welkin, with shafts in front and excellent bamboo poles, and looking beautiful with the standards set upon them, were deprived of their jangas, and clavaras, and nemes, and dasanas, and wheels, and standards, and terraces. And the utensils of war in them were all broken. 64 And the rich clothes with which they were overlaid were blown away, and the warriors on them were slain by thousands. Mangling everything before him with his shafts, Abhimanyu was seen coursing on all sides. With his keen-edged weapons, he cut into pieces elephant warriors, and elephants with standards and hooks and banners, and quivers and coats of mail, and girths and neck ropes and blankets, and bells and trunks and tusks, as also the foot soldiers that protected those elephants from behind. And many steeds of the Vanayu, the hilly, the Kamvoa, and the Valika breeds, with tails and ears and eyes motionless and fixed, possessed of great speed, well trained, and ridden by accomplished warriors armed with swords and lances, were seen to be deprived of the excellent ornaments on their beautiful tails. And many lay with tongues lolling out and eyes detached from their sockets, and entrails and livers drawn out. And the riders on their backs lay lifeless by their sides. And the rows of bells that adorned them were all torn. Strewn over the field thus, they caused great delight to Rakshasas and beasts of prey. With coats of mail and other leathern armor, casing their limbs, cut open, they weltered in excrete rejected by themselves. Thus slaying many foremost of steeds of thy army, Abhimanyu looked resplendent, alone achieving the most difficult feat, like the inconceivable Vibha himself in days of old. Abhimanyu crushed thy vast host of 3 kinds of forces, cars, elephants, and steeds, like the 3-eyed Mahadeva, of immeasurable energy crushing the terrible Asura host. Indeed, Arjuna's son, having achieved in battle feats incapable of being borne by his foes, everywhere mangled large divisions of foot soldiers belonging to thy army. Beholding then thy host extensively slaughtered by Subhadra's son single-handed with his whetted shafts like the Asura host by Skanda, the celestial generalissimo, thy warriors and thy sons cast vacant looks on all sides. Their mouths became dry, Their eyes became restless, their bodies were covered with sweat, and their hairs stood on their ends. Hopeless of vanquishing their foe, they set their hearts on flying away from the field. Desirous of saving their lives, called one another by their names and the names of their families, and abandoning their wounded sons and sires and brothers and kinsmen and relatives by marriage lying around on the field, they endeavored to fly away, urging their steeds and elephants to their utmost speed. Section 35. Sanjaya said, beholding his army routed by Subhadra's son of immeasurable energy, Duryodhana, filled with rage, himself proceeded against the former. Seeing the king turn back towards Subhadra's son in battle, Drona, addressing all the Kaurava warriors, said, "Rescue the king. 65 Before us, in our very sight, the valiant Abhimanyu is slaying all he aims at. Rush ye, therefore, speedily against him, without fear, and protect the Kuru king." Then many grateful and mighty warriors, having Duryodhana's good at heart, and always graced with victory, inspired with fear, surrounded by son, and Drona, and Drona's son, and Gripa and Karna, and Kritavarman and Shivala's son, Vrihadvala, and the ruler of the Madras, Ampari, Ampari's rivers, and Sala, and Paurava and Vrishasana, shooting sharp shafts, checked Subhadra's son by means of those arrowy showers. Confounding him with those showers of shafts, they rescued Duryodhana. The son of Arjuna, however, brooked not that act of snatching a morsel from his mouth. Covering those mighty car warriors, their charioteers, and steeds with thick showers of arrows, and causing them to turn back, the son of Subhadra uttered a leonine roar. Hearing that roar of his, resembling that of a lion hungering after prey, these angry car warriors, headed by Drona, brooked it not. Encompassing him on all sides, O sire, with a large body of cars, they shot at him showers of diverse kinds of arrows. The grandson, however, cut them off in the welkin, before any of them could reach him, by means of sharp shafts, and then pierced all of them with his shafts. That feat of his seemed exceedingly wonderful. Provoked by him thus by means of those shafts of his that resembled snakes of virulent poison, they surrounded that unretreating son of Subhadra, desirous of slaying him. That sea of Kaurava troops, however, O bull of Bharata's race, the son of Arjuna, singly held in check by means of his shafts, like a continent resisting the surging ocean. And among those heroes thus fighting with and striking one another, viz., Abhimanyu and his man on one side and all those warriors together on the other, none turned back from the field. In that dreadful and fierce battle, Dussarha pierced Abhimanyu with 9 shafts, and Dussarjana pierced him with 12, and Saradwata's son Gripa with 3, and Drona pierced him with 17 shafts, each resembling a snake of virulent poison, and Vivansati pierced him with 70 shafts, and Kritavarman with 7, and Vrihadvala pierced him with 8, and Aswataman with 7 shafts, and Bharisrava pierced him with 3 shafts, and the ruler of the Madras with 6, and Sakuni pierced him with 2, and King Duryodhana with 3 shafts. The valiant Abhimanyu, however, O king, seemingly dancing on his car, pierced each of those warriors in return with 3 shafts. Then Abhimanyu, filled with rage in consequence of thy sons endeavouring to frighten him thus, displayed the wonderful strength he had acquired from culture and practice. Borne by his well-broken steeds, endued with the speed of Garuda or the wind, and thoroughly obedient to the behests of him who held their reins, he quickly checked the Airava's marker. Staying before him, the handsome son of his marker, endued with great might, pierced him with 10 shafts, and addressing him, said, "Wait, wait." Abhimanyu then, with 10 shafts, cut off the former's steeds and charioteer and standard and 2 arms and bow and head, and caused them to fall down on the earth, smiling the while. After the heroic ruler of the Usmarkas had thus been slain by the son of Subhadra, the whole of his force wavered and began to fly away from the field. Then Karna and Kripa, and Drona and Drona's son, and the ruler of the Gandhras, and Sala and Salya, and Bharisravas and Kratha, and Somadatta, and Vivansati, and Vrishasana, and Sushna, and Kandavdin, and Pratadana, and Vrindaraka, and Lalithaya, and Pravau, and Dryalachana, and angry Duryodhana, showered their arrows upon him. Then Abhimanyu, excessively pierced by those great bowmen with their straight shafts, shot shafts at Karna, which was capable of piercing through every armor and body. That shaft, piercing through Karna's coat of mail and then his body, entered the earth like a snake piercing through an anthill. Deeply pierced, Karna felt great pain and became perfectly helpless. Indeed, Karna began to tremble in that battle like a hill during an earthquake. Then, with 3 other shafts of great sharpness, the mighty son of Arjuna, excited with rage, slew those 3 warriors, viz., Sushna, Dryalachana, and Kandavdin. Meanwhile, Karna, recovering from the shock, pierced Abhimanyu with 25 shafts. And as Vataman struck him with 20, and Kritavarman with 7, covered all over with arrows, that son of Sakra's son, filled with rage, careered over the field. And he was regarded by all the troops as Yama's self-armed with a noose. He then scattered over Salya, who happened to be near him, thick showers of arrows. That mighty armed warrior then uttered loud shouts, frightening thy troops therewith. Meanwhile, Salya, pierced by Abhimanyu, accomplished in weapons, with straight shafts penetrating into his very vitals, sat down on the terrace of his car and fainted away. Beholding Salya thus pierced by the celebrated son of Subhadra, all the troops fled away in the very sight of Bharadwaja's son. Seeing that mighty armed warrior, viz., Salya, thus covered with shafts of golden wings, thy army fled away like a herd of deer attacked by a lion. And Abhimanyu, glorified by the Pitras, the gods, and Churanas, and Siddhas, as also by diverse classes of creatures on the earth, with praises about his heroism and skill in battle, looked resplendent like a sacrificial fire fed with clarified butter. Section 36. Dhritarashtra said, while Arjuna's son was thus grinding, by means of his straight arrows, our foremost bowman, what warriors of my army endeavoured to check him? Sanjaya said, hear, O king, of the splendid prowess in battle of youthful Abhimanyu while engaged in breaking the car ranks of the Kauravas, protected by the son of Bharadwaja himself. Beholding the ruler of the Madras disabled in battle by Subhadra's son with his shafts, the younger brother of Salya, filled with wrath, advanced against Abhimanyu, scattering his shafts. Arjuna's son, however, endued with great lightness of hand, cut off his antagonist's head and charioteer, his triple bamboo pole, his bed, on the car, his car wheels, his yoke, and shafts and quiver, and car bottom, by means of his arrows, as also his banner and every other implements of battle with which his car was equipped. So quick were his movements that none could obtain a sight of his person. Deprived of life, that foremost and chief of all ornaments of battle fell down on the earth, like a huge hill uprooted by a mighty tempest. His followers then, struck with fear, fled away in all directions. Beholding that feat of the son of Arjuna, all creatures were highly gratified, and cheered him, O Bharata, with loud shouts of excellent, excellent. After Salya's brother had thus been slain, many followers of his, loudly proclaiming their families, places of residence, and names, rushed against Arjuna's son, filled with rage and armed with diverse weapons. Some of them were on cars, some on steeds and some on elephants, and others advanced on foot. And all of them were endued with fierce might. and they rushed, frightening the son of Arjuna with the loud whiz of their arrows, the deep roar of their car wheels, their fear swoops and shouts and cries, their leonine roars, the loud twang of their bowstring, and the slaps of their palms. And they said, "Thou shalt not escape us with life today." Hearing them say so, the son of Subhadra, smiling the while, pierced with his shafts those amongst them that had pierced him first. Displaying diverse weapons of beautiful look and of great celerity, the heroic son of Arjuna battled mildly with them. Those weapons that he had received from Vasudeva and those that he had received from Dhananjaya, Abhimanyu displayed in the very same way as Vasudeva and Dhananjaya. Disregarding the heavy burden he had taken upon himself and casting off all fear, he repeatedly shot his arrows. No interval, again, could be noticed between his aiming and letting off an arrow. Only his trembling bow drawn to a circle could be seen on every side, looking like the blazing disk of the autumnal sun. And the twang of his bow, and the slap of his palms, O Bharata, were heard to resound like the roaring of clouds charged with thunder. Modest, wrathful, reverential to superiors, and exceedingly handsome, the son of Subhadra, out of regard for the hostile heroes, fought with them mildly. Commencing gently, O king, he gradually became fierce, like the illustrious maker of the day when autumn comes after the season of the rains is over. Like the sun himself shedding his rays, Abhimanyu, filled with wrath, shot hundreds and thousands of whetted arrows, furnished with golden wings. In the very sight of Bharadwaj the sun, that celebrated warrior covered the car division of the Kaurava army with the diverse kinds of arrows. 66 Thereupon, that army, thus afflicted by Abhimanyu with his shafts, turned its back on the field. Section 37. Dhritarashtra said, "My heart, O Sanjaya, is agitated with different emotions, viz., shame and gratification, upon hearing that Subhadra's son singly held in check the whole army of my son. O son of Gavalgana, tell me everything once more in detail about the encounter of youthful Abhimanyu, which seems to have been pretty like Skandar's encounter with the Asura host." Sanjaya said, "I will relate to thee that fearful encounter, that fierce battle, as it took place between one and the many. Mounted upon his car, Abhimanyu, with great daring, showered his arrows on the warriors of thy army mounted on the cars, all of whom were chastisers of foes, endued with great courage. Careering with great speed like a circle of fire, he pierced Drona and Karna, and Kripa, and Salya and Drona's son, and Kritavarman of the bow race, and Vrihadvala, and Duryodhana, and Somadatta, and mighty Sakuni, and diverse kings and diverse princes and diverse bodies of troops. While engaged in slaying his foes by means of superior weapons, the valiant son of Subhadra, endued with mighty energy, seemed, O Bharata, to be present everywhere. Beholding that conduct of Subhadra's son of immeasurable energy, thy troops trembled repeatedly. Seeing that warrior of great proficiency in battle, Bharadwaj's son of great wisdom, with eyes expanded in joy, quickly came towards Kripa, and addressing him said, as if crushing, by that speech of his, the very vitals of thy son, O Bharata, the following words: "Yonder cometh the youthful son of Subhadra at the head of the Parthas, delighting all his friends, and King Yudhishthira, and Nakula, and Sahadeva, and Bhimasena, the son of Pandu, and all his kinsmen, and relatives by marriage, and all who are watching the battle as spectators without taking any part in it. I do not regard any bowman to be his equal in battle. If only he entertains the wish, he can slay this vast host. It seems that for some reason or other, he doth not entertain that wish." Hearing these words of Drona, so expressive of the gratification he felt, thy son, enraged with Abhimanyu, looked at Drona, faintly smiling the while. Indeed, Duryodhana said unto Karna and King Valika and Dusasana and the ruler of the Madras and the many other mighty warriors of his army, these words, the preceptor of the entire order of the Kshatriyas, he that is the foremost of all conversant with Brahma, doth not, from stupefaction, wish to slay this son of Arjuna. None can, in battle, escape the preceptor with life, not even the destroyer himself, if the latter advanceth against the preceptor as a foe. What, O friend, shall we say then of any mortal? I say this truly. This one is the son of Arjuna, and Arjuna is the preceptor's disciple. It is for this that the preceptor protecteth this youth. Disciples and their sons are always dear to the virtuous people. Protected by Drona, the youthful son of Arjuna regardeth himself valorous. He is only a fool entertaining a high opinion of himself. Crush him, therefore, without delay. Thus addressed by the Kuru king, those warriors, O monarch, excited with rage and desirous of slaying their foe, rushed, in the very sight of Drona at the son of Subhadra, the daughter of the Satwata race. Dusasana, in particular, the tiger among the Kurus, hearing those words of Duryodhana, answered the latter, saying, O monarch, I tell thee that even I will slay this one in the very sight of the Pandavas and before the eyes of the Panchalas. I shall certainly devour the son of Subhadra today, like Rahu swallowing Surya, sun. And once more addressing the Kuru king loudly, Dusasana said, hearing that Subhadra's son hath been slain by me, the two Krishnas, who are exceedingly vain, will without doubt go to the region of the departed spirits, leaving this world of men. Hearing then of the death of the two Krishnas, it is evident that the other sons born of Pandu's wives, with all their friends, will, in course of a single day, cast away their lives from despair. It is evident, therefore, that this one foe of thine being slain, all thy foes will be slain. Wish me well, O king, even I will slay this foe of thine. Having said these words, O king, thy son Dusasana, filled with rage and uttering a loud roar, rushed against the son of Subhadra and covered him with showers of arrows. Abhimanyu then, O chastiser of foes, received the son of thine thus advancing upon him wrathfully, with 26 arrows of sharp points. Dusasana, however, filled with rage, and looking like an infuriated elephant, fought desperately with Abhimanyu, the son of Subhadra, in that battle. Both of them masters in car fight, they fought on describing beautiful circles with their cars, one of them to the left and other to the right. The warriors then, with their panavas and mridangas and danduban krakashas and great anikas and beris and charjaras, caused a deafening noise mingled with leonine roars, such as arise from the great receptacle of salt waters. Section 38. Sanjaya said, then the intelligent Abhimanyu, with limbs mangled with arrows, smilingly addressed his foe, Dusasana, stationed before him, saying, by good luck it is that I behold in battle that vain hero arrived before me, who is cruel, who hath cast away all righteousness, and who brawleth out lustily his own praises. In the assembly, for the Kurus, and in the hearing of King Dhritarashtra, thou hadst, with thy harsh speeches, angered King Yudhishthira. Relying on the deception of the dice and the skill, therein, of Shavala's son, thou hadst also maddened by success, addressed many delirious speech to Bhima! 67 In consequence of the anger of those illustrious persons, thou art, at last, about to obtain the fruit of that conduct of thine! 68 O thou of wicked understanding, obtain thou without delay the fruit! 69 Of the robbery of other people's possessions, wrathfulness, of thy hatred of peace, of avarice, of ignorance, of hostilities with kinsmen, of injustice and persecution, of depriving my sires, those fierce bowmen, of the kingdom, and of thy own fierce temper. I shall today chastise thee with my arrows in the sight of the whole army. Today, I shall in battle disburden myself of that wrath which I cherish against thee. I shall today free myself of the debt I owe to angry Krishna and to my sire who always craveth for an opportunity to chastise thee. O Kaurava, today I shall free myself of the debt I owe to Bhima. With life thou shalt not escape me, if indeed thou dost not abandon the battle. Having said these words, that mighty armed warrior, that slayer of hostile heroes, aimed a shaft endued with the splendor of Yama or of Agni or of the wind god, capable of dispatching Dussasana to the other world. Quickly approaching Dussasana's bosom, that shaft fell upon his shoulder joint and penetrated into his body up to the very wings, like a snake into an ant-hill. And soon Abhimanyu once more struck him with 25 arrows whose touch resembled that of fire, and which was sped from his bow drawn to its fullest stretch. Deeply pierced and greatly pained, Dussasana sat down on the terrace of his car and was, O king, overtaken by a swoon. Afflicted thus by the arrows of Subhadra's son and deprived of his senses, Dussasana was speedily borne away from the midst of the fight by his charioteer. Beholding this, the Pandavas, the 5 sons of Draupadi, Virata, the Panchalas, and the Kikayas, uttered leonine shouts. And the troops of the Pandavas, filled with joy, caused diverse kinds of musical instruments to be beat and blown. Beholding that feat of Subhadra's son, they laughed with joy. Seeing that implacable and proud foe of theirs thus vanquished, those mighty car warriors, viz., the 5 sons of Draupadi, who had on their banners the images of Yama and Maruta and Sakra and the twin Aswins, and Satyaki, and Chekatana, and Drishtadama, and Sikandan, and the Kikayas, and Drishtaketu, and the Matsyas, Panchalas, and the Srinjayas, and the Pandavas headed by Yudhishthira, were filled with joy. And all of them rushed with speed, desirous of piercing Drona's array. Then a dreadful battle took place between the warriors and those of the foe. All of them were unretreating heroes, and inspired by desire of victory. During the progress of that dreadful encounter, Duryodhana, O monarch, addressing the son of Radha, said, Behold, the heroic Dussasana, who resembleth the scorching sun who was hitherto slaying the foe in battle, hath at last himself succumbed to Abhimanyu. The Pandavas also, filled with rage and looking fierce like mighty lions, are rushing towards us, desirous of rescuing the son of Subhadra. Thus addressed, Karna with rage and desirous of doing good to thy son, rain showers of sharp arrows on the invincible Abhimanyu. And the heroic Karna, as if in contempt of his antagonist, also pierced the latter's followers on the field of battle, with many excellent shafts of great sharpness. The high-souled Abhimanyu, however, O king, desirous of proceeding against Drona, quickly pierced Radha's son with 73 shafts. No car warrior of thy army succeeded at that time in obstructing the progress towards Drona, of Abhimanyu, who was the son of Indra's son and who was afflicting all the foremost car warriors of the Kaurava host. Then Karna, the most honoured of all bowmen, desirous of obtaining victory, pierced the son of Subhadra with hundreds of arrows, displacing his best weapons. That foremost of all persons conversant with weapons, that valiant disciple of Rama, by means of his weapons, thus afflicted Abhimanyu, who was incapable of being defeated by foes. Though afflicted in battle by Radha's son with showers of weapons, still Subhadra's son, who resembled a very celestial for prowess, felt no pain. With his shafts whetted on stone and finished with sharp points, the son of Arjuna, cutting off the bows of many heroic warriors, began to afflict Karna in return. With shafts resembling snakes of virulent poison and shot from his bow drawn to a circle, Abhimanyu quickly cut off the umbrella, standard, the charioteer, and the steeds of Karna, smiling the while. Karna then shot 5 straight arrows at Abhimanyu. The son of the Falguna, however, received them fearlessly, endued with great valor and courage. The latter then, in a moment, with only a single arrow, cut off Kana's bow and standard and caused them to drop down on the ground. Beholding Kana in such distress, his younger brother, drawing the bow with great force, speedily proceeded against the son of Subhadra. The Pathas then, and their followers uttered loud shouts and beat their musical instruments and applauded the son of Subhadra for his heroism. Section 39. Sanjaya said, then the younger brother of Kana, uttering loud roars, bow in hand, and repeatedly stretching the bowstring, quickly placed himself between those two illustrious warriors. And Kana's brother, with 10 shafts, pierced invincible Abhimanyu and his umbrella and standard and charioteer and steeds, smiling the while. Beholding Abhimanyu thus afflicted with those arrows, although he had achieved those superhuman feats in the manner of his sire and grandsire, their warriors of thy army were filled with delight. Then Abhimanyu, forcibly bending the bow and smiling the while, with one winged arrow cut off his antagonist's head. That head, severed from the trunk, fell down on the earth. Beholding his brother slain and overthrown, like a kankara tree shaken and thrown down by the wind from the mountain top, Kana, O monarch, was filled with pain. Meanwhile, the son of Subhadra, causing Kana by means of his arrows to turn away from the field, quickly rushed against the other great bowman. Then Abhimanyu, of fierce energy and great fame, filled with wrath, broke that host of diverse forces abounding with elephants and steeds and cars and infantry. As regards Kana, afflicted by Abhimanyu with countless shafts, he fled away from the field borne by swift steeds. The Kaurava array then broke, when the welkin was covered with Abhimanyu's shafts, like flights of locusts or thick showers of rain. Nothing, O monarch, could be distinguished amongst thy warriors thus slaughtered by Abhimanyu with sharp shafts. None, O monarch, stayed any longer on the field of battle except the ruler of the Sindhas. Then that bull among men, viz., the son of Subhadra, blowing his conch, speedily fell upon the Bharata host, O bull of Bharata's race. Like a burning brand thrown into the mist of dry grass, Arjuna's son began to consume his foes, quickly careering through the Kaurava army. Having pierced through their array, he mangled cars and elephants and steeds and human beings by means of his sharp shafts and caused the field of battle teem with headless trunks. Cut off by means of excellent arrows shot from the bow of Subhadra's son, the Kaurava warriors fled away, slaying, as they fled, their own comrades before them. Those fierce arrows, of terrible effect, whetted on stone and countless in number, slaying